First trade center without Bobby Mack. It's going to be strange.
So long, prima donna.
Finally. Guy's been stealing my for 20 years.
Wait, you got his Rolodex when he retired, right? Right?
Oh, dear God, no. It's over. We're finished.
We're gonna be okay. We're gonna be okay. We're gonna be okay.
You got to get me off this show. I'm not Bob. GMs don't take my calls.
Wait. I got it.
I got a bad feeling about this one, guys.
Shut up. Just do what I say and nobody gets hurt.
What happens if he's home?
It's March. He's on his yacht in Monaco.
Isn't it the palace in Dubai?
No, Dubai is January. Monaco is February. It's the chalet in St. Moritz in
Guys, let's do this. Wait! Key was under the mat.
Nothing!
Here, focus. Wait, the safe.
Hello, James, Pierre, CJ, Devin.
It's Darren.
Whatever.
Bob, we thought you were in St. Moritz.
St. Moritz is February. The beach house in Cabo is March. I just came back to watch you guys squirm on Trade Center.
We just need your Rolodex.
My Rolodex? What do you guys think, I'm 90 years old? I gave O-Dog all my phone contacts months ago.
Oh, dear God, no.
Department of Player Safety.
Yes, hello. I'm looking for Seymour Butts. Yeah, don't be shy to make a trade. Yeah, it says right here you've bought the industrial strength bidet. A bad GM says what? Greersy, it's Tree here. We want Celebrini. We'll give you a 10th rounder and Boston pizza for life. Ducks, Mr. Shovel Day Off. Do you want your ducks cleaned? Doobie, it's Sid. I was just sitting around icing my knee and I was thinking, I don't want to be a Penguin anymore. I want to be a Maple Leaf.
Who watches this crap?
It's a question we've been asking for years, frankly. You know, the Cannes Film Festival is less than 2 months away. And we don't get consideration for the Palme d'Or, just for LeBron's performance alone. It's a travesty. Oh, hello, Canada. And welcome to Trade Center, our annual celebration of how crazy we are for this game of hockey. Why else would you be here at 8 a.m. Eastern or 5 a.m. Pacific on TSN in Canada and in the States on ESPN2 and ESPN+. We're going to introduce you to the... Where is O, first of all, after starring in that? You're not an insider. You're not replacing Bob. I think we made that... The phone doesn't even work. It's a prop. Get over here. Jeff O'Neill will be joining us. You'll see the insiders back there momentarily. Once again, a cast of thousands here for Trade Center. We are 7 hours, just under 7 hours from the 3 p.m. Eastern deadline. A lot has happened over the last 48 hours. We expect, hope, pray a lot will happen over the next 7 hours before 3 o'clock Eastern. We're here to guide you through the entire thing. We plan to have a lot of fun today, as we always do, but always keeping in mind that this is a much more stressful day for a lot of the players involved who have families and kids, and their lives might be turned upside down on this day. So we'll keep them in mind as we begin our look around the National Hockey League and start with Gino Reda and the Breakers. Boys.
All right, thanks, James. Here he is, the Screen Award winner himself, Pierre LeBrun, Darren Dreger, Chris Johnston. Great to have you with us. All right, so Guys, huge day, trade deadline. I guess we saw a lot of deals over the last week and a half, but a name that we saw mentioned over and over again, but nothing came of it to this point, Robert Thomas. And this guy comes with this year and 4 more left on his contract at 8.125. So certainly not a rental, so he could come at a big ticket, and the cost seemed to be slowing this down. Where are we now with Robert Thomas?
So Thursday was pretty quiet on that front, which doesn't mean that it's over. So my sense is Utah will give this one last try here on this day. Where those talks hit a wall this week is that Utah felt their package was the best in the league and they wouldn't want to go past it. It was not at the price that the St. Louis Blues wanted. The Blues, I'm told, do not plan to deviate from their asking price. The question is, does Utah move up today? The other fly in the ointment, Robert Thomas has the full no trade and it needs time to mull this over if a trade comes together today. And because of that, I was told by someone close to the situation that it's unlikely this trade happens today, but you cannot totally rule it out because of the interest from Utah.
All right, Toronto Maple Leafs already been active. We expect more action from them today. At least Leaf fans are certainly hoping for that right now. Nick Waugh brings back a 1st and a 5th round, so that ends up being the next part of the Mitch Marner departure of Toronto. What's happening today?
Well, certainly the Leafs are beginning this day as sellers for the first time in a decade, and they're very willing to get to work here. They would like it to be a busy day to restock the cupboards. They've had players out there for a month, and we saw the last couple nights. They sat 3 guys out of the lineup, Oliver Ekman-Larsson, Scott Laughton, and Bobby McMahon as they work through the offers. And I think it really is going to depend on the market here. But this is certainly not where the Leafs expected to be at this point. We're usually talking about them unloading all these draft picks on a day like this. This is a chance to restock the cupboards as they move forward.
So they're looking for picks and prospects. They're not necessarily looking for bodies that could step in right now in a veterans.
Well, I'll put a caveat there because they have 3 retention spots to keep salary back. They also have a lot of cap room, which hasn't always been the case, of course, for the Leafs, but they are in a pretty good spot. If something makes sense, maybe they're getting a sweetener, we may see a player or something like that if that falls into their lap.
Former Toronto Maple Leaf Nazem Kadri has made it pretty clear recently, Dregs, that he wants out of Calgary. What's the situation on there? Because Kadri also comes with some term. He's got this and 3 more at $7 million a year.
Yeah, both Nazem Kadri and the Calgary Flames want to change. He does have the contract, as you've stipulated, the extra years remaining, which has been the sticking point, problematic for most clubs who have expressed interest in the veteran centerman. I know that Colorado and Calgary were down the road on the possibility of a trade, sending Kadri back to the Avalanche, but obviously Chris McFarland and the Avs decided to change their direction. They went to Nick Waugh and the Toronto Maple Leafs. I think that it's very important for Craig Conroy to find a new home for Nazem Kadri. He's a pro, he's an excellent teammate, but he looks at his birth certificate and years remaining, and he can recognize that he has not a lot of time left to chase that Stanley Cup. So that will be priority. It's a tricky one, though, because, again, if a team is expressing interest, and that included Colorado, there has to be a level of retention from the Flames standpoint. So we'll see how it plays out. But they've got 3 primary players in play, tons of interest in Zach Whitecloud. Pierre noted Montreal would have interest in Zach Whitecloud. There's probably 16 more teams that would have interest in the defenseman, and Blake Coleman. I think there's a level of frustration in Calgary because they need the offers to get better if they're going to move Coleman or Whitecloud.
All right, the boys are continuing to work the phones, and if they need the numbers, they know where to look, right-o?
You got it, Gene. That's great. Thank you, boys. Again, we'll check in later. And by the way, we have some late comers, Gord Miller and Mike Johnson called the game last night in New York, the Leafs games. They're on our way here. Gord will be here. Gino will be rotating through panels all day long. Mike will join us up here. Again, we'll introduce you to the complete team shortly. Part of our team, one of the staples, if you're up watching us this early, you likely watch us a lot, and you know that trade bait is one of our staples. It's a list which basically unscientifically compiles the most interesting players out there with the most available players out there, the most likely to be dealt. Guiding us through that today, Lindsay Hamilton and Frankie Corrado.
Thank you, James. Unscientifically, I don't know what you're talking about. These are the hard facts and figures. And of course, we got the touchscreen, and Frankie is back to dive into all the action. James, you alluded to it earlier, the fact that Canadian teams were busy overnight while everyone was sleeping. So let's dive into our Canadian franchises. Frankie, who is the most fascinating to you as of right now?
2 teams I find very fascinating in Canada, and for different reasons. The Toronto Maple Leafs, this is just not a position where they've been for a long period of time, having to sell off assets. And the Calgary Flames, who we know what direction they're headed in, but for Calgary, players like Nazem Kadri, Blake Coleman, not necessarily your true rental players. These are players with term that have, a little more meat on the bone. So yes, you're acquiring a very good playoff player. You're acquiring a player who, can play second or third line center. And if he's your third line center, he's going to make you a much better team. For Nazem Kadri, I look at a team like the Minnesota Wild and say, how do you not try and go get a player like this? Look at the path that you have to go through. Dallas, Colorado, you already made the trade for Quinn Hughes. Why not go Eriksson Ek, Kadri, Hartman down the middle of the ice, make yourself a much more difficult team to play against?
Okay, yeah, make your life a little bit easier as well. So let's continue to dive into the Canadian franchises. Case in point, the Leafs. We obviously saw what they did with Nicholas Waugh. You heard CJ mention they could be sellers, and OEL catching your eye today as potentially the next domino to fall.
On a team where, let's say, 85-90% of these players have not had a very good season, Oliver Ekman-Larsson, he's the guy who's had a good season. He's been the best defenseman on the Leafs this season, and he's been durable. After spending a large portion of his career hurt, he's been durable the last 3 seasons. You're getting a reliable veteran, a guy who can play with the puck, can move the puck, and someone that you can trust. Oliver Ekman-Larsson has been all of that and more for the Toronto Maple Leafs this season. You want to restock the cupboards, you want to bring some assets back. This is the guy that Toronto has to find a way to move in order to make that happen. It's complex. There's a lot of things going on around him, but this can bring you back a pretty good asset.
I don't know, Frank. You sounded pretty scientific to me. And James, the countdown clock continues. Here we are, less than 7 hours to go. We'll keep you updated all day long with our touchscreen.
Lindsay, thank you. We hope you have to update it frequently on this last day and last hours before Trade Center. As we mentioned, it's been not as crazy maybe as some years in the day or two leading up to Trade Center, but still plenty of deals to go over. Let's recap what has happened so far. The Anaheim Ducks, this was late last night, acquiring defenseman John Carlson, a forever capital, for a conditional first-round pick either in 2026 or 27, plus a third-round pick in 27. Now, Anaheim can defer the first-round pick to 27 if they miss the playoffs this year. Carlson, 10 goals, 46 points in 55 games this season for the Capitals, who clearly defined sellers. They trade Nick Dowd yesterday as well. The Leafs trading Nicholas Waugh to the Colorado Avalanche for a conditional first-rounder in 2027 and a fifth-rounder in 2026. If the first-round selection falls inside the top 10, the Avs would instead send the Leafs their unprotected first-rounder in 2028. Toronto also gets the lowest of Colorado's 3 picks in the 5th round of the 2026 draft. I hope you're taking notes. Some of these are a little bit complicated with the conditions. The Vancouver Canucks trading Connor Garland to Columbus late last night in exchange for a second-round pick in 28 and a third-round pick in 26 as the Canucks continue to acquire all sorts of draft picks. 7 goals, 19 assists over 50 games for Garland this season. The Buffalo Sabres acquiring both Logan Stanley and Luke Schenn, a pair of defensemen from the Jets, in exchange for Isak Rosen, defenseman Jacob Bryson, a 2027 second-round pick, and a fourth-round pick in 2026. Winnipeg will retain 50% of Schenn's salary as part of that trade. So the Sabres don't get Parayko, but make a couple of moves there. The Ottawa Senators acquiring left winger Warren Fogle from the LA Kings for what would be Buffalo's second-round pick in 2026. The teams will also swap third-round picks. Fogle has 7 goals and 9 points in 47 games this season. Had a really good year last year in LA. The Vegas Golden Knights acquiring Nick Dowd. I mentioned this earlier from the Capitals in exchange for goaltender Jesper Wickman, a 2027 third-round pick, a 2029 second. Dowd, 4 goals and 16 points in 55 games so far this season. The Nashville Predators trading forward Michael Bunting to the Dallas Stars in exchange for what ends up being Seattle's third-round pick in the 2026 NHL draft. Bunting, 13 goals and 31 points in 61 games in Nashville this season. And the Wild acquiring veteran defenseman Jeff Petrie from the Florida Panthers in exchange for a 2026 7th-round pick. The draft pick becomes a 5th-rounder if Minnesota wins 2 playoff rounds and Petrie plays in 50% or more of the Wild playoff games during those first 2 rounds. We could spend the entire 9 hours just doing the conditions of these trades. I think O should actually be designated to explain all the conditions of all these deals.
We should get Jay Herschel back from when he did he read the monologue. It was awesome.
Yes, we need an actor for that. We clearly need more actors after you saw the quality of acting in the opening. There's Cheryl Pounder, there's Jeff O'Neill, there's Craig Button, there's Marty Bureau again. Mike Johnson will join us a little bit later on. So is there anything above all else that caught your eye from those deals or that catches your eye from today and what you expect?
I think, James, the conversations I've had with Jamie McLennan throughout the year, he kind of has a really good pulse on what the league is about, what teams are on a heater, who's ready to play. And one of the common themes he's got to this year was it's a weird season. With the Olympics happening in a bunch of games, the play has been kind of weird. Some teams are struggling that we never expected. But with a weird season, I think it presents an opportunity for an organization like the Minnesota Wild, maybe the Anaheim Ducks, the Carolina Hurricanes. There's not that 10 teams that you're deathly afraid of. And it's just a great opportunity for one of those teams to maybe pop up and win a championship. And maybe they're active today to hopefully pursue that.
I'm looking at the center depth right now, and in particular, teams like Minnesota. There's multiple teams that can use a center, right? But is someone like Trocheck going to go today? And these are the interest. Thomas, very different player, younger, but got that passing ability. But for someone like Trocheck coming off the Olympics where the face-offs were outstanding, the PK was ridiculous. So really interested to see if a team like that, who went and got Hughes, now is Petrie, is looking to make that move up front to really be a massive contender in the West. And I'm also looking at the goaltending guys, right? Is Montreal going to make a splash? You've got Bob and you've also got Binnington available. So I think this is kind of keep us on edge.
We have Marty every year here, but maybe more apropos this year because Buffalo's kind of the it team right now.
No, relevant.
The hottest team in the National Hockey League.
Our Sabres.
Only a matter of time before we'll play them.
It's my cheat team.
What did you think of the moves? Do you think more ahead today?
I think Jarmo Kekalainen is an aggressive general manager, and when you look at him trying to get Colton Parayko and seeing if that was going to work, and obviously it did not, and that's fine. But then he flipped that and said, I'm going to get some depth. I'm not going to go for the big defenseman, just going to acquire depth. And Logan Stanley, let's not forget that when you look at the defensive metrics of all defensemen with the Winnipeg Jets, he was second to Josh Morrissey and on the defensive side of the game. So I think that this is a really nice addition for the Buffalo Sabres, who already have a pretty stacked top four when you're looking at Byron Power, Darlene Samuelson. So I think Logan Stanley is going to come in and fit right in. And Shen's going to be a depth guy. So they tried on Parayko, didn't work. They went a different route, and they're still making their team better from the back end.
Who had Buffalo as a Stanley Cup contender on their bingo card in November? We need the video of that, James. That's what we need.
I may have the text message you sent me.
But you think about what they've done since the beginning of December, and they are a contender. They're right tied in points with Tampa Bay. And you think about their long years of being in the basement, and now it seems like unlikely. And to your point, Jeff, is this one of those crazy things that could be happening right in front of? And the East is a lot different than the West.
East feels really wide open.
Yeah, it does.
Right? The West, you have those three teams in the Central that look like maybe the three top Cup contenders. We'll have our list of Cup contenders. And you mentioned the Sabres. It's funny, today, it was kind of been Kevin Adams' team. They made the change, but this run has been Kevin Adams' team, and now Jarmo has his first real crack here to put his stake on this team. So those are some of the many subjects we'll be tackling over the next 9 hours here on Trade Center, again, right up till the 3 o'clock Eastern deadline and a couple of hours before. Number one on the list right now from Trade Bait from Frankie and Lindsay, Vinny Trocheck. Does he leave the Rangers today? We'll be following that and lots more. Stay with us.
And from a knee in front, Trocheck, the redirect, and it's 2-1 New York. Score! Trocheck, redirect. Now Trocheck, score! What a tip. Trocheck starting to heat up a little bit
more. Closed captioning is brought to you by the Bell Trade-In Deadline. Today is the day to get a minimum $500 trade-in value on any phone, only at a Bell store.
BetMGM wants to pay out winners before the final whistle with our 2-up early payout. When your team goes up by 2 goals, you get paid out instantly. With unique betting options, BetMGM takes the drama of soccer to the next level. Want even more ways to bet? BetMGM has you covered. BetMGM, the sports book where we know how to treat you right.
With your RBC Avion Visa, you can choose from over 500 airlines. Switch and get up to 55,000 Avion points. Enough for 3 round-trip flights. Your idea of never missing out happens here.
Heavens alive! You look really terrible, Big Devil.
Tell me about it, Little Devil. It's hotter than heck down here, and I'm burnt out.
Here, try a Red Bull. It's devilishly good.
Red Bull, eh? Oh, that tastes heavenly. But, what's this?
Oh, dear. I forgot about that.
Wings? Wings? I can't have wings. Not in my position.
Red Bull gives you wings.
A claims program for harmed Canadians has begun as a result of a landmark tobacco settlement. If you smoked regularly before November 20th, 1998, and were diagnosed with lung cancer, throat cancer, emphysema, or COPD, you may qualify for a significant payment. To learn more, call 888-482-5852 or go to tobaccoclaimscanada.ca.
What's inside is wild-caught fish with no preservatives? You can expect a taste of the ocean. Cloverleaf. Taste it and see.
Domino's new Pick 3 deal. Get a small pizza for $10, a medium for $12, or a large for $14. Pick your size, classic crust, and 3 toppings. The choice is yours with Domino's Pick 3 deal, but it won't last forever, only at Domino's.
We're being told Haley from Red Deer is trading her Google Pixel 8 for a Pixel 10. Sources state the relationship simply ran its course. If you want to make a trade today only, get a minimum value of $500 when you trade in any phone, only at a Bell store.
Trade Center is brought to you in part by Harvey's. Harvey's Pickle Poutine is back, and for a limited time, get deep fried pickles for only $3. Harvey's, it's a beautiful thing. And by Golftown. Trade-in days are back. Upgrade your game with a 50% trade-in bonus on select 2026 clubs. Visit golftown.com to learn more.
Good morning once again, Canada, and everybody watching in the States. If you're just getting up, this is Trade Center. We're just underway here, counting down to the 3 o'clock Eastern deadline. One of these sidebar bets we were having in the studio was Mike Johnson and Gord Miller called the Rangers-Leafs game last night in New York. They were both on the same flight. Who is going to arrive here first? We have our answer. It's not a shocker. Gord Miller, straight from the airport. We believe that he may beat Mike Johnson by an hour or 2 hours. Johnny's going for a long breakfast and a nap, I believe, at home before he arrives. But we welcome Gord to be with the trade breakers all day. One of the tough things, identifying sometimes there's clear sellers, there's clear buyers, there's always those murky gray teams in the middle. Let's talk about those today. Jennifer Hedger with Craig Button.
Thank you, James. I can report I had a full 8 hours of sleep last night. You, Craigers?
I had to stay a little bit late because of all those trades that unfolded, but I slept peacefully.
All right, well, let's talk about who's going to be a buyer, who's going to be a seller. According to Puckpedia, the contending teams with the most cap space to work with right now, Detroit, Anaheim, Carolina, Columbus. So who might they be looking at as far as who's looking to sell to these teams who have cap space?
Yeah, the beautiful thing about those teams with the cap space is that now they can take players with terms. So if you're looking for a center and you're looking Minnesota, let's go right to Minnesota. They've made a big splash. They've been connected with Vinny Trocheck. Could they be connected with Nazem Kadri? When you have that type of cap space, 7 years at $7 million to 3 more years, that would be and we know what Naz can do. I mean, he'd be a really good fit for the Minnesota Wild. John Carlson goes to the Anaheim Ducks in a late Thursday night deal. So it seems that they're using their cap space to try to solidify their team. I think Pat Verbeek's done a nice job. Watching the Detroit Red Wings is going to be interesting. I mean, they're in a playoff spot. They're really pushing to try to. So where do they go? Do they look to Toronto to try to get an Oliver Ekman-Larsson? I think Oliver Ekman-Larsson, I agree with Frankie, that he might be one of the most valuable people today. He's got term left on his contract. Great like dollars, and he's been a really good player, and he's won a Stanley Cup as recently as 2 years ago. So when you start to put it all together and you start to think about where I guess the most interest would be, where demand would get really high, I would say on Oliver Ekman-Larsson. And Carolina is also a team looking for that second-line center. And that Nazem Kadri brings a lot to a lot of teams. So having that cap space and being able to look at a Nazem Kadri and try to understand what Calgary wants, you know it'd be a good fit.
You've been a GM before in this situation. If you're a GM that knows that you have cap space, is that something where you rub your hands together and go, I can't wait for today? Or is there a lot of pressure on you to make a move that you're not sure if you should make it or not?
I think there's both. And it's exciting when you're a good team, and you're Detroit with cap space, you're the Anaheim Ducks who have risen up, and they're a good team, and you have this cap space. So you feel a certain amount of, hey, I got to do something, but there's an excitement around that because you've seen your team play really, really well. So they're mutually inclusive in that regard. And certainly, we used to talk about teams with cap space, go, well, what can they do for retention? And now the rules in the CBA have changed a little bit. Now it's about straight hockey for the most part.
Which is so refreshing,
isn't it? And I think also, too, Jen, is that when we talk about, the money you have available to you, it doesn't have to be just an expiring contract. It can be players with term. And there's a number of players on this. I mean, we haven't even mentioned Robert Thomas. And St. Louis looks like they're trying to understand what the market could be for him. We know about Kadri, Oliver Ekman-Larsson. So there's players with term. And when you have cap space, you can do a lot more than trying to finagle the whole process.
Thank you, Craig. James, back to you.
All right, thank you, gang. And we thank you again. We appreciate you guys so much watching every year, especially early in the morning when most of the time nothing goes on. So we want you to be able to participate in Trade Center this year. So this year we introduced the Megaphone. Megaphone polls. All you need to do is scan that QR code at the bottom of your screen, and you can vote. Here it is. We're going to add it right here. You hit the link and you cast your vote. So we'll be asking various questions all day that you can vote and participate on Trade Center. So here's the first question. Two-time Stanley Cup winning goalie and pending UFA, Sergei Bobrovsky. Will he move today? Will he end up re-signing with Florida? Which team will Bob belong to at 3 p.m. today? Edmonton, Montreal, Vegas, or Florida? Again, votes are coming in. Scan the QR code, and you can have your voice heard. We're going to send it to the goalies to talk about that. We were praising Gord Miller for getting in here so early from New York, but the true hero of the day, Jamie McLennan, was doing the Ottawa Senators Calgary Flames game in Calgary last night. I think like 9 hours ago that game ended, and somehow Noodles, without a private plane, flying commercial, is on the panel with Gino and company.
Noodles?
Should I be laying behind here in a bed or something?
I don't know. I mean, that's a pretty...
the plane, I just slept on it. Yeah, I'm fine.
Pretty significant tire pumping to start your day, Noodles.
Exactly.
And unlike you, or unlike Gord, the show starts at 8, and you realized, I got to be here.
I have
to be a part of
here.
this.
I was dialed in.
We'll see when Mike Johnson eventually shows up. But this is the goalie panel. Usually Gino Reda is a part of this. He will be a part of it at some point. Marty Baron will be a part of it at some point. Carlo Koliakovo with us. And we also always have our good friend Kevin Weeks, and he joins us for this as well. And we're going to talk about the goaltenders, and we're going to be in, of course, with Sergei Bobrovsky, because, as James said, you can vote interactively where you think he could be playing as of 3:01 p.m. today. And Weeksy, we'll start with you. What kind of an impact do you think Bob can still have for a contending team, considering his age, considering how much hockey he's played over the last few years? And where do you think Sergei Bobrovsky will be playing as of 3:01 p.m. Eastern Time?
Listen, my head's scratching. I can't believe they haven't gotten the deal done for him to stay in Florida at this point. And with that, that opens the door potentially to the Vegas Golden Knights, who are always sniffing in the waters, looking to land a big shark. And since moving on from Logan Thompson, to me, that's kind of destabilized their net. But all of that to say, I could see Vegas Golden Knights being one. I could see the Edmonton Oilers being another potential team. I'm told that the Oilers and Bobrovsky's camp have had some conversations. So curious to see where that goes. But any team that can be aggressive and can add Sergei Bobrovsky is certainly better positioned.
Jonas, where do you stand on this?
Well, I think goaltender Bob still has game. He hasn't had a great season, and their team in front of him has not been good. But when I think about a team, I'm going to go outside the box. How about the Columbus Blue Jackets? You look at Billy Zito has a relationship with the organization, and maybe it's a scenario where I think the Blue Jackets have played well enough that you need a mentor for Jet Greaves. So if maybe Merzlikins goes the other way for a change of scenery, I think the Columbus Blue Jackets are going to be a playoff team. I really like that team, and maybe some mentorship and stabilization in that position might help the Columbus
That'd be pretty
Blue Jackets.
incredible. Rick Bowness coming in, Sergei Bobrovsky.
Always keeping in mind that this is a much more stressful day for a lot of the players involved who have families and kids, and their lives might be turned upside down on this day. So we'll keep them in mind as we begin our look around the National Hockey League and start with Gino Reda and the Breakers. Boys.
All right, thanks, James. Here he is, the Screen Award winner himself, Pierre LeBrun, Darren Dreger, Chris Johnston. Great to have you with us. All right, so, guys, huge day, trade deadline. I guess we saw a lot of deals over the last week and a half.
Yeah. He's had 3 weeks off, so maybe that could recharge his batteries a little bit.
Okay, so we can continue to vote on this again interactively on TSN. Weeksy, let's get to your thoughts on Jordan Binnington. Maybe a bit more of a difficult deal to make if you're St. Louis, considering how he's played this year, but would you be kicking tires on him if you're a contender?
Of course I would be. What are we thinking here, Hazy? Let's get this train on the right tracks. Get this GO train on the tracks, Hazy. Look, to me, Jordan Binnington is also a winner. He's got that pedigree. He's played in big games. He's disproven so many people around the world. I've always been a big believer in his game. And yes, we saw what he did at the Olympics. We know the way he can play. So if I am Montreal, why would I not try to go and get the best goalie that's played in St. Louis Blues history? If I am Buffalo, why would I not inquire? He's a pending UFA. He's played in the big spots. He's delivered in the big spots. I think he could be a huge add to any team that has designs on making a run.
Noodles, Binner, you've always been a fan.
I love Binner, and I think he should be on the move to a team that believes they can get to the next level. I always circle the Carolina Hurricanes, and I know they've got incumbent Frederik Andersen, who I really think is a fantastic goaltender when he's healthy, but he has had health issues. Brandon Bussi is the story of the National Hockey League, really, for goaltending, really come out of nowhere and been fantastic. But if you can add a guy like Jordan Binnington into that mix where, I think they need a goaltender with some pedigree to get them over the hump, Carolina is a top-tier team. And
they can win this year.
I think they could win this year, but you need to add and go all in. And I don't think that management group is shy. We saw what happened last year with Ranton, and they went all in, tried to get it done. It didn't work out. But if they're going to take a big swing, why not take a swing on Jordan Binnington?
I just have a hard time understanding why people still question Jordan Binnington. Like, look what he did at the Four Nations. Look what he did for the Olympics. On the big stage in the big game, this guy still has big game potential. So I agree with you with Carolina, another team. I mean, we've mentioned all the teams, but Vegas. It always seems like Vegas is up to something. I have a feeling that they might be sneaky here to upgrade their goaltending. Big game goaltender. They're in it to win it this year. I love Binnington. I have zero question marks about him.
Yeah, well, there it is. Binnington's out there. Bob's out there. Wallstadt's on the list. Possibly Skinner down in Pittsburgh. So a lot of goalie chat throughout the day.
All right, thank you, guys, and we appreciate the votes there. It looked like about 40% plus saying he'll stay in Florida, but that means the majority also thinking Bobrovsky will move today. Look, we know you're educated fans. We know that often nothing goes on in the morning here, so we have to do things to have our commentators occupy themselves. Our friends at Golf Town, always great supporters of TSN and Trade Center, have provided us a full sim. And I got to tell you, I've played golf with almost everybody at TSN. Two of the sweetest swings at the network, right here, Frankie Corrado. Although he doesn't get to swing it as much because he has two baby girls. And Lindsay Hamilton. Have you ever felt more pressure than this second right now?
I was going to say, I don't know if I want all of Canada to see my
heels,
golf swing. I'm feeling a little nervous, Duffy.
Look, you just Go over and check out the simulator. Thanks again to Golf Town for that. We'll continue here on Trade Center 2026.
Trade Center is brought to you by Golf Town. Trade-in days are back. Upgrade your game with a 50% trade-in bonus on select 2026 clubs. Visit golftown.com to learn more.
That it's unlikely this trade happens today, but you cannot totally rule it out because of the interest from Utah.
All right, Toronto Maple Leafs already been active. We expect more action from them today. At least Leaf fans are certainly hoping for that right now. Nick Waugh brings back a first and a fifth round, so that ends up being the next part of the Mitch Marner departure of Toronto. What's happening today?
Well, certainly the Leafs are beginning this day as sellers for the first time in a decade, and they're very willing to get to work here. They would like it to be a busy day to reset.
Grand Prix on TSN and TSN Plus.
Some things to keep in mind as you're watching Trade Center and all the deals that go down today. The salary cap has risen 17% from $81.5 million in the flat cap era and is about to cross the three-digit threshold, reaching $104 million next year. Then there's a $9.5 million jump to $113.5 in 27-28. That is the largest such step forward in salary cap history. Another thing that may impact the number of deals today, the NHL has introduced a playoff cap this season, meaning teams have to be cap compliant in both the regular season and the postseason. Twice in the past 5 years, the Stanley Cup champs exceeded the cap according to the rules now in place. Tampa Bay would have been $4 million over in 2021. Florida would have been $3 million over in 2025. That according to our friends at Puckpedia. Still early in the day, but lots that happened last night and lots of buzz out there. We say for the first time hello to Gordon Miller with the Trade Breakers.
All right, nice to be here with the fellas. Let's start with the goalies. We heard the goalie panel talk a minute ago about the potential of goalies moving. Sergei Bobrovsky is a fascinating case, Pierre, because, I mean, are you getting the two-time Vezina Trophy winner? Are you getting the two-time Stanley Cup champion? Or are you getting the guy with an .885 save percentage this year? What's the latest on him?
Yeah, well, you're hoping that the magic is still in the bottle there somewhere if you're trading for him, because it's been a disastrous year for him in the regular season. Teams are calling. I still can't totally discount the idea of a last-minute extension, even though I be willing to eat half of that, and in real cash he's down to about $1 million for the rest of the year. So these are all real things. He does have a modified no trade. I think there's some Canadian teams that are on the no list. So to me, the teams that make the most sense if they decide to go down that route would be Carolina and Vegas.
It's unsettling. I'm in the Bob chair. I don't feel worthy. It's a bit strange. I'm not going to lie. But I don't remember the last time that we had two decorated and experienced goaltenders,
Stanley Cup winners,
potentially in play, right? I mean, it's wild when you think of Sergei Bobrovsky and Jordan Binnington from the St. Louis Blues. And I think the feeling out there is that it's more likely that Bobrovsky gets traded than Jordan Binnington. And I had a source close to the Binnington situation earlier this morning, pretty early this morning, tell me that at worst it's 50-50. So you wonder who might be in on that. And I know that the Carolina Hurricanes at least kicked tires on Jordan Binnington a week or so ago and then backed off a day or two later. But isn't that what always happens this time of year? Teams check in and then they come back on deadline.
One of the things that we've talked to for years about with managers is making goalie trades is tricky because normally a goalie has to go the other way unless you're going to put someone in the minors. Is that the case here? Like, does a goalie have to go the other way?
I mean,
potentially, I guess.
I mean, I think if Vegas makes a trade for sure, but you know, the other thing in all this is that if Carolina makes a goalie trade, and they may not, it would go against their philosophy of the last few years. On the other hand, has goaltending cost them come playoff time?
What about Montreal?
Well, first of all, again, I think Montreal is on the no list for Bobrovsky, number one, and I don't know that, you know. I don't think the Habs feel they're one player away. Now, I still think they might try to make a splash today, you know, up front. They're looking for a D. Robert Thomas. I think the Habs have kept tabs on that. But I think the Habs have resisted thinking we have to go trade for a goalie, but we'll see.
I was in New York last night. It's been well documented. Vincent Trocheck's son had the line of the week.
Yeah.
Saying that...
He said a couple good lines.
His son said, my team's not trading me. I'm staying in New York. We got playoff games. But Vincent Trocheck didn't play last night for the Rangers. Sam Carrick didn't either. He was subsequently dealt. What's the latest on Trocheck?
Well, if Trocheck had a conversation at the breakfast table with his son, he'd say, I'm not sure if my team's trading me either. And that is very real. The New York Rangers have let it be known to the teams they've been dealing with here that they don't feel they have to make this move today. 3 more years of control, a player they really like. You know, obviously his name's been out there pretty prominently. We know he'd like to stay in the eastern half of the continent if possible. You know, teams like Detroit, Carolina could make sense. You know, Boston Bruins perhaps, maybe even Minnesota Wild, although they did back off yesterday after long being seen as the favorite here. But the ask is big. So I think the question as we work through towards 3 p.m. Eastern is, does someone really step up and make this happen?
I think the pressure on the Rangers is that there's never going to be a better time to trade Vincent Trocheck because he played really well, especially on that PK at the Olympics for Team USA. He's 33. When is his value ever going to be higher than it is right now in this moment? In my opinion, I think they got to move him today.
All right, we'll keep an eye on New York and all the other big cities that are trying to move big players. James?
We will. I always feel like I have to do a Canadian sort of sorry to our viewers on ESPN because we are a Canadian sports network and we'll spend a large part of our day focusing in on the Canadian team. But yes, we'll cover everything that happens in the States and every trade as well. But on that note, let's check in with our Canadian Eastern team reporters who are spread out throughout the country. And there you see Mark Masters, who's at the airport. You see Gord rushed here. Mark, the trooper that he is, helped his cameraman with all his gear. So he's still at the airport. He's covering the Toronto Maple Leafs for us today. Claire Hanna is doing double duty. She was with the Senators last night in Calgary. She'll be covering the Sens and the Flames from Calgary today. And Kenzie Lyon, it's 5:45 a.m. in Anaheim. And Kenzie, we thank for being up so early with us, although you're in California, so we don't feel too bad. And we'll start there. Kenzie, of course, covers the Montreal Canadiens for us. And interesting position because the East is wide open. They could do something, but it feels like they want to sort of be a little cautious and stick with their long-term plan, Kenzie?
James, who doesn't love a 3:30 a.m. wake-up call, you know? As right now, you know, Wayne St. Germain, our lovely camera operator, has already considered just taking a nap here as we welcome you inside our hotel room just outside Anaheim. So if this camera starts to tilt down a little bit, we will know why. But as we are wide awake here, the Montreal Canadiens likely fast asleep, as they could even sleep in today. Martin St. Louis opting to not hold a morning skate today ahead of their game tonight against the Anaheim Ducks. And so likely when you look at this Canadiens roster, Patrick Laine, the guy who may have kept his phone on loud over the course of the night in the event he would find out more about what his future could hold. He remains the Canadiens' lone unrestricted free agent at the end of this season. But what's exciting for the Canadiens this time around on Trade Center is they come in as buyers, and an advantage they have than other teams is they have the luxury of time. They don't necessarily need to do anything. Would they like to tweak this roster and add maybe a right shot defender or some heaviness up front? Certainly. But when you look at what this group has been able to accomplish over the course of this season in maintaining a wild card spot, it's impressive. And now they've got healthy bodies like Kirby Dach and Alex Newhook back in the lineup. We also can't forget the tidy piece of business Kent Hughes did back in December, bringing in Philip Deneau to address some of that center depth. Look, if the Canadiens were one win away from the Eastern Conference Championship, then I expect Kent Hughes to open up the cupboards here and really land a big fish. But for now, I expect today to maybe just be some slight tweaking, but it could be relatively quiet for the Canadiens ahead of their game tonight against the Ducks.
Kenzie, we appreciate this, and we'll check in with you again a little bit later on. Let us get to Calgary and Claire Hanna, starting with the Senators. You'll cover the Flames for us a little bit later on. Another big win last night in Calgary, and with Boston's loss, now only 4 points out. They add Warren Foegele. David Perron leaves last night. Do you expect any more little tinkering today for a team that suddenly is very much in it?
Well, James, the Ottawa Senators are in a very unique position because they have not been in a playoff position since December. Now, you mentioned now they're just 4 points back of that final wildcard playoff spot, but general manager Steve Staios has really maintained a lot of confidence and belief this season that his team will make the playoffs. So you already mentioned he acquired Warren Foegele yesterday and traded David Perron, but let's look beyond that. I think that right now he's really happy with where his team has performed this year in terms of scoring, on the power play and defense. I think goaltending has let them that right now the Ottawa Senators have about $12 million worth of cap space, but they don't have that first round draft pick this season due to the botched Dadonov trade a couple of years ago. So that might affect some of his bargaining power, James.
Again, to talk about the Calgary Flames in a little while's time. To Mark Masters, who couldn't get in the lounge apparently at the airport, so he's out in the main lobby. You've covered the Leafs for us forever, went through some of the dark years, but it's been a long time since you've had a trade deadline like this. Most of the time it's like, who are they going to add? Who are they going to add, Mark? And bona fide sellers for the first time in a decade.
Yeah, James, just back from New York watching the Leafs lose a sixth straight game, and I got to tell you, it is pretty bleak around the team right now. John Tavares was asked about the standards slipping after the game last night, and he said there's an elephant in the room, and of course that is the trade deadline. The expectation is Brad Treliving is going to sell today. The Leafs have held 3 players out of the last 2 games for roster management. You know, Scott Laughton, Bobby McMahon, and Oliver Ekman-Larsson, so we'll keep an eye on those names here today. It's feeling like a lost season in Toronto. And the question now is, what can management salvage? The management group is based in the Ford Performance Center today. And James, that's where I'm heading to now.
All right, Mark Masters will be on the move. We'll see if Brad Treliving does more. We expect deals. I think we did an over-under last night. Most of the guys on the quiz had an over at 3.5 deals. We'll see what Treliving and the Leafs can get done on this day. One of the guys near the top of our trade bait list, Nazem Kadri. Does he leave Calgary and go to a contender today? We'll find out as Trade Center continues.
you trade in any phone, only at a Bell store.
So here's how deadline day has looked over the past 7 years, with record highs of 32 deals in 2020 and 2022, a record-tying 55 players switched teams in 2020. Last year's 47 players dealt, ranked as the 4th highest ever. We continue to do our Cross Canada Morning checkup with our Western Canadian reporters. Ryan Rashog is in Edmonton today. Danielle Bain is in Winnipeg for us. Claire Hanna, again, doing double duty, covering the Calgary Flames for us in Calgary. And Farhan Lalji wanted me to mention, just because I did with Kenzie, that it is also before 6 a.m. in Vancouver, and he is also a hero for getting up this early. Farhan, let's start with Ryan in Edmonton. So they do their moves. Connor Murphy, Jason Dickinson, Colton Dock. Seems like Stan Bowman might be done. Of course, that could be a smokescreen for us all. Any expectations on this last day?
Yeah, so Oilers fans love it when I come on every year and they're basically done, and I use the phrase nibbling around the edges. I think that's maybe the position that Stan Bowman takes today. I could see them adding a depth forward, maybe somebody with a little truculence. Greer is an interesting name that's out there. They don't have a lot of cap space to play with, James, so I could see them looking to do that. Excuse me. You heard the guys talking earlier about the goaltending situation. I think, look, if Jordan Binnington is out there, you know, Sergei Bobrovsky is out there, I'm sure Stan Bowman does due diligence and makes those calls just to look into those things. Feels to me like they're pretty locked in with what they have. Those are tough deals to make. The Oilers don't have a lot of space. So, you know, the sense I've gotten from Bowman over the last couple of days is that, you know, they're pretty content with where they're at with the goaltending, understanding this is what they're going to have to run with. They haven't been nearly good enough, James. And bigger picture with this team, you know, there's a crisis of statistics and a crisis of style of play. They've given up 50 goals in their last 11 games, and a team that used to be able to hang its hat on really sound defensive play has been a disaster defensively right through the entire lineup. They could trade for Dave Poulin today, and if the rest of the guys don't get back to that commitment to defense, it's not going to matter.
It's Ryan Rashog in Edmonton. The Oilers in 3rd right now in what has been the weakest division in the NHL right now, the Pacific. Let's get to Vancouver and Farhan Lalji. Already been a couple of years worth of trades done. If you go back to December and the big one with Quinn Hughes, Kiefer Sherwood, Tyler Myers, Connor Garland. So they've done what they wanted to do once they fell out of things. You have some prospects there. You have a lot of picks acquired. Is there more work to be done today?
Yeah, I think there is, James. It has been pointed out to me that the Canucks in the calendar year 2026 actually have acquired more second-round picks, 4, than they have wins, 2. So this is definitely a team that is in free fall. They've got a slim 12-point lead over the 31st place in the NHL team for last place in the league. So you know what they're headed for. And you mentioned the trades that have been made right now. And, you know, a couple of weeks ago, we spent a lot of time talking about the pending unrestricted free agents, what was viewed as tap-in putts for Vancouver. Evander Kane, Teddy Bluger, maybe David Kampf. And they haven't been able to move any of those guys quite yet and acquire some assets for them. So I think that's the focus on this day. What they have done in the last couple of days is be able to move some, either an older player like Tyler Myers or a player with term, with Connor Garland, who's got a 6-year, $6 million AAV contract kicking in at the start of the next calendar year on July the 1st. So, you know, when you look at it, there's still some potential work to be done. People have talked about Elias Pettersson and Jake DeBrusk and Brock Besser, players with term that this team probably could move because they're not necessarily going to be in their prime when the team eventually gets back into a contention window in a few years. I'd be surprised if any of those guys got moved today, but they might set the table for potential moves around the draft or around free agency around those players. But those 3 UFAs, keep an eye on those. Vancouver also has plenty of cap space, close to $13 million, so they could potentially take on some bad short-term deals if it means acquiring even more assets.
All right, that's Farhan Lalji in Vancouver. For our second time today, let's check in with Claire Hanna in Calgary, also covering the Flames with us. The 2 big-name defensemen already traded this season, Rasmus Andersson and then Mackenzie Weegar. So Nazem Kadri, we mentioned, right up there on our trade bait board, and I guess he's the name that everybody's watching today.
Yeah, and I would also add Blake Coleman to that list. I think those 2 players are top 5 on the trade bait board, so we'll see if Craig Conroy finds a landing spot for either of those players. But his number 1 priority right now is sticking to the process to make sure that the Calgary Flames are potentially pushing for that playoff position when the Flames move from the Saddle Dome just across the street to the new arena come 2027 and 2028. And he got a couple of, actually 3 second-round draft picks when he traded Mackenzie Weegar yesterday yesterday. You got Olli Mata back in that deal from Utah. But I think right now when you look at the Flames roster areas he wants to round out or add some depth, they're definitely down the center, especially if he does find a landing spot for Nazem Kadri today. And then on the blue line, just rounding that out as well. Now, yes, they add Olli Mata. He's a left shot defenseman, but Mackenzie Weegar was a right shot defenseman. So there's a gaping hole on that side. But I think the big mantra that everybody has to keep in mind is stick to the process for Cade Conroy and make sure they're competitive in a couple of years.
Claire, awesome job on both fronts. We'll check in if the Flames or the Sens do anything on this day. And finally, Danielle Bain. Danielle doing her first trade center with us, does a great job covering the Jets. I was a little saddened, Danielle, by the Logan Stanley trade because I tweeted earlier on this year that my favorite stat in hockey was that Logan Stanley had 1 goal in each of his 5 years, and then he scored 9 this year, and the Jets, every time he scored, reminded me that Logan Stanley is now a sniper, and now he's in Buffalo along with Luke Schenn. Do you expect anything else from the Jets on this day?
Well, James, I know Jets fans everywhere are going to be a little bit sad about the departure of Logan Stanley. But as you mentioned, with him and Luke Schenn gone, those were the 2 biggest expected moves from the Jets already done last night. A pretty decent return for them, as you mentioned off the top of the show. Forward Isak Rosen, defenseman Jacob Bryson, and 2 picks, a 2nd and a 4th. And it's important to note that this Jets team isn't in a playoff spot, and it's pretty unlikely that they'll get there. So they are modified sellers this year. GM Kevin Cheveldayoff does have 6 more pending UFAs to work with. And before last night's trade, the Jets did not have a 2nd or a 4th round pick in the next 2 draft years. So acquiring picks as well as players with term is definitely something he's still going to be looking around. And when they do acquire any personnel, if that's possible for the rest of the day today, they will be looking at players with term, someone who can slide into that top 6 role, a scoring winger, because offense has been really hard to come by for this Jets team so far this season. And then that elusive second line center position that they've struggled to fill over the last few seasons, James.
Danielle, excellent Danielle Bain covering the Winnipeg Jets for us on this day. We're about an hour in to Trade Center, still 6 hours before the deadline of 3 o'clock Eastern Time. We'll be with you until then and beyond. You're not an insider. You're not replacing Bob. I think we made that. The phone doesn't even work. It's a prop. Get over here. Jeff O'Neill will be joining us. You'll see the insiders back there momentarily.
An amateur hour.
Cast of thousands here.
big. This is the Bell trade-in deadline.
Here are how things look hour by hour. We had the 2 overnight trades last year on deadline day, and there were 3 early today. John Carlson from Washington to Anaheim, Stanley and Shen from Winnipeg to Buffalo, Connor Garland from Vancouver to Columbus. There was only 1 trade over the first 4 hours of the broadcast day last year from 8 a.m. through 12, which sounds like I'm asking you to turn us off. Please don't. Maybe this year will be different. Likely not, but, we'll talk about a lot of stuff. Things you always pick up in the afternoon, reaching a peak of 17 deals in the final hour. And remember, stay with us after 3 p.m. because a lot of the time we don't hear about the deals till 3:15, 3:30 because there's usually a backup at the NHL as they get all these deals in right now. Oh, wait a second. I believe we have an arrival. So let's see. Gord, when did you get here, Gord? 8:10,
8:15, I think.
8:15. So 49 minutes after Gord arrived, the man on the same flight, Mike Johnson, has arrived.
Yeah.
We can welcome into studio.
Thank you.
Went
You
home.
should have seen him 45 minutes ago. He didn't look like that.
And went home, took the dog for a walk, had a nap.
What happened in the last 45 minutes?
And well, you're right.
Okay. Very good.
Well, in that case, why don't we all show up at 9 if that's the case?
Now we're on to something.
Gord's already been working. Let's send it over to Gord and the Trade Breakers.
All right. It's very early in the morning in Calgary still, and Darren Dreger, Nazem Kadri is very much in the spotlight, not just in Calgary, but around the league.
Well, I think from Kadri's perspective, he felt like he'd be traded by now. I mean, there was lots of dialogue between the Colorado Avalanche and the Calgary Flames for myriad of reasons. They obviously couldn't get the deal done in a timely fashion for Chris McFarland, so he goes over and picks up Nicholas Roy from the Toronto Maple Leafs. So now the heat is on, right? I mean, the Flames recognize that Nazem Kadri is at a place in his career where if they're going to maximize the return, it's going to be today. That's when they're going to get the most. He's got a 13-team no-trade clause, and until this point, he has been reluctant to consider going anywhere other than the teams that he's willing to go to. And that, of course, would be Colorado, Montreal, go down the list. I think that there's at least now the possibility that he has conversations with some of those teams or a team or two on that 13-team no-trade list. And it's only because this guy wants to play playoff hockey and wants to try and chase that cup.
But sorry to interrupt, Gord. The Flames have to retain on that contract. I'm sorry. Like, I don't know what team in the NHL can take the extra $21 million left on that deal after this year.
It's a lot. Yeah, the term based on his age. Yeah.
Let's circle back for a minute, Pierre, to a deal that was made overnight last night. The Washington Capitals send John Carlson, Stanley Cup winner, to Anaheim for a first and a third. Is this the Capitals saying uncle on the season, or what is this?
No, they're not giving up on the season. In fact, they were in on Connor Garland, weren't able to get it done. Obviously, Garland traded to Columbus, so they'd like to add a piece today, but it's also the Caps being realistic. You may remember a couple of years ago when they did miss the playoffs, they did sell, they did some buying, so they're trying to do a bit of both. Very difficult day for the Caps. I talked to someone there today. Trading John Carlson and Nick Dowd in the same day. Right. Very, very, very difficult. They couldn't reach John Carlson, by the way. The trade happened so late last night, so Carlson did not find out about the fact he got dealt until this morning. I don't think he was completely stunned, because the reality is when they talked about an extension again right after the Olympic break, they decided to shelve talks, and that was a bit of a red flag, I think, for John Carlson in terms of the trade deadline. But this would hit hard. It would hit hard for Alex Ovechkin, by the way, who might be playing in his final year. Right. And I'll just answer your question right now. No, there is zero chance Alex Ovechkin gets traded today.
I was not going to ask that, but you remember when the Caps won the Cup in 2018, Carlson was a free agent. Yeah. And he signed like 12 days after the Stanley Cup parade. Like, he re-signed, and that deal is now expiring. Hard to believe how fast that time has gone by for him. It's kind of an unwritten rule in the game, CJ, that winning the Cup adds some years to your career and adds some value. And that'd be the case for AJ Greer, who's a guy that has some value in Florida. What's the latest on him?
Yeah, I mean, look, Sergei Bobrovsky obviously is the big headliner among the Panthers, UFAs, and guys that they have potentially to sell today. But AJ Greer is a player that a lot of playoff teams like. They saw what he did last year in helping, as an unsung guy in the bottom six for that Panthers team to win their second straight Stanley Cup. He's someone that is going to earn more money on his next deal, probably, as you say, the bona fides, the grit, and the things he brings. And there's a chance he signs that next deal in Florida. The problem is they've taken care of everybody there in terms of the top players on the roster. They may not be able to make that money work. And so, I think at some point he's going to have to decide, is it an extension in Florida, or maybe he's being moved on today by the Panthers.
Okay, something else that's not going to happen today apparently is Colton Parayko getting traded.
Yeah, as we know, he turned down a chance to become a Buffalo Sabre with his full no trade. And my understanding is this morning here, checking in on that he doesn't intend on waiving at all for anyone else either. So all indications are Colton Parayko will stay put with the St. Louis Blues through this deadline, but obviously to be revisited this offseason.
I do look, though, at the St. Louis Blues as being pivotal in the action today. I don't think there's any question. That's not news breaking. I mean, that's the reality of Doug Armstrong's situation, is he tries to create a better foundation for Alex Steen, who takes over as general manager. So if it's not Parayko, who are we looking at? We're looking at Justin Falk. There's some speculation around Jordan Binnington, as we talked about earlier this morning. Robbie Thomas potentially. I mean, that's pie in the sky stuff, but it's still attainable with the hours remaining until the 3 o'clock Eastern deadline. So Braden Shen maybe, right? There seems to be limited interest, but you look at the center market, as we've talked about with Kadri and Trocheck and ROR, go down the list. It gets a little bit more complicated, but we have to focus on the Blues.
And if you're looking for trends, which we always are on this day, trade clauses, right? It's in the middle of everything here, whether you're talking about Kadri, those guys in St. Louis, and obviously Parayko this week.
All right, and no move clauses, which get even trickier.
That's their right.
Yeah, absolutely. James?
All right, thank you, boys. We haven't been able to cross anybody off our trade bait list because of a trade since we went on the air at 8 a.m. Eastern today, but from Pierre's information there, Lindsay and Frankie, I guess we're going to have to cross off Colton Parayko pretty soon. He's not going anywhere. He's number 11 on our list, but still a lot of other defensemen available.
That's right. Thank you, James. It has been a busy week when it comes to defensemen. And to be Captain Obvious for a second, Frankie, a cup contender always wants to add defensive depth. That is particularly true when you are a right-handed defenseman.
Yeah, right-handed defenseman. This is the biggest myth, I think. As a former right-handed defenseman who played in the NHL, everyone talks about how they're not available. No, they're available. You just got to play them. But yes, a plethora of right-handed shot defensemen available. We are going to focus on Justin Falk, who is having some kind of resurgence this season. When you look at the way he moves, if we take a look at his body of work this season, it's been a nice season for Justin Falk. And what you would be getting is a mobile defenseman who can chip in offensively, get involved in the play, very willing to transport the puck himself, and can make plays in the offensive zone, which is going to be advantageous for a team maybe looking to find a little more of a spark of offense from their blue line. Now here's another one. Justin Falk getting down low into the play leads to an assist for him. The thing about Justin Falk is maybe last year wasn't moving as well. This year, moving really well and can be a player that you can trust, someone who can give you a little more offense, someone maybe lower on our trade bait board who's also a right-handed defenseman, Zach Whitecloud. This is a guy that I would describe as someone who will get in the trenches for you, willing to do a little bit of the grunt work. And the thing that is going to make him so advantageous for the Calgary Flames is his cap hit. He's got 2 years left at $2.7 million. Like, that's something that a lot of teams can easily digest. Today, tomorrow, he's a trustworthy player. He's won a Stanley Cup. There's no shortage of options of different types of right-handed defensemen available today, Lindsay.
All right, and Whitecloud, one of 3 Flames on our trade bait boards in addition to Kadri and Coleman. But as you mentioned, those right-handers in high demand. James?
Lindsay, Frankie, thank you. You can't win the Stanley Cup on this day, but you can win maybe the second most prestigious trophy in all of hockey. Jen and Craig have more.
You know, this is a beautiful, handsome trophy. It is our GM of the Day trophy, Craig. Last year it was won by Jim Nill, who wrestled away Mikko Rantanen from the Carolina Hurricanes. Now, we call it the GM of the Day, but it's basically of the season, right? There's like a deadline season now. Who are your candidates for GM of the trade deadline season so far?
Well, and we picked the beginning of the trade deadline season as the Quinn Hughes trade. Okay. And Bill Guerin made that trade. I mean, it was a bold trade. It was a trade where Minnesota wasn't really considered the team that was going to be there. And then Quinn Hughes himself, he goes, I really admire Billy. He had the guts to go and make the trade. And so Billy Guerin right now, he's in position right now to do the rare double-double. It's never been done. Win the gold medal at the Olympics and the Stanley Cup in the same year. This is pretty impressive.
Oh, I thought you meant this award in the same year.
Well, I mean, yeah, well, that would be the triple. Like, that would be a hat trick for Billy Guerin. He's got a few of them in his career, but that would be the best one for him and everything. Then I think you got to look at Bill Armstrong. Bill Armstrong, in so many different ways in Utah. I mean, with the new ownership with Ryan and Ashley Smith, I mean, they've given him everything that he needs to help the team be a contender. And he's made some big trades. He traded for Sergachev a few years back, traded for Peterka. He trades for Uyghur. I think he sees this as a real opportunity. And again, the West is wide open. And Don Waddell. Let's talk about Don Waddell. Don Waddell might have made the biggest key move into this deadline. Rick Bowness. Behind the bench, and really making a significant move behind the bench that has really spurred the team on to where they find themselves now. Trades for Connor Garland late on Thursday night. So Don Waddell, those are our top three right now. I'm not going to mention Craig Conroy. I traded for Craig Conroy at the deadline, and now he's running here for the GM of the year. Who knows?
Well, you know who can't win this award, but might be the GM of the year is Kevin Adams.
Oh, yeah.
What is he thinking right now?
He's thinking that it's bittersweet.
I gotta say. All right, back to you, James.
That's what we should have do is award, if nobody does anything today, award Kevin Adams the GM of the year, and it will be the first and only time ever a guy who was let go ends up winning the award, but deserves credit for what the Buffalo Sabres are doing. But it's Yarmo now, and we'll see what they do here on Trade Center 2026. We continue after this.
Delivering Hudson, score! The one-timer, Lane Hudson, one-time drive, score! Goal, Caulfield, thought about it, Suzuki, waiting, shooting, score! Nick Suzuki!
$3 when you trade in any phone, only at a Bell store.
Where they pushed so hard and they probably deserve.
We are not the only trade deadline show on the Bell Media family today. Our friends at Bar Down, they always do a great live show as well. You can check them out. Bar Down, they're on YouTube all day long. Jesse, Luca, Thomas, Reagan, Eric, live on YouTube right now, just like us, up until the deadline. Bar Down.
Detroit and then Pittsburgh and Columbus.
So it's a dubious milestone that Canadian clubs have reached in the National Hockey League. 31 years without a Stanley Cup. If you count the lockout year, it's been 32 years now. The Oilers are the 8th team to reach a cup final and lose during that time. Since 1994, the Cup has been won by teams representing 13 states, plus the District of Columbia. Championship teams have spanned much of the U.S., East, Midwest, as far south as Sunrise, Florida, all the way west to California. The grand total, 31 Cups for U.S.-based teams and 0 for Canadians. Hurts, especially when you add in the gold medal game to that. All our ESPN viewers are snickering right now.
Not looking good either for the future.
Okay, so what we're going to do here, we always do this every trade deadline, is we ask our panel here to give their top 5 Cup contenders. And then at the end of the day, if things have changed, a lot in common. As a matter of fact, am I reading that everybody has the exact 5 teams?
Makes sense.
Yeah, everybody has. Usually, I feel like most years there's like sort of 9, 10 we can squeeze in there. But there's one team I was really tempted to put on that I may put on by the end of the day. But we got 4 Colorados in first, Dallas, those 3 teams in the Central all making it, and then Tampa and Carolina. This has never happened that all 5 of us have the exact 5 teams. Not really a shocker. MJ, we haven't heard from you yet. What was your rationale for your order?
I think there's a clear delineation between the best teams in the league and the rest. I think the Pacific being so weak with Vegas and Edmonton not being strong at all sort of eliminates them as competition. A lot of the other teams in the East are having great years, Buffalo, Montreal, but they're not proven in the playoffs, Pittsburgh, New York. So you have the 2 division leaders who might have an easier path in the East, and the 3 giants in the Central. I think it makes sense that we would all pick the same.
I wonder if there's anything to the philosophy of the 3 giants in the Central.
Yeah, path of least resistance.
They beat each other up.
That's why if you're a team like Carolina, like just maybe load up and say this could be our year, because other than Tampa Bay, who is really threatening in the East?
Like, well, for the team that I wanted to put on there, I'll just say it now.
It's Buffalo.
It's Buffalo.
Yeah.
Like, they're so close to creeping on there.
Well, there's another example right there.
Out?
If you're Buffalo, why not try to load up and do the best?
You would drop out Minnesota because you would say that it's either Colorado or Dallas, and Minnesota's going to fall off. But if they have a big day today, then you're talking about Minnesota. My philosophy on this was Carolina Hurricanes don't have to go through the Florida Panthers this year.
Right.
They had 3 skaters at the Olympics. Colorado had a bunch of guys at the Olympics. And if you go back to 2014, the last time NHL players went to the Olympics, LA won the cup. They had 6 guys. I have a hard time thinking that you could do it with like 8 or 9. 6 it feels like a lot already. Carolina's going to have 3 guys, 3 skaters.
Carolina's got to win a game in a conference final.
They got a goalie who's never played in a playoff game.
Yeah, that's the thing that concern.
I was thinking let's turn back the clock. Cam Ward comes in, wins a Stanley Cup all those years ago as a rookie.
20 years ago, that's what we know about it. It happens once every 20 years.
Yeah.
It's like, all right, counting on that again is dicey.
It's a lot.
We're going to start going around focusing in on each one of the Canadian teams. We'll start with the Montreal Canadiens, the sole Eastern Canadian team in a playoff position right now, and a really good lineup. And again, the window just opening up for Montreal right now. The injured Patrick Laine, by the way, in the final season of a 4 times $8.7 million contract, and the only impending UFA on the Canadiens roster. Let's check in Anaheim, where the Habs will be playing tonight. And once again, Kenzie Lalonde joining us. So what's on your short and long-term checklist for the Habs to do?
Yeah, so you kind of talked about it there, James. What's in store here for Patrick Laine? Of course, that heavy contract that he has. If there is a way to move him, then that would certainly open up some cap space, some flexibility to make some changes and bring in someone new to this Canadiens roster. We've talked about a right shot defender. But we look at this current Canadiens roster, whoever they bring has to be a significant improvement to the defenders they already have. They can use another right shot defender that would allow Caden Gooley to go to the left side. But then what does that mean for Jaden Struble or Arbor Jackeye? So there is certainly a need there right now. The Canadiens still struggle to defend off the rush or to protect the net at times, and those rebound chances, that's an area they can certainly look to clean up. So adding another steady right shot defender can improve that. We still feel the loss of David Savard at times. So a Savard-like player would be helpful to add to this Canadiens team. But right now, James, even no move may be a good move for the Canadiens because it allows Kent Hughes to keep the cupboard stocked at a time right now where the prices may be quite high for the player. So like I kind of said before, the Canadiens' advantage right now is they have the luxury of time. They don't necessarily need to do anything, but a right shot defender would be helpful for them.
Ed, right from the beginning, they would be really patient in this, and they have been so far. We'll see if that lasts again today. And you're right, the window is just opening, and that window expected to be lengthy for the Montreal Canadiens as far as cup contending. A story on tsn.ca by Paul Paduti of AdjustedHockey.com projects the relatively youthful Canadiens will have a prime time of 4 years to truly contend for the Stanley Cup beginning next season. By comparison, you see the Oilers there, 3-year window lasting through 2028, which of course coincides with the last year that Connor McDavid is under contract. Let's talk some Habs. So as we heard from Kenzie, their management not expected to do anything blockbuster-wise or swing for the fences today, and maybe they're still a year away from being a legitimate cup contender. So where is there room for improvement and, tinkering around the edges for them today?
Yeah, well, for me, Kenzie mentioned it, getting that right shot defenseman so that you can get Gooley onto his left side. I think that's a big one. Anytime you're coming out of your own zone, you're on that strong side. I think in terms of puck movement, just makes it a little bit easier. I think down the middle, that's been something that they've talked about for a while. But one of the areas that I'm really interested in, I heard you talk about it earlier, was the goaltending. Whether or not they're going to make a move. And Kent Hughes, of course, saying he's going to be more patient. You're thinking, it's not going to be a rental piece. But at the end of the day, Montembeault has not been strong this year. So I'm really interested to see that element as well, Carlo.
I don't understand this patient approach. Have they not seen what the Eastern Conference landscape is? I mean, you're not guaranteed to make the playoffs every year. The Montreal Canadiens are in a great position right now to go on a long playoff run. And I think if they do solidify their goaltending, they're 25th in save percentage and 24th in goals against average. Yep. I think you have somebody more solid back there. They've done a great job expanding their scoring depth this year because Slavkovsky has slid down to the second line. Demetov's had a big impact. I think if you can add an impact top six forward to enhance that scoring, that'd be great. Right-hand shot defenseman, I think, is more of a luxury than a necessity right now. But goaltending for me would be the one thing I'd be addressing because
Bob?
Yeah, I mean, why wouldn't you?
Right. It feel like, listen, I think they need to defend better as a team. That's the way they play. That's some of it is the personnel. They score a lot already. But I think what this front office would be thinking is we don't need to rush into something. We have been so patient, so measured, so calculated. Why do we have to expedite things and maybe say it's not on our terms? It's on the league's terms. It's on the landscape of the league's terms. I think they just want to be more calculated.
But patience, I mean, Florida's not in the playoffs this year. Toronto's not in the playoffs.
Opportunity is there.
Like the opportunity is there.
And you think be patient. When would they think, is it next year? Well, next year is 2 months away. I mean, like, why not? Expediting it by 2 months is not that big of an ask. The question for goaltending is, you can't go get a guy with term because I think they believe they have a goalie in Jacob Fowler who will be their goalie of the future. So you don't want to go get a guy with 2 or 3 years at $6 or $7 million because you have the guy that you think is going to be that for you starting next year. But yeah, I mean, a defense would be nice, but I think another scoring forward. But they have so many prospects. Not every prospect pans out. Not every prospect can even play for your team if you plan on being good all the time. So I would be inclined to be proactive this year as well and look for an impact player, even if it's going to get a second-line center. Robert Thomas, whoever. Take a swing at that guy. You can afford him. Line is coming off the books. I would be inclined to be not reckless, but aggressive.
Very aggressive.
Yeah, because these windows are precarious, right?
Yes.
Your window opens, and maybe you get a couple of injuries that year, and you could get another juggernaut. Florida could reload and be right back next year.
I think the cautionary tale, though, is when Toronto went and got John Tavares all those years ago, and it was like, hey, we're patient, we're going to have a long road here, and it's like, wait a second, we got to win right now. I think maybe that's what they would probably look at and say, we don't want to move the goalpost too much. We still want to have that.
I think the difference, though, is that they had Kadri and Matthews 1-2. They got Tavares as a 3.
Yeah.
They got Oliver Kapanen, who's been really good as a rookie. They don't have another centerman.
I'm going to put you on the spot.
Maybe.
I want a one-word answer. Which team more likely to end Canada's Cup drought, Montreal or Edmonton?
Montreal.
I'm going Edmonton here.
Montreal.
Ooh, 3 out of 4.
And that's not just because we're on like a Montreal talking panel right now. It's just
we're on national, so everyone in Edmonton's watching.
I know we're talking about Montreal, but just like their future looks so bright and glowing, and it feels like the possibilities are endless. Whereas we have seen Edmonton get to that point and falter, and they're not as good of a team
And I said
anymore.
Edmonton because I think it's within the next 2 years. It has to be.
This is why you could take a measured approach and be a little more aggressive right now to look at someone like Thomas, because you do have the belief in this group that made the playoffs last year, making the playoffs this year as of right now, and there's depth there. There is depth
Frankie,
there.
I'll tell you what you do. We'll do the Edmonton panel later. I'll ask the same question. You can say Edmonton.
That's right.
And you got your base.
That's how you pander right there.
And you got your bases covered. Don't forget, for everyone in the Habs region, you can watch them tonight as they will take on the Ducks from Anaheim, 9 o'clock Eastern time. All right, let's check in with Brian Hayes.
All right, thank you, James. And here with our good friend Emily Kaplan of ESPN. And Emily, we're going to talk about some of the new kids on the block this year. A lot of turnover in the league in terms of the playoff situation. Maple Leafs out, Florida out, Winnipeg out, St. Louis out, just to name a few in the East and the West, which means new kids on the block, new blood, and potentially some GMs that want to be very active and take advantage of this new situation that they're currently dealing with. So do you have a team in mind that you're watching today in terms of these new kids on the block that are going to be in the playoffs for the first time in a long time that you think could and should be active?
Well, the one team I want to see not be a fraud like you, Hayes, is the Detroit Red Wings that I'm keeping an eye on. Sorry, we had to sneak it in early. It's trade deadline day. Look, I think there's so many teams that are saying, why not us this year? And the Red Wings should absolutely insert that into the mix. Last year, their players felt like they earned that opportunity at the trade deadline, and they were disappointed they didn't get reinforcements. And you saw their captain, Dylan Larkin, admit that quite bluntly in his press conference after the season. This year, they've arguably earned it even more. They have the goaltending, they have the assets. It's all just a matter of whether Steve Yzerman is willing to give up one of his draft children. And with due respect to David Perron and everything he's going to bring to that locker room, he's just not going to cut it as the big reinforcement here. So I know Stevie Y has been making his calls. It's just all a matter of whether he's willing to pull the trigger, because the East is wide open right now, especially with the Florida Panthers out. There's no reason it shouldn't be the Red Wings to get their first playoff game at Little Caesars Arena.
Absolutely, and they're chasing that top seed even in the division, and they're not alone. Buffalo's a new kid on the block. They've already been active. I would expect that to continue. But I would look at West, and I think Anaheim has put their name on the map, right, with the John Carlson deal in particular. But how much more active could they get? They hit a grand slam in that Cutter Gauthier deal. Leo Carlson is a burgeoning superstar. They have Dostal, who has not been great statistically this year, but I think he's got the capability of getting hot when he needs to. What else could Pat Verbeek do? He's hired Joel Quenneville. He has Cup pedigree. Again, they're chasing that top seed. Vegas, Edmonton, they've been long-standing players in the Pacific, but they both have flaws. I think Anaheim is a team to watch today. Could they become even more active and think, we're new here, but we can make some noise? James?
All right, thank you. We're going to take another break here on Trade Center. No deals yet since we came on the air at 8 o'clock Eastern time. The quiz is forthcoming. We may get some voting. It is Oscar time on who did the best performance, if best is a word we use loosely.
First Trade Center without Bobby Mack. It's going to be strange.
So long, prima donna.
Finally. Guy's been stealing my for 20 years.
Oh, dear God, no.
It's over. We're finished.
We're going to be okay. We're going to be okay. We're going to be okay.
You got to get me off this show. I'm not Bob. GMs don't take my calls.
What happens if he's home?
It's March. He's on his yacht in Monaco.
Isn't it the Palace in Dubai?
Close.
It is a staple of our broadcasts here on TSN and a staple of Trade Center. We present the quiz. Which is the better 71 this season? Blossoming superstar Macklin Celebrini, who wears, of course, number 71 for San Jose, or 71-year-old replacement head coach Rick Bowness, leading Columbus to a 14-2-1 record and serious playoff contention. Craig Button, you may begin.
Well, I want to pick them both, but
Craig, that's why you're not on the quiz regularly. Make a choice.
That's how we're going right away.
I'm going Macklin Celebrini.
Okay.
You know, I was in San Jose on Tuesday night. He had 4 points. We watched what he did at the Olympics. I mean, I was calling him a lowercase Sidney Crosby. He is uppercase Sidney Crosby. He's no longer lowercase. He is that category of player.
I'm going Rick Bowness. I just know that this guy sat back and watched some hockey, and he was like, God, I wish I was behind that bench. I have no idea why he would have those feelings, James, because he should be enjoying himself down in South Florida. But this guy loves the game, and you could see the passion with his meetings with the team, and he's re-energized that group. I love that Rick Bowness is having some success in Columbus, and I'm glad he's back in the game.
19-year-old with 87 points this year for me, and it's Macklin Celebrini. And I can honestly say, even watching him riding shotgun on that top line alongside McDavid, he was never more than a few feet away from him. And that's because of his IQ. Yes, sorry, O. And so because of his IQ, and he didn't get in the way with the best player in the world. And that is just phenomenal. It's a maturity defensively. So I'm going with 71.
It's got to be Bones, no? Celebrini was supposed to be great. Rick Bowness is supposed to be retired. I mean, let's be honest here. And somehow he turned his entire roster of Columbus Blue Jackets into Celebrini-like players. They can't stop scoring since he's taken over. So Rick Bowness all the way, because Macklin, as great as he's been, he's supposed to be this good.
Everybody loves Rick Bowness. When I was a cub reporter in Ottawa, he got fired by the Sens. I had to show up on his driveway to interview him. He was with his kids. I felt awful. I've apologized to him to this day. I've cheered for Rick Bowness ever since that day and doing it again in Columbus. Belief or make believe? Fresh from gold medal performances by the men's and women's teams at the Olympics, USA is, for the first time ever, the #1 hockey nation in the world. Belief or make believe?
Belief, and if there was a big-time belief, I would go with that option, Jimmy. Just from what I've seen at the World Junior Tournament the last couple of years, the program that they put together there, and how deep and how good USA was at the Olympics. Like, they're the real deal. Men's and women's program, it's really big deal belief.
Feels like you're sucking up to the ESPN viewers right now. Just that's what it feels like to me. Cheryl?
And the Quizmaster.
Belief for me as well, as difficult it can be to say having worn the national team jersey. But you look at the women's team. Yes, they had an outstanding game, could have won, but did not. Did not win the world championship. Did not win at the U18 level. And then you look at the men's team. You can say, oh, they outplayed the United States. But the reality of it is they missed opportunity and only one team wins. And it was the United States. You look at the World Junior Championship as well. It's not about process. It's about wins and gold medals, and the United States is winning in that department.
I'm not going to say it's not about process when it's a one-off. And you can't talk about the World Juniors with taking the 8 NHLers that could have been on Team Canada, where they would have waxed everyone if the best Canadian players were playing for Canada. And the fact of the matter is, yes, the American men and the Canadian men are virtually deadlocked, so we're going to just give it to whoever wins the last tournament, I suppose. But in the last game, yes, Canada lost, but Canada was significantly the better team. So I'm not going to just hand over the crown just yet. They're at best a tie, and probably Canada just fractionally ahead.
But the women's program takes it over the edge.
Yes, women's is something else entirely.
If winning matters, it's belief. Because Canada only holds 1 gold medal in international competition right now. That's the U18 men's. Not U18 women's, not World Junior, not men's or women's world champions or Olympics. Winning matters. Right. And the U.S. holds a lot of those championships. So while we all can understand what happens and everything, I mean, Canada's really good. Winning matters. Belief.
This final question is not going to make sense to anybody who wasn't with us at 8 o'clock a.m. Eastern to see our opening for the show. You can find it online, and we'll probably show it again a little bit later on. But Bob McKenzie, if he receives the Best Actor Oscar for his performance in the Trade Center opening tease, which insider deserves Best Supporting Actor honors? Darren Dreger, there's Pierre LeBrun in The Wine, Chris Johnson, Darren Dreger. You have a choice of Dregs, CJ, or Pierre. Cheryl.
Dregs, I'm going to read it. His comments, I'm not Bob, GMs don't take my calls.
Yeah.
That's
quite
that comment right there.
Quite an admission.
Gave him the winner for me.
MJ?
I mean, it's LeBron. He's a method actor. Did you see him in the wine cellar?
Yeah.
Like, he was right in character. It was very believable that he would try to steal a bottle of wine while trying to do his job.
That was the only believable part of that entire ridiculous thing. Craig.
Bob wasn't acting either. That's how he lives his life. Who are we kidding here? Supporting actor. I'm going CJ. CJ's got a new baby there. Yeah. He's trying to do everything he can. So I'm going love for CJ.
You literally needed a nap in that moment.
I thought I should have been an option, but I'm going to go with Pierre. I think Pierre staying true to character and just digging around that wine cellar like he would on a normal day. That was just real life stuff. There was no acting involved.
Not that anyone will do this, but if you actually watch it over and over again, there's little nuances in Pierre's performance. Like when we're panicking in the boardroom at the beginning, he's tearing up the pictures he just signed. I thought we have to give it someone. I'll cast the deciding vote. Ladies and gentlemen, your best supporting actor award, Pierre LeBrun. Please, no long convoluted speech.
He's got to do the eyeball.
But there you go. Do the eyeball look for us one more time. Look at that. What a moment. Wow. What a moment. Please do not give a speech. Do not give a speech. We're an hour and 42 minutes here into Trade Center 2026. As expected, no action so far, but we'll roll along and likely get some deals happening maybe the 11 o'clock hour, maybe noon here on Trade Center.
Quiz on TSN is presented by Harvey's. Harvey's Pickle Poutine is back. Fries, cheese, gravy, and plenty of pickles in every bite. Harvey's, it's a beautiful thing.
value of $500 when you trade in any phone, only at a Bell store.
Trade Center is brought to you in part by Harvey's. Harvey's Pickle Poutine is back, and for a limited time, get deep fried pickles for only $3. Harvey's, it's a beautiful thing. And by Golftown, trade-in days are back. Upgrade your game with a 50% trade-in bonus on select 2026 clubs. Visit golftown.com to learn more.
Approaching 2 hours into Trade Center 2026, the first official trades over the past 4 years have ranged from as early as 9:10 a.m. in 2023 to 11:18 a.m. in 2025 last year. But there's an asterisk to last year's day opening deal that sent Anthony Beauvillier to Washington. Well before that trade, word had leaked that Dylan Cousins was headed to Ottawa from Buffalo, but that deal wasn't officially announced until past noon. All right, speaking of those Ottawa Senators, we'll turn our focus there now. They made a couple of deals yesterday, one player in, one player out. Warren Foegele was added from the Los Angeles Kings. Guy who had a great season last year, a bit of a slower year this year. And David Perron, the longtime veteran and journeyman, goes to the Detroit Red Wings. He's been hurt, of course, for a while now. Foegele just 7 goals in 47 games this year. He scored 24, as I mentioned, in what was a really good 24-25 campaign for L.A. Claire Hanna covering the Senators for us after their victory last night in Calgary that moved them within 4 points of a playoff spot. So one guy in, one guy out in Foegele and Perron. Do you expect anything else from Steve Staios today?
Yeah, as I mentioned before, James, I think that the Senators are always looking for this right shot defenseman, because when you look at who they've got in that position right now, Artem Zub is your number one right shot defenseman. Nick Jensen has been a great fit with Thomas Chabot. That beyond that, Jordan Spence has really found his game with the Ottawa Senators, but he's still relatively young. And then you've got Nicholas Matinpalo. And I think there's just some questions with Nick Jensen. He had that hip surgery in the offseason, and he has come back and looked really good, but his longevity, is it going to be there? He becomes a UFA this summer. I think that that's an area that they could bolster some depth with regards to, but then also some scoring threats. That's always something I think Steve Staios is on the hunt for. Last year, remember when Fabian Zetterlund was added to at the trade deadline, like at the very last second possible? They were hoping that he could add a scoring threat. He's been okay this season, but I think that's something that Steve Staios is always going to be looking for. I want to go back to Warren Foegele for just a second, though, because he is going to fit into this lineup really well on that third line alongside Shane Pinto and Michael Amadio. David Perron was typically that left winger there, and that line was really great, but David Perron wasn't having the best season. So I think Warren Foegele there is going to add a lot of speed, and he could complement that line really well. But the last area I'll mention is goaltending. Now, Linus Ullmark, he is their number one goaltender. They had to go out and get James Reimer this year to be a solid backup with Levi Marilainen struggling a little bit. Beyond this year, though, who will be that backup to Linus Ullmark? I think that's a big question. So that could be a piece that maybe Steve Staios doesn't add today, but I think he's going to put some at least feelers out there, and that's something we could see him targeting in the summer.
That is Claire Hanna in Calgary covering the Ottawa Senators for us on this day. And yes, look, if you look at the roster, in fact, they're 4 points out, but I think because of the roster they have in the schedule, if you look at hockeystats.com, they now have the Sens' chances of making the postseason at 54%, which is something to be over 50-50 when you're still 4 points out of a playoff spot, but maybe a bit of a testament to the way they're playing and the fact that Ullmark, Jamie, you were there last night, is starting to maybe turn things around?
I think he is, but I was telling guys off the air that the standings don't match the team.
No.
I think the team...
They haven't all year.
I know, and goaltending has struggled for that consistency. When Linus Ullmark is available to the team, he gives them that stability. And keep in mind, with their template, the way that they play, they give up 20 shots or less. It's 8, 9 high-quality chances a night. Yes, I was in Calgary last night, and Calgary had a couple good chances. Ullmark made the saves at the right time. So if he's healthy and feeling good about his game, they are stable. And to me, that team, again, should be a lot higher in the standings if they just had league average goaltending.
This is why they're always a threat to make it. Because they had one singular position that was costing them over and over and over. And if that position got fixed, Ullmark gets in a good spot and plays well, then they have a great chance to go on a run. The right shot defenseman is an obvious glaring hole on their roster. But I think what Steve Staios is looking for is not a rental,
Yeah.
Not a guy for this year. A guy that would have term that could be with Zub as a second pair guy. Weegar would have been the perfect guy, and I would have traded whatever the equivalent was that they got from Utah for him if I was Ottawa, if he would have come there. And you and I both circled the exact same name, Zach Whitecloud.
Whitecloud.
You talked about his... Well, I appreciate the applause. Thank you. That's very nice of you. But having Whitecloud, good contract, a steady Eddie guy that can play with one of those puck-moving rusher, lefter, Shabbat and Sanderson, those guys make a lot of sense for them.
And it's a little more beef, like on the right side of their decor. No, like it's Zub, Jensen, Spence, right? Like if you get a little more muscle, a little more beef there, like it serves you well. I think the crazy thing about the Sens right now is you look at all the different metrics defensively. You know, expected goals, inner slot shots, rush chances, cycle chances. It's like first, second, third in the NHL. Those are the numbers of a team that is like first place in the division. And they're a better offensive team than they were last year. So it does make sense that the numbers would say, you know, it's favorable for the Senators to make the playoffs. You just can't take for granted how good they play defensively. It is hard to do that every single night, but Travis Green has that group dialed in.
Well, and they are a big difference from a few years ago, right, from that defensive structure and shot suppression. But what do they have that, say, the Toronto Maple Leafs don't have in the Winnipeg Jets? They've got speed. They've got a ton of team speed, and they've got that depth down the middle. So I think Steve Staios has to be, you know, careful and calculated right now. You don't want to be giving up sort of a center piece. Look what Dylan Cousins is doing right now on a real heater. This is a roster from top to bottom. Outside of, tweaking here and there. I like the Fogle addition, you know, because it lends to that team speed. You know, can he put up numbers, continue to, like he did in his career year last season, not this season. So for me, you know, I don't necessarily want to see them touching someone like a Ridley Gregg, guy that can get under your, exactly, because they've got the bones,
if you get a better
they've got
player,
the
sure
structure.
you would. Right. Absolutely.
So
Ridley Gregg on that team is valuable, but I mean, if you're going to get a top 6 scoring winger that they tried to get with Zetterlund, if they're going to get one that doesn't miss, it costs you Ridley Gregg, you make that deal.
Because of everything you guys just said, though, and all the metrics, don't you feel like, and the way the East is, that if they were to somehow get that second or first wild card, they might be the most dangerous second wild card in a long time?
Again, you need stability in net. It depends on Linus Ullmark if he's playing well and feeling good about his game. But, you know, if you look at this deadline, Steve Staios has a young core. You need to continue to add to this group. We talked about a right shot defenseman. You know, I'd like a 27-year-old Nick Jensen, but it's not. He's 35, right? Like, that's what you're doing. You're looking to add to this group. And even if they don't make the playoffs, I still think they need to make a splash and continue. I like the Fogle move because with term, you're looking at not only the rest of this season, but into next season, and you've built that framework around that young core.
Again, just 4 points back of Boston now for that second wild card position in the Eastern Conference. And Sens hockey on TSN continues here in the Sens region. Our next broadcast comes your way Saturday night. It's the Ducks. That's Saturday, March 14th, so a week from Saturday, 1 p.m. Eastern and 2 p.m. Atlantic, the Sens and the Ducks. When we return, we'll talk about the Toronto Maple Leafs, sellers for the first time in a decade here as Trade Center rolls on.
Cowan moving in, trying to pull it back. Tavares scores! Easton Cowan sets up Tavares. Kicks it free for Riley. Drops it back to Nylander. Pulls it around Nylander. Back and just scores! Pass Matthews. He's in. He
picks, players, and prospects.
They're really high asking price.
Stress their need of down the middle.
We'll find out whether the action picks up. They got good players. I like them both. It's not at a point yet where it is right at the finish line.
Welcome to Hour 3 of Trade Center here on TSN and ESPN2 and ESPN Plus in the United States, or maybe Hour 1 for you if you are just getting up on the West Coast. Nothing has happened this morning, but stuff did happen overnight. Washington sent John Carlson to Anaheim. The Winnipeg Jets sent a couple of defensemen, Logan Stanley and Luke Schenn, to the Buffalo Sabres, and Connor Garland is now a Columbus Blue Jacket going over from Vancouver. So that is what happened last night. We're still waiting for our first official deal of today here on Trade Center. To tell you exactly what's going on, let's send it over to Gordon Miller and the Trade Breakers.
All right, James. So let's start with you, CJ. I'm going to ask you a hypothetical question.
Oh, great.
Oh, no.
A 22-year-old right-shot defenseman who was picked second overall in his draft year has 9 goals on the year. Would seemingly not be a player you would want to trade. But would New Jersey consider doing Simone Nemeth?
Well, they absolutely would. And it's not necessarily a case of wanting to trade him. I think it's being willing to trade him in this case. And let's look at the dynamics here. He is a restricted free agent. Those 9 goals he scored that you mentioned, all at even strength. They have a lot of money already committed elsewhere on their blue line. And so, I think that this is getting ahead of what could be a summer discussion if there's something that makes sense. What needs to make sense is a top 6 forward, a young player, a difference maker, something that if you're moving off of that kind of piece, you can live with it years down the road. And so, what's interesting about that to me is it brings different teams into play on a day like this. That's not just the contenders looking at that. It's the teams that are looking to rebuild or retooling themselves. And so, it's an intriguing name out there. The Devils have put a lot of their D out there, too, I should mention as well.
All right. Let's continue on with players who might move today. And Ryan O'Reilly is an interesting one in Nashville because he doesn't officially have trade protection, right?
He doesn't. When he signed in Nashville a number of years ago, there was a verbal commitment from Barry Trotz to Ryan O'Reilly that if the day ever came where we might move you, you would be part of this conversation and you'd be fully aware of what's going on. So, and I do believe that conversation has happened this week where some of the teams were laid out to Ryan O'Reilly. He understands what's at play here. I don't think Ryan O'Reilly really wants to go anywhere. I think he loves it in Nashville, wants to be part of this retool, rebuild. But the Predators also have to do what's best for the franchise. And my understanding is this. The asking price is very high. And it's even higher now after Nicholas Roy went to Colorado for that price from Toronto yesterday. So the price originally on O'Reilly, they're telling teams the first-round pick and a top prospect. I think now it's a plus in there, too.
They're not out of it either, right?
So that's why I think the Predators are sitting back and saying, okay, if you're the Minnesota Wild or whatever other team, if you want Ryan O'Reilly, step up for real, because we're not just trading this guy. He means a lot to us.
All right, Winnipeg Jets made a move last night. They traded Logan Stanley and Luke Schenn to Buffalo. Are they done? What are they up to?
No, they're not done, but primarily they're looking at their pending unrestricted free agents, excluding Jonathan Toews. So anybody thinking that's a possibility, that's not. Cole Koepke is another one that shouldn't be speculated on. So what we're looking at is Gus Nyquist, who got his first of the year recently. Could he potentially be in play? Yes, of course. Tanner Pearson, Ville Heinola, those are the pieces that Kevin Cheveldayoff, for the most part, is taking calls on. But again, when you look at the flood of players in play today, I think that Winnipeg appreciates that they may have to wait a little bit, see how the day develops.
James?
All right, thank you, gentlemen. If you missed it earlier, not only are Lindsay Hamilton and Frankie Corrado running down our trade bait list throughout the day, they also hit stunning tee shots on our Golf Town simulator early on in the morning. Lindsay in high heels. Here's our trade bait.
Thank you. I mean, Frankie's golf shot was far more stunning than mine, but I'll take a compliment around golf anytime, Zethy. All right, we already talked about the defenseman. Let's shift our attention now to the centers, Frankie. Case in point, Robert Thomas. So we've heard his name linked to teams like Utah and the Red Wings, but in your opinion, what franchise could he make a good fit for?
Any franchise that needs a right shot centerman, because if you think of it, like if you all only have left shot centermen, now defensemen are looking up the ice on the left side of the ice, and now they're looking at backhands. So if I'm a right shot defenseman on a team, I want to see I want to see a left shot as my forehand. Robert Thomas is such a good playmaker, and puck distribution is the name of the game for him. Can challenge you at times one-on-one, but always looking to make that extra play, and has had so much success doing so this season and in his career. Now, I think about this, and I see a 26-year-old centerman whose now name has been dangled so much in the media as far as being traded. At some point, doesn't this move have to happen? Like, it feels like it's at the point of no return. How does the team go to him and say, hey, listen, we really love you now. You have to be a part of this solution. So we'll keep an eye on Robert Thomas. But we go to our number one name is Vincent Trocheck, and we haven't talked about him yet. He brings a lot to a team.
Of course. I mean, obviously atop the board, and he was held out of the game yesterday against the Leafs. So when you're looking at someone like him, what is the thing that jumps off the page?
So another right shot center and reliability, competitive streak. That is what Vincent Trocheck does so well. And I find this fascinating from the New York Rangers point of view. Like, they're clearly not a team going anywhere anytime soon. But it's not like they have a ton of names on our trade bait board. Vincent Trocheck is a massive one. So, for him moving forward, they will continue to find ways to see if there's a better fit for him somewhere else, but no doubt a player that is very competitive and has a little bit of an edge to his game. We saw why Team USA really valued having him there.
Absolutely. A gold medalist, face-off percentage of 57.2%. We will see where he possibly ends up. James, back to you.
Thank you. We continue to tour around Canada. We've had stops in Ottawa and Montreal. It's time to discuss the Toronto Maple Leafs, and they have a general manager who seems to be always busy on trade deadline day. In fact, Brad Treliving, a class all of his own on this day, making at least one deal 11 straight years as GM of Calgary and Toronto. Last year, he made 4 trades, including swaps for defenseman Brandon Carlo and center Scott Lawton. Treliving gave up promising 21-year-old center Fraser Minton, of course, in the Carlo deal, along with a first-round draft pick. But it's a little bit different this year because he's going the other way and in pure sell mode. Let's have a look at the Leafs roster as it stands right now. Now, Treliving received a conditional first-round pick in 27 or 28, plus a conditional fifth-round pick in 26 for third-line center Nick Roy, as he traded them to the Avs yesterday. The Leafs held defenseman Oliver Ekman-Larsson, forwards Bobby McMahon and Scott Lawton out of the lineup Thursday against the Rangers because of the expectation of possible trades. Mark Masters has this morning gone from New York to Toronto. We checked in with him at the airport. Now he's outside the Leafs practice facility. Nobody's spent more time covering he's inside. We've got him inside the Leafs practice facility. There's Mark. All right, so first time in the Matthews era that they're likely not going to be in the playoffs, and they're in this sort of situation. What is the vibe like around this team? They didn't have a lot of life last night in New York. It's got to be odd.
Yeah, it's strange. It's been a decade since we've seen a deadline like this in Toronto. And actually, 10 years ago when they were selling, it was actually a good news day on the deadline because William Nylander was getting called up and about to make his NHL debut. And I was reflecting on that this week because Nylander was asked about how he's processing everything. And he said, it's hard to understand what's happened and how this is played. Joseph Woll last night, a little emotional, saying, it sucks. I hate this being in sell mode, but this is the reality of a season that has gone sideways. We expect general manager Brad Treliving, who's working somewhere here in behind me, to be doing a lot of selling today. And there's 3 names, of course, that are top of mind, 3 guys who have been held out of the last 2 games for roster management. And a quick thought on those 3 guys. Scott Lawton acquired on the deadline day last year. He's from Oakville, Ontario, living out a childhood dream, playing for the Leafs. A beloved teammate, rookie Easton Cowan's been mentored by him, said, I've only known him for a short time, but I wouldn't be the person I am today without knowing him. Then there's Bobby McMahon, undrafted, went to the ECHL, AHL, worked his way into being a 20-goal scorer in the NHL. I asked him, what's it mean to be a Maple Leaf? He says, it's hard to put into words. And then there's defenseman Oliver Ekman-Larsson in year 2 of a 4-year deal with the Leafs, has a baby on the way, says there's a lot on his mind, a lot on his wife's mind right now. He doesn't want to go anywhere. So anxious hours ahead for those 3 guys and really everyone on this Leafs team, James, as we wait to see just how much selling Brad Treliving does today.
Mark Masters at the Leafs practice facility in Toronto. We appreciate that. We brought Brian Hayes, who, if you watch Overdrive, he has a few opinions on the Toronto Maple Leafs. He joins us to talk the Leafs. Look, they've now lost 6 or winless in 6 since coming out of the Olympic break. And I believe it's 2 regulation wins in the last 19 games. And most of these games was before they'd really thrown in the towel on this thing. What or who's been the biggest disappointment for you in this collapse?
I got to look at the best players. You know, you mentioned losing. Obviously, you're going to get out of that with your best players dragging you out of it. And you look at Austin Matthews, who's the second highest paid player in the league. He hasn't scored a goal in 10 games. He has not scored in 10 games. He's got 1 goal in his last 14. He doesn't have a multi-goal game in 22 games. So you can yell and scream about what Calle Jarnkrok's going to do on a nightly basis, or Steven Lorentz, or where's Max Domi going to play. And there's a lot of fundamental issues with this team. They cannot move the puck. They're slow. Their goaltending has not been great this season.
Can't defend.
The coaching. I mean, I could go on and on and on. But I think you got to look at your best players to keep some pride in your group down the stretch here. Matthews hasn't been great. Nylander hasn't been great. Morgan Riley's the longest standing Leaf. He's playing the worst of his career. So I would look at the top in terms of trying to keep this thing coherent down the stretch. But those guys aren't playing well right now.
I mean, you can't argue with that. I mean, that's the fact. But if you look at this entire season, the way that they have played their defensive core and their defensive system has let them down.
Yeah.
Their inability to stop the rush, protect the slot, move the puck out of their own end. The staple things that you need to do as a defensive group, and some of that's on the forwards, and yes, the goalies could have been better, but I just think they thought that this group of 6 defensemen returning from last year, now Tanev was hurt most of the year, was going to be so much better. And they're not. And I don't know, under this system, if they're going to get better. So either you have to change the system or you have to change some of the players, because you're going to get similar results next year as this older group continues to age.
When you say change the system, you're saying change the coach?
Coaches can change the system. I mean, a coach doesn't have to play the same system. Craig Berube's a smart guy. He can play a different system. He likes the system he's playing.
Are they even going to listen, though, if he wants to change right now? I mean, in reality, if he's not, it's too late to change it now.
It's just interesting to me.
Like, if you're going to do that, that was months ago.
Because it's glaring in terms of the trends, and you alluded to it defensively, right? Whether they're last in the league in defending the rush, last in the league defending the cycle, the slot shots. You can go on and on about that. But to me, it also comes down to an aging core, a lot of the same style of players, and the lack of team speed. Right? I don't think in the offensive zone they can track back to be able to apply pressure so your D can stand up. Now you're in zone. Now they can't close. They do a lot of running around in their own zone because I don't think they can get there. And which then you're not connected, exiting your zone with any type of speed so that you can't play off the rush like you want to. So I think it's a cycle, but there's a ton of gaps. But to me, you know, the big players, that piece is playing very similarly, not improving. And then, of course, the team speed and the lack thereof.
They're terrible right now. Like, there's no other way around it. And I understand they want to move pieces out. They're going to miss the playoffs. This isn't their year. But what I find alarming is when Craig Berube says to Mark Masters, at this time of the year, it's difficult. We're going to really lean on our vets to go out there and lead the way and do this and do that. And then they skate out on the ice at MSG and they play like that. Like, that was a pathetic performance. And you just wonder what's going behind the scenes. And they're going to move out some guys, but do they need to look big picture and do something bigger where it's like, I don't know. They need some serious change there because they are, like me and Johnny were talking earlier, they're one of the worst teams in the league. You could pick a few other ones, but the way they're playing right now, they're easily one or two worst teams.
You won't want to hear this, but I am somewhat sympathetic to a team that's been great for 10 years, having not feeling great about being bad. You know, like their energy, their focus, their maybe commitment to the game is lacking. But they've never experienced this before. I am like, I sort of get that it's sort of come off the rails.
Johnny, that's kind of new school thinking, man. You can't go out there and play with a little bit of pride, like.
Well, they're playing like they want. They go into the game wanting to care. But I just think the energy perhaps is not exactly where it needs to be, given some of the losses they've taken. Craig, I've been on some bad teams. It goes bad, and it sort of stays bad.
Let's just bring in Craig, who's waiting patiently over there. Can they do this retool? Does it have to be a rebuild? What do you think has to happen over today and this summer?
Well, today, I mean, you look at the free agents. You got to get some prospects or draft picks for the free agents. That's the immediacy of this. You know, it's interesting. You know, you have this great player in Austin Matthews, really talented player in William Nylander. I don't think they're the ones that constructed this team, but yet we're going to blame them. You know, Mitch Marner's no longer here. That's a huge loss. It starts with the manager. The manager put this team together. You're just talking about can't defend, has no speed, is aging, but that's Austin Matthews' fault? Like, come on. At some point in time, let's put responsibility where responsibility belongs, on the manager. He's constructed the team, and it's no good.
Well, I think it can be a combination of all of these parties, right? Like, obviously, the manager has to take a lot of heat. Let's be clear here. The fan base, what makes a day like this very anxious, and the final 18, 19 games, is Boston has their first-round pick, and it's top 5 protected. Philly's got their pick the year after that. That doesn't come up a lot, but the Scott Laughton deal is still hanging over this organization. So, yes, the manager's got to take heat. The coach has got to take heat. My point with Matthews is, and I understand what you're saying, too. He's never been in this spot. And William Nylander, never been in this spot. The market is different today. There's a different mood today in Toronto than they've ever experienced at this juncture. They've been in it in April and May. They've felt that. They have not felt this in March. But you're 28, 29 years old, right? You're the captain. You're highest paid players in the league. It's going to completely fall apart. You can't be a joke down the stretch.
Right.
Brad Treliving can't play.
They're not good, but they can be better than they've been.
They've got to be better, exactly. Both are, I think, true here.
If there's something wrong with yourself, shut yourself down for the rest of the season.
Yeah, and if you're hurt,
it's pointless.
Then you probably should shut it down. But if you're Treliving today, like 4 trades minimum.
Yep.
Minimum.
Yeah.
Like the unrestricted free agent guys, you get something for Stetcher, maybe Yarncrook, whatever. But also an indication that you recognize that you can't just sort of tinker around the edges. Like you have to change the way that you are approaching building this team for next year. Speed, such a massive factor of what they got to do. And so by just trading in the UFA guys, maybe it's Brandon Carlo. Like they got to do a bit more than just.
But I'm confused about the whole retool thing, because if you trade for all these draft picks, are you then using those draft picks in the summer to try to flip for players? That's what your idea of a retool is?
I mean, if you got.
So you're going to finally get first round picks and then trade them again?
I don't like that idea at all. They have to start getting prospects in this organization.
For sure.
They have to.
So instead of taking a first or second rounder, you take a former first or second rounder.
I would take picks. I would take prospects, and I'm not trying to flip them for Robert Thomas in the summer. Is my point. Like that they are not Robert Thomas away.
But that's what I'm saying. That is, then you're committing to the fact that they're not going to be good for.
That's fine.
So if you're not going to be good for the rest of Austin Matthews' contract, then he's gone.
No, he doesn't have to be. He's the captain of the team. And you can't be prisoner to Austin Matthews in his contract.
But I'm saying
you got to build the team in the best possible.
You're being a prisoner to the value that he has as a player.
Yeah.
So if you're committing to a path that's not going to be competitive for a Stanley Cup, and you have 2 more years of Austin Matthews.
How many has he won through 9 years?
But I'm saying then you have to trade him.
No, you don't have to trade him.
You're going to play him on a mediocre team until he walks away in 2 years?
You can contemplate trading him. You can contemplate trading him, or you can go to him and say, hey, listen, this might take a few years. You're the captain of the Maple Leafs. Do you have to go? Sid didn't leave. Ovechkin didn't leave. A lot of players don't just leave their team.
Wait and then extend them next year?
Possibly, yeah. Why can't that be on the table?
Well,
then it'll be 32 by the time they're good.
But is he going to be willing to, if it's more of a rebuild versus a retool? And so that's kind of the question with the flipping the picks. Can they make the playoffs next year if they're able to do that? Sure.
No, they can't make the playoffs next year. This is 2014 all over again, and they better realize it quick, because this is a long rebuild.
Do you think we have that answer by 3 o'clock today, Cheryl? Like, do you think we know the lane they're going to pick based on their actions today?
Not necessarily.
No.
Well, if they go deep and go, if Brandon Carlo gets traded, Max Domi gets traded, and if they go 6 trades all for picks, then I think they have sort of told you they're stripping it down.
Sure,
deep.
many
as possible.
I agree with many as possible, but my interest is what they do with them. They sit on those prospects and picks, or whether they do flip them come summer
that is the retool rebuild
That's
question.
The question that I have around this.
To answer your question, do I think they could do what Boston did and turn it around the year after? Absolutely not. I do not think that that's possible.
Basically, every move Boston made, they hit home runs on their trades, all the acquisitions they made, the Zadorovs.
And they're just kind of good. They're not elite. Like
which is why the Leafs could be who Boston is next year.
You know, my only conclusion from listening to the 5 of you for the last is it's a mess, right? It's a really difficult predicament for the first time in a long time. Our next Leafs game on TSN. I don't know how well we just promoted this. Please watch. It's the Leafs and Ducks. They're a mess. 6:30 p.m. Eastern Time next Thursday on Molson Leafs Hockey for the pregame. All right, a lot of goalie talk today. Let's check in with Gino Reda and his goaltender panel.
All right. You know what? It's interesting because you guys are talking about retools, rebuilds, et cetera, et cetera. And we've all tried to blame the hard cap, the hard salary cap for the last years. You can't move players as general managers because you've got a hard cap. Maybe the answer is much more simple than that. You can't move players because you give them no movement clauses. Mitch Marner, this time last year, could have been a Carolina Hurricane. Said no to that. The Leafs got handcuffed. Colton Parayko was going to be going to Buffalo, a place where you work on a daily basis. He said no. Tyler Myers was going to go to Detroit. He said no. Ended up in Dallas. Is it as simple as the fact that there are no players moving because we're giving too many players no movement contracts? You've done the math on this one.
Well, I've done the math. There's 7 out of the top 10 that are on the trade bait board right now that have no movement clauses or trade protection, and 10 of the top 15 guys. So 2/3 of the top 15 guys have trade protection. So they control where they want to go, or you're not going to get the return that you want because, you know, you have a limited amount of teams that you can work with. And the top 2 goalies on our trade bait board have trade protection as well. So, you know, you look at Bobrovsky and Binnington, so they get to dictate a little bit of what is happening as well.
I think I'm fine with the no trade and the no move or maybe limited. The challenge is, as you mentioned, the numbers, is where is that line? I think superstars, when they sign for term and they make a commitment to a city.
But you got to give some guys the no movement clause in order to draw them to your city.
I get that. But where I'm saying, Gino, is where's the line? Is it like, should a third line left winger, you know, have that control? You know, a fifth or sixth defenseman, a backup goaltender? Because on that list of hundreds of players, not all of them are superstars. Some of them are very good players, and respectfully, you know, when you are a free agent, it is something that you have negotiated in the CBA. And keep in mind, I guarantee you Weeksy's going to say this, the managers gave him out. This isn't the player saying, hey, you know what, I need this. But I think there should be, or not should be, but there is a line where it's like, okay, third, fourth line guys might not be able to get them, but they are getting them because the managers are giving them to them.
All right, let's bring Kevin Weeks into the conversation. By the way, Weeks is the only guy with a no move on our goalie panel. Yes. Both of you have already made visits to the other panels. Weeksy, are we unfairly victimizing the players who earned, negotiated no move clauses, and now they're getting thrown under the bus at times when the word leaks out that they said no to a movement that would have increased the value of their organization?
Guess who's back? Gino Retta's back. Now you're back, Gene. Now you're back. Now you are back. Of course, listen, per noodles, players don't give them to themselves. If you give a player a some type of trade protection, ultimately you can't be mad at the player for the fact that the player tries to enact that. And they don't want to go someplace that they don't want to go, or if they don't want to go at all. Let's look case in point at Ulrich Larson in Toronto. They're expecting, he's got a family. That's part of why he signed in Toronto. He has a relationship with Shane Doan. They play together. And all of a sudden you're like, hey, man, sorry, I know you like shopping at Yorkdale, but maybe we're going to move you. That's not how it works. And then you throw them under the bus in the media. That doesn't make any sense to me whatsoever. That's bad faith. Now, I do like what we said in the previous panel with Ryan O'Reilly. If you are not going to give him protection, but you're going to have the discussion, do it in a respectful way. I've got a lot of respect for that.
All right, here's the question then. And let's go quickly around the horn on this because I'm interested in all three of your take on this. Should we've had to give salary caps to general managers to protect them from themselves. Let's be honest. Otherwise, guys go on huge spending sprees. Do we need to protect GMs from themselves by putting a cap on the number of no movement clauses you're allowed to use on a team? And like you manage a cap, you've got to manage the no moves.
I think there's a couple of ways to do it. Either you have a certain amount of a no movement clause or no trade clause you can give out, just like the salary retention, or it can only be for 50% of the length of the contract. So if you give up a 6-year deal, only 3 of those years could have trade protection. I think that's maybe the way to do it.
Yeah, I think there has to be some limitations, but keep in mind, the more controls that we put in place, we're going to be talking about like, oh, they'd like that player, but they don't have enough no-move contracts in their own system to make that happen. So there are going to be other controls that maybe stand in their way.
Weeksy?
Yeah, I think once you implement controls, it kind of streamlines it, but it complicates it at the same time. If there's one, I would say maybe a percentage of your players, but otherwise, I think this is just up to the GMs and the management group to go ahead and manage those properly and give them out to the appropriate players.
I think all goalies should get no movement clause, and the players, well, you're on your own.
All right. No risk. It's a risk-reward situation with the no moves. The upside is the reward is you get to decide where you play the rest of your career when you've earned that no move. The downside is if word leaks out that you do not want to move and help your current organization, you pay the price for that. And the downside for us as we go to break is the fact that it makes Trade Center a lot less exciting. Let's get rid of the no move. We'll talk other guys on our trade bait board, including Blake Coleman, when we come back.
Only at a Bell store.
Like murderers and ghosts and cancer on your skin, and not your soul, and what he might do with it.
Noah Kahan is awesome. So the over-under from our friends at FanDuel, 18.5 trades on the day. I think it moved up a little bit. So 18.5. Right now, we are at 0 officially. There were 3 overnight, but 0 since Trade Center went on the air. So 18.5, the over-under. We have the perfect guy to tell us if this is accurate or not. Mystic Mike is having another fantastic season, although he started to tank along with the Leafs the last couple of weeks. Over-under, what do you like there? Over or under?
I think over.
Yeah.
I think the fact that we haven't had that many trades leading up, the fact that the Toronto Maple Leafs are going to provide about a quarter of those by themselves that we just talked about. You know, the West Coast teams are just waking up. No, I think there's enough teams that think there's an opportunity there to win a cup or go deeper in the playoffs that comfortably over. I might even take the spread. tease it up to 19.5.
All those depth defensemen that are going to get traded, the teams are looking for, that's going to push it
I
over.
think the only thing that brings it down is just there's a lot of guys with term. There's like the UFA guys, it feels like there's less than usual.
Cap going up, though, will make that a little bit more possible.
There's usually like 5 or 6 minor deals, which we barely even mention.
Every minor leaguer going through. Absolutely.
You've said that we're officially we're counting them all.
Yes.
Remember the year we had nothing, and I think it was Rob Flick for somebody. And we had Rob Flick on the phone. I think it was the highlight of his career because we had no trades for 5 hours. So
give us something.
We did like a 12-minute phoner with Rob Flick as we send it over to Gord Miller and the trade breakers. Gord.
Okay. Got to go, buddy.
Thanks very much. You good? You hanging up? Good. Let's. Is everyone ready here? Are we
sneak attack?
Like, what's going on here? You're surprised the television show started? The guys were just talking on the main panel about the Toronto Maple Leafs. Yeah. So Mike Johnson has set the over/under at 3.5.
That's high.
Trades today.
That's a big number.
I'm taking the over. Where are you out of that, Dregs?
Yeah, that's high to me. Just based on the amount of work that would have to get done. I can appreciate why. I mean, when you look depending on restricted free agents, but there also has to be a market. And up until this point, that's been a challenge for Brad Treliving, is to find a partner who's legitimately making an offer. I mean, even the Nicholas Watt trade more or less came out of the blue. You know, I mean, Treliving didn't have an offer, and then all of a sudden he had a first and a fifth, and everything was in place. So it's going to be interesting to see what the approach is here moving forward. And, you know, I listened to the panels talk about, okay, what is the plan and what should the strategy be? When you look at the pending unrestricted free agents, and we're looking at McMahon, we're looking at Lawton, we're looking at some other pieces, yeah, you're getting draft picks that potentially could be flipped, but I don't think that that's going to be what happens today. That's something that you work on the draft floor. You might get players back or a player that matters if there's a deal that makes sense for Oliver, Ekman, Larson. But it's not like Brad Treliving and Craig Berube and the group are just rolling over prior to next year. Their plan, their intent is to build around Austin Matthews, William Nylander, and some of the pieces. Tough decisions ahead, no doubt. Playoff worthy next year? How do we know that? We can't know that. But it's not like they're waving a white towel and saying we're going back in a rebuild mode here.
Go ahead, Chris.
I was going to say, just to jump in, we do actually have a trade.
Oh,
we're underway.
Should have jumped earlier.
From Michael Russo of The Athletic was the first to report on this one, that the Minnesota Wild are acquiring Bobby Brink from Philadelphia for David Jiricek. Brink, obviously a young player for the Flyers. They've had a logjam on the wings, so there was an idea that they might move out some of those players, and we get a deal here, hockey trade.
So Jiricek goes back the other way. He was a Columbus first-rounder, I think 6th overall in the draft, like a high pick in the draft. Wanted out of Columbus, goes to Minnesota, now to Philadelphia. For Brink, was 13 goals in the year, so a significant piece goes to Minnesota. Pierre, let's revisit Canadian teams for a second. Darren was talking about Toronto. What about the Montreal Canadiens? In a different situation, what about their level of interest today?
Yeah, they are pretty busy, and it doesn't necessarily mean it will end up with a trade or two, but what I can tell you is that they're looking at both a forward and a defenseman. They're in several different conversations. They want to make hockey deals, not rental deals. And they don't want to force it either. They don't believe as a front office they're one player away from winning the Stanley Cup here. They're just opening their window, but I think if this deal comes through, especially up front, I got a feeling it's a name we haven't even been talking about all week. I think those are the type of conversations the Habs are having right now in terms of hockey deals. But again, have they kept an eye on Robert Thomas? Yes. Still don't think they want to go down that route in terms of the asking price. Have they kept tabs with Calgary and Nazem Kadri, as Dregs has talked about all week? Yes, but unless the Flames are eating a big chunk of that contract, that's not being revisited. So, yeah, it'll be interesting at the end of the day where the Habs end up.
Are they willing to part with some of the young assets, though? I think the big question with Montreal is, are there some of those young players, are they willing to part with some of those guys?
I'd be shocked if Michael Hayes got traded. I think that's an untouchable for me. After that,
for you, are you making the call? Or?
Yeah, no, my opinion. But other than that, I think it depends on the deal they're talking about here, especially in a hockey deal.
All right, so we have a deal. CJ, well done.
It's a real thing.
It's it. We're off and running, James.
10:26 a.m. Eastern, the official time. Thank you, Bobby Brink and David Jiricek, for getting us off the schneid here. And Mike, you now only need 17 and a half more to get your over here on Trade Center. Lots more ahead for you.
Harvey's Pickle.
Trade-in deadline.
We're 2.5 hours into Trade Center. Farhan Lalji was up, I think, about 4 o'clock in the morning, his time out in Vancouver. He's apparently napping. He's in the rink in Van. Farhan napping, waiting to see if the Canucks will. We will wake Farhan, whisper and wake him if something happens with the Vancouver Canucks. We don't only have a golf simulator from our friends at Golf Down here, but we have a table tennis table as well to give our guys something to do, but also because table tennis and hockey have been forever linked. Almost every NHL team has a table tennis table somewhere near the locker room. And table tennis is kind of trendy this year. Marty Supreme, the movie, the Oscars are coming up. Marty Supreme's nominated, I think, for 9 Oscars. It's a table tennis film. I believe we have a portion of the trailer right here. I don't believe that's the actual Marty Supreme.
It could be.
That's no Timothy Chalamet, although in looks, I think Marty, our own Marty Supreme, Marty Biron is here, who's a bit of a table tennis guru.
It's more about the quality of table tennis. I think that's what we're talking about.
Than the acting?
Than the acting, yes, okay. For sure.
So you love it. It's they've had one every room you've ever been in. Give me your favorite table tennis NHL story.
So when I was with the New York Islanders, we were not a good team, but we had great guys, and somehow they put a table tennis table in the locker room, in the middle of the locker room at the Nassau Coliseum. It started as, let's just get a few, games going. full bracket. Guys were late for practice because they wanted to get the games in. I was playing in full goalie gear, trying to like just get one last game. Mark Streit was so competitive. If he lost the game, he wanted you to play again. You're like, I got to get dressed. We're on the ice in 5 minutes. No, we're playing. Like, it got crazy that after maybe 3 weeks, Garth Snow came in and was like, that thing is out of here. So they not only removed it from the locker room, they took it outside. It was like gone. We couldn't find it. So, yeah, it got very competitive. Guys were like rushing off the ice to go play their match.
Right.
Like, maybe that's why we didn't win that many games.
Now, are you truly Marty Supreme? Were you the champion of that tournament ever? Or any team?
I was in the top 3, 4, I would say. Mark Streit was really good. Doug Waite was actually decent. Some of the young guys like John Tavares and Calaposo, those guys were good as well. But I was maybe top 3.
Right, because we don't have, besides Bobby Brink and David Jiricek, we don't have a lot of trades going on. So does anybody want to challenge Marty Supreme here and the short little? We're not going to do like 21. We won't on everybody turning the channel. Oh, apparently we have someone to challenge Marty Supreme. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
Thanks for having me.
Oh my goodness. Please.
What is going on?
There go the ratings. Can we get a close-up of that?
Get a close-up.
The little,
my weapon of choice.
The
right
little
there.
Giuseppe. I think that's in the table. All right, we'll do a short game. Let's say 3 points.
Do you want to go for serve?
No rally. You serve right away, Marty. This is we got talent here.
That did not touch. That did not touch. 1-0.
Oh, that's even. 1-1
to serve.
1-1. Oh! 2-1 ODOT. Game points. Game points. Oh! 2-2.
You got to go for one more.
Here we go. That's it. Marty is supreme.
Supreme. Yes, there you go.
I think.
You're looking good.
Let's face it, you already won the moment you walked in here in those. At least you didn't wear the spandex you talked about on Overdrive the other day, because that would have terrified the entire nation. Congratulations. If it gets really slow in the afternoon, we'll see if anybody else will take on Marty here in our Trade Center table tennis tournament. The Giuseppe paddle loses on this day.
The little Giuseppe.
Marty is supreme. Will Robert Thomas go today? We'll find out on Trade Center.
contenders on FanDuel. Now, things may change once the dust settles, but what does the data say about the Canadian teams on
Let's
this
start
list?
with the Habs.
Yeah.
They made the list, and part of that is I have a 90% chance of them making the playoffs. They have plus 16 in goals scored above expected.
Cole Caulfield, who has a great shot,
finishing, and a lot
and
of
Nick
that is
Suzuki,
Cole
that's an
Caulfield, who has a great
playmaker.
shot. So
And
they
Nick
have a cast that can have a deep drive. They have a lot of puck possession, a lot of puck movement.
Murphy, Dickinson, Colton Dock added over a 3-day period this week. Each one of them at least 6'2" and 200 pounds. As promised, let's talk Oilers. Ryan Ashog, not only our Oilers reporter, he also hosts for us sometimes. He's also can be a panelist, so let's just include Ryan on the panel and start right there. So I want you to assess the full scale of Stan Bowman's moves, the three that we just talked about, but also include the Stuart Skinner, Tristan Jarry trade that was a couple of months earlier.
Yeah, I think it's important to include that one, James, because if you were to look at Stan Bowman's body of work here over the last week or so, you would say didn't have a lot of cap space. They needed to improve defensively. They added some players that moved the dial defensively, and it looks like he did a pretty good job, right, in this last week or so. Okay. But when you pull back and look at the bigger picture, there's a reason why they didn't have a lot of cap space. There's a reason why defensively this team needed to add on the blue line instead of being able to make a really meaningful addition up front, maybe in the top 6, right? When they traded Stuart Skinner to the Pittsburgh Penguins, hoping for an upgrade in Tristan Jarry, they threw in Brett Kulak, by the way, an excellent playoff defenseman that can play either side the last 2 years. It watered down the blue line. That forced the need to go and get Connor Murphy at this deadline, right? Jason Dickinson comes in, good player. He's going to help, but a first rounder goes the other way because of a free agent signing, $3.6 million in Andrew Mangiapane that they had to get out from underneath. So this week has been good, no question. They are better. But there were some self-inflicted wounds that they needed to tidy up. It's like a defenseman who turns a puck over in his own end and makes a spectacular play to break up the scoring chance. It's still a great play, but the wound was self-inflicted. And I think some of the narrative on the Oilers this year has to be about a team that should have been poised to take a big step forward, maybe adding a significant player at this year's deadline that instead is trying to get back to level ground of where they are before. And I think some of that is because they're undoing some of the things that they had done previously, James.
It's fair. It's like the captain obvious thing to say is just goaltending. And if this goaltending trade, it looks like a disaster so far, ends up being a disaster, they're not going to go anywhere. But Ryan's right. They've had other issues as well. Do any of you believe that the Oilers can get back to where they were the last 2 years in the Stanley Cup final?
I don't think they can. Although last season it was like, man, they just turned it on right before playoff time. And then they had some difficulty against the LA Kings, and then they put it together and went to the finals. Watching them play, and you can focus on their defensive zone and what their defensemen are doing, or the goaltender that's in the net. But the 4 or 5 spot every night is not going to work. And it doesn't look like it can be repaired today at a deadline through acquiring Murphy and somebody else. It just looks like there's something different, there's something off. And why they made that goaltender move, which Marty Baron graded an F, and so do I. It's just, I don't know what you're doing. If you're not going to get an upgrade on Stuart Skinner, I do not know why you pulled the trigger on the Jarry transaction. And I'm really worried about what they're doing in their own zone and in the net. I don't know if they can repeat what they've done in the past couple of years.
I think there's the two guys that always keep everyone wondering, though, right? When you've got the best player in the world in Connor McDavid, and you see what he can do when he gets speed underneath the puck. And then you've got Leon Draisaitl, playing a part, but you can put them together with offensive zone faceoffs, their power play. But for me, it's the defensive woes collectively, not just on the back end, but as a full 5-6-man unit. You can't be giving up the amount of goals that they are right now because you're not going to outscore your problems. So it's the defensive gas. I think Connor Murphy can help with that. He's strong defensively. He's got a good stick. He's rangy. He can push to the outside, collect up those rebounds, net front, take care of the slot. But it's collective defense that wins you championships and gets you to the games.
Feels like just a lot has to happen. Jarry has to straighten himself out. These moves all have to pay off, and those guys have to fit in. The Pacific has to continue to be weak, and Vegas doesn't get their act together. And then maybe the Central they have to beat each other up, and somehow the Oilers get through and play a fatigue.
The best thing they got going for them is the Pacific.
Yep.
They can stay in that bracket, then nobody's really that dominant there, and they could probably get through a round or two and maybe work their way in. But I think all the points are well made. Stan Bowman spending capital, undoing previous mistakes. And this is nothing against the guys who came in. They're all good players. But I think for Dickinson, what I think about him is really good defensive player. And maybe will allow Edmonton not to have to play Draisaitl and McDavid in their own end quite as much. Which they're already offensive focused, but maybe some of the burden off them comes there. For Connor Murphy, he's all those things Cheryl described. But in his career, he does well when he plays against second and third lines. Does not do very well when he plays against the other team's best players. And in Edmonton, with this kind of system they're playing, in his own end, if they're going to ask him to play against top 6 all the time, you got to understand what you're getting.
What system
and not
do
expect
they play,
too much.
by the way? Explain it to me.
Well, I mean,
try to score a goal and then not care about anything else. What is the system?
Well, they give up a whole bunch and then they turn to 29 and 97 and say, bail us out.
I know. Like, I'd like to know their system.
Their system is they want to be aggressive with their defensemen up ice, trusting that their forwards will support them behind them. It's that part that's letting them down up ice.
Why not morph into some type of tight checking system and allow 29 and 97 on the power play in different situations to get you into the game and do some depth scoring?
I think the problem is prior to these additions, their players they couldn't play a tight system. They didn't have the guys that could play in their own end, sort of defend first and just keep the game with nothing.
No.
They'd get scored on.
Johnny, it's not that they can't play a tight system. They don't want to play a tight system.
But I'm saying if they were to ask them to, they wouldn't be able
to. They didn't have enough depth. They didn't have enough strength down their lineup. They just didn't. They're asking Ryan Nugent-Hopkins. See, to me, I see the extensions of these trades. Yeah. Dickinson, third-line center, really good, competitive. Now you don't have to put Ryan Nugent-Hopkins there. Because that's what they were trying to do, get Ryan Nugent-Hopkins to play more defensively. Now that takes away from the guys up front. He gave support up front to those guys. Then you bring in Connor Murphy. Darnell Nurse has admitted, this isn't just us observing, he said, I have to be a lot better. Yeah, no kidding. Jake Wallman was a disaster as a left shot defenseman on the right side. Connor Murphy can go there. You can look at now Nurse and Wallman. If you get that settled a little bit, you get Dickinson into that slot there, I think now they have a chance to try to improve
Craig,
with the
you know
personnel.
this. We've watched them play a lot in the last 2 weeks. You could put the 78 Habs defense out there. And with the way that those forwards play around them sometimes, it won't matter.
Yeah, you're right.
It's not just personnel. It's got to be personality and how they want to play. It's got to get way better for them to have a chance.
We're going to bring in Ryan?
I want to give Ryan the last word.
Well, make sure you mention to him, thanks for helping with my iPad yesterday. He said he was going to help me, and I sat there and waited for his call, and you never called me back.
Weirdest phone call ever. Weirdest. 6:50 in the morning, my phone rings, and O wants help with his iPad. He says, I'm chucking metal around in the gym right now. Good for you, O. What can I do for you?
Ryan, well, don't say you're going to help me and then not help me. Anyway, continue, Jimmy.
It's kind of like the Edmonton forward.
Weirdest fight in the history of Trade Center.
He has a whole Rolodex of people.
Yeah, nerd. Why didn't you help him, nerd? Go ahead, Ryan. Oilers.
So let's talk about the defensive play and what this team might not be capable of. What I can tell you is that this core group has been able to hang its hat on really solid defensive play in previous years where they've been contenders. They have. McDavid, Draisaitl, Nurse, these guys, they know how to do this. There has been an impatience in their game. There has been some really tough stuff creep into their game. They are so far away from doing that. And I think what Stan Bowman, with Chris Knobloch, they're banking on that Tristan Jarry will find his game. They're banking on these players are going to dial back in defensively, and with these additions that they've made, it's kind of all going to come together, and they're going to be much better than they have been recently. I do believe this group, this core group, has the ability to do it. They're just so far from it right now. It's unrecognizable, you guys. And I think management is banking on this thing turning around and those guys getting that part of their game in order, or it's just not going to matter because they're not close the way they're playing right now.
And the playoff spot, not really assured. They're 4 points clear right now in third spot in the Pacific. By the way, it was a good choice. He's very technically sound.
Right, I know, but just ghosted me. Thanks, pal.
Yeah. Disappointing all around.
Sorry.
Frankly. Let's talk more about the Oilers and their goaltending with the goaltending panel, Gino and company.
Guys, it's like Groundhog Day. On this day last year on the trade deadline, one of us on this panel was very, very vocal and very adamant the Oilers absolutely had to make an upgraded net or they were in big trouble. Actually, I think we were all pretty
Gino, you were screaming at us and didn't let us get a word in. That's
right, you're going to get a word in now. So now, 12 months later, we're having the same discussion again. Do the Oilers need an upgraded net? But let me back it up. 12 weeks ago, they made their trade. They moved Skinner to the Pens, brought in Tristan Jarry. So now the question becomes, did the Edmonton Oilers make a mistake by bringing in Tristan Jarry? Was he the wrong guy to try to do the fix or the wrong way to try to fix their problem defensively?
I would say no, because I think it didn't matter who's in net for this group, because the panel just talked about the way they play in front of them. So I think the Oilers did need a change in net, just a different face. But I look at this group, they give up way too many chances. And look at this play. That's Darnell Nurse allowing Seneke to come right into the slot and then screen the goaltender, and it goes through him. That's the last shot that Tristan Jarry has faced. He hasn't been back in the net. But this O-Dog, I have to give him credit because he coined the term dog park defense. And the Edmonton Oilers play like that in their own zone sometimes. Now, I don't have a dog. They hate my face. But when I walk by a dog park, you see one ball and 8 dogs chasing this around. That's how they defend in their own zone. They're capable of doing it, but the commitment isn't there. Craig Button just talked about Darnell Nurse admitting that he needs to be better. I think he's a terrific defenseman. It's not playing well to his capability. Same with Jake Wallman. They've had to break him up. Connor Murphy's going to help that situation. But the team has to play a lot better in front of these goaltenders, and then you can decide, are they good enough? Because right now, Stuart Skinner,
don't you need to do both?
it's you name it. It's every goaltender. You can bring in Hasek in his prime. If you don't play well enough in front of the goaltender, you cannot judge how they're playing.
But it's the chicken and the egg right now because you need a goaltender to give your team confidence. That should not have gone in, that shot by Seneca on Tristan Jarry. I get that.
If you look at the replay again, Adam Henrique looked like Forrest Gump in the neutral zone.
I get that, but you're going to be much more.
You've got Curtis Lazar fixing his visor during the play, and then Darnell Nurse is standing next to Jarry about to give him a kiss on the cheek instead of defending and forcing Seneca to the outside.
You got to get a save, and then everybody's going to feel better. Now, the difference is that Tristan Jarry was playing well in Pittsburgh, but they're a much better defensive team. They're almost top 10 in expected goals against.
Jarry's save percentage has dropped dramatically since he joined the Oilers.
The Oilers are a 20th team in expected goals against. They give up a lot more chances, and it changes the way you play. And obviously, you know, O-Dog said, I gave it an F when they traded for Tristan Jarry. It wasn't just that I didn't think it was an upgrade, is that you have 2 more years of Tristan Jarry. So it's a bit of a situation, not just now, but for the next 2 seasons.
All right, let's go to Weeksy. Weeksy, Stuart Skinner right now is one of our 4 goalies on our trade bait board. Of the 4, he's got the second best save percentage, better than Bobrovsky, better than Jordan Binnington. If there's a cup contender out there looking for an upgrade in net, should they consider former Oiler, Pittsburgh Penguin right now, Stuart Skinner?
Yeah, certainly you have to consider him. He's been to 2 straight Stanley Cup final. He's played in big games. He's played in the postseason. And I've done about 3 of their games since he's come to Pittsburgh. And seeing him at ice level, he looks sharper. He looks quicker. He's more responsive. He's competing on pucks. Andy Chiodo, their goalie coach, has done a pretty good job with him there too. So why would you not consider him if you are a contender, be it Montreal, be it Buffalo, be it some of these other teams? And in the case of Stuart Skinner, he's a pending UFA as well. So he could be a nice acquisition for a team that's looking to improve their goaltending down the stretch here coming into the postseason.
Stuart Skinner is a good goaltender, and it's exactly the point that we're pointing out. He goes to Pittsburgh, a different defensive style in front of him, and he looks really sharp.
All right, but here's the bottom line. The bottom line is this. The Edmonton Oilers want to be serious Stanley Cup contenders. The Oilers' offense is number 2 in the NHL right now. And despite that, they're still on the playoff bubble. Call it team defense, call it the guy between the pipes. Something is still seriously wrong with that team. James?
Absolutely, and have to figure it out fast here, Gino. Appreciate that. We continue to roll on here on Trade Center. Not much happening, so the boys have had a lot of time to spend in our Golf Town simulator. Oh, Brian Hayes is in there right now. Proud member of Coplandwood Golf Club, which, by the way, made a cameo in our, as the Bob McKenzie estate in our opening today. Oh, look at Hayes. Just dial it onto the green. It's going to be a big year for Hazy B on the golf course. Trade Center continues after this.
Closed captioning is brought to you by the Bell Trade-In Deadline. Today is the day to get a minimum $500 trade-in value on any phone, only at a Bell store.
Harvey's Pickle Poutine is back. Our famous poutine, topped with our famouser tangy diced and crispy fried pickles. And if it's only pickles you crave, add a side of 4 for just $3. Harvey's.
Play Ojo Live Casino is dead fun. We've got all your favorite live game shows like Mega Wheel and Money Time. Download the app to play.
Feel the fun at Play Ojo. With your RBC Avion Visa, you can choose from over 500 airlines. Switch and get up to 55,000 Avion points, enough for 3 round-trip flights. Your idea of never missing out happens here.
Evolution has granted the 2026 Outback the most remarkable of talents, facing the toughest terrains in the smoothest of ways. Ah, the perfect habitat to sit back and relax. All new Subaru Outback and Outback Wilderness, 30 years of evolution.
Real strength isn't pushing through the pain, it's relieving it. Advil targets pain caused by inflammation for fast, effective relief. Because when there's less pain, there's more gain. Advil, that's real strength.
From the #1 rated brand in cordless outdoor power, the Ego 22-inch aluminum deck mower, the most powerful mower in its class, producing the perfect razor-sharp cut. Find an Ego retailer near you.
I have 3 growing boys that are always hungry. They want crunch and flavor. I want good for you. 3 Farmers snacks, loaded with protein and fiber and made with wholesome ingredients. Big crunch and bold flavors like dill pickle and sweet chili. Homegrown by Canadian farmers.
Imagine meeting a pro. And suddenly, reviews appear.
Craig did a great job.
Craig's the best. Pros are checked. And you can choose who to connect with. With Homestars, it's real, and that's why we're trusted by homeowners. Homestars, the reliable way to hire a pro.
He became the director of his life, and Exotica, an extraordinary travel crafter, made it happen. Start planning the life you want to see flashing before your eyes at exotica.com.
Sweet cheeses, 3 forms of cheeses, cookie sauce and Parmesan. I love you cheeses, yes I do. Then cheese doesn't run out with you.
Give your taste buds something to sing about with New York Fries new triple cheese poutine.
Exciting trade news. Ben from Toronto trades his iPhone 15 for an iPhone 17. We're told the phone case is being retained for sentimental reasons. If you want to make a trade today only, get a minimum value of $500 when you trade in any phone, only at a Bell store.
Trade Center is presented by Harvey's. Harvey's Pickle Poutine is back. And for a limited time, get deep fried pickles for only $3. Harvey's, it's a beautiful thing.
Almost 3.5 hours into Trade Center, back with Jeff O'Neill. We're going to talk to the Leafs some more. One positive about them falling out of things is we don't have to have you declaring every single game a must-win as you've done for most of this season.
I haven't said that one time. Possibly once in November I might have said that, but I do not say that often, if ever.
Okay, I got to stop you there because you know we love you, but you have a tendency on this show and on Overdrive to stretch the truth or misremember or outright lie.
Oh, and you don't?
And so, no. And so we can't let this go on. In fact, we brought in the ultimate fact checker. CNN senior reporter Daniel Dale joins us now, who has his hands full every day sifting through what is true or false in American politics. Daniel, welcome. Welcome to Trade Center. Great to have you.
Good to meet you.
Major task for you today. Let's start with what O just said, that he hasn't overused the term must-win game this season.
Thank you, James. I'm sorry, but you have used the word must-win game on multiple occasions this year. I checked the archives. You actually did it on November 11th, a month into the season, a Boston game. Let's roll the tape.
I am willing and ready to call this a must-win game.
And that's
How'd
just
you find that? I work here.
The archives. I have access to the archives. So that was just one of multiple examples, though.
All right. So
I'm worried about AI, though. Is that AI?
Look, that's a minor detail, though, and it kind of shows your passion for the Leafs. But there have been several other documented O-Dog fabrications. Let's listen to what you said about whether Nathan MacKinnon had taken over for Connor McDavid as the best player in the world.
Ever since yourself, Duthie, and the Quizmaster started critiquing McDavid's game and saying McKinnon's the #1 guy, guess what he's done? He's gone nuts, and he wants it all.
So he accused us of saying that. Was this accurate, Daniel?
This, James, was actually a flagrant reversal of reality. So this McDavid-McKinnon question came up in a quiz you all did in December, and I want you to watch what O said during that quiz segment.
Has Four Nations MVP and current NHL scoring leader Nathan MacKinnon surpassed
equaled or remained slightly behind Connor McDavid as the preeminent player on the planet.
29 surpassed 97, James. I think he's just that it guy right now. Every time he steps on the ice, he's making something happen.
So, the evidence right there. And I will note that O was the only one on that panel to take McKinnon over McDavid, James.
How far is this going to go?
This is the truth that is needed to come out for a very long time. In fact, I mean, that was shocking and disturbing. Daniel, you verified multiple untruths so far that O-Dog is told relating to the NHL. What about more personal lies that he's told publicly?
It's hard to know where to start on this subject, but I think that the best example, or maybe the worst, was something he said just after you guys returned from the World Junior. So I want to roll that tape as well.
I just got to say, me and Masters both did Canada games, worked the same hours, and he pulled the pin tonight, and I'm here. So figure it out, man.
Warrior, soft warrior. The guy works 20 hours a day.
Yeah, I was right with him every morning. He saw me.
He pulled the pin. Okay, that's what we'll go with.
What's false about that?
Look, I deal with a lot of egregious lying in my day job. This is one of the most egregious lies that I've heard in a number of months. So O-Dog worked 7 games during the World Juniors, refused to work anything other than Canada games.
But that's my contract. It's not that I refused it.
Conversely, Mark Master showed up at Canada Camp December 13th and then worked 24 consecutive days, many of them 18-plus hour days. So equating himself to Mr. Masters, just flagrantly dishonest.
I understand that, but that doesn't take away that particular night, Jimmy, he did mail it in. That's what I was referring to.
That's fair enough. This has all been very enlightening, somewhat disturbing and troubling. Is there anything else quickly that needs to be clarified?
Well, I don't think I have time to go through it all, but there was one instance where O claimed that you had used your producer as a human shield in narrowly avoiding a head-on collision in Minnesota. I spoke to Minnesota sources, checked the highway safety cameras, did not happen. Then there was a case where he claimed that he had gone to Europe for scouting trips, hung out with IIHF.
Now you're ruining my credibility right now. As a scout.
Renee Fazel, Luke Tardif said he hung out with both of those gentlemen. I spoke to both of them. Both of them say they do not know anyone by the name of Jeff O'Neill. I said, what about O? I said, what about O? What about O-Dog? This man scored 41 goals in an NHL season. They said they've never heard of this man. I don't even know that he's been to Europe. Now, there was one...
I haven't, but you don't need to say that.
I'm sorry, but there was, in fairness, one example I was able to corroborate. Multiple sources do say that Jeff O'Neill shot a 64 on the course where the Canadian Open was played. So there you go. Congratulations. Congratulations, though.
Actually, after he tried to change that to a 62. So that
was 63 for real.
Ladies and gentlemen, Daniel Dale, senior CNN reporter and factor. Thank you for telling the truth. Thank you for telling the truth and destroying all the credibility that he's established over the years. It had to be done, people. It had to be done here on Trade Center. We'll talk about the Flames next.
Harvey's Pickle Poutine is back. Our famous poutine, topped with our famouser tangy diced and crispy fried pickles. And if it's only pickles you crave, add a side of 4 for just $3. Harvey's.
This is Gavin, a viral amateur topiarist who never second-guessed his career change or getting Manulife Cover Me health and dental insurance because vision care coverage means he can clearly see where he needs to improve. Call 1-877-COVER-ME or visit coverme.com to get a quote today.
One word, 3 letters, YES. Yes to comfort. Yes to high tech. Yes to the space to do it all. Yes to yourself here, there, and everywhere. The Jeep No Limits event is back, and right now you can get 0% financing up to 60 months on a 2026 Jeep Compass or 0% financing for 72 months on a 2025 Jeep Grand Cherokee.
Greatness doesn't start in the spotlight. It starts on local trails after school, in basements where dreams echo off concrete walls, in Campbell River, Gatineau, Kanawake, places where another rep changes everything. And when the cameras roll, and the world leans in,
Various Paralympians compete.
we remember where it all began.
Ready to find your perfect match?
Find the right sleep setup for you and your partner too at the Mix and Match event. Get up to 20% off mattresses, sheets, duvets, and more for a limited time only at Sleep Country.
Now get back to bed.
Which Ristorante pizza is your favorite? Whichever one you fall in love with, it's always Ristorante Pizza.
Tony can't wait for a real camping trip, but for now, he needs to financially protect his family if anything happens to him. So he called Nordcover about life insurance. Their licensed advisors helped him choose coverage to suit his exact needs and budget. Now Tony's so well covered, it's like he's wearing a parka. And like a parka, Northcover keeps you well protected with a cash payout of up to $1.5 million, backed by an insurer with over 85 years of experience. Get a life insurance quote today. Call 1-844-536-1010 now or visit northcover.ca.
Sweet cheeses, 3 crumbs of cheeses, French sauce and Parmesan. I love you, cheeses. Yes, I do. And cheese heaven right now with you.
Give your taste buds something to sing about with New York Fries, new triple cheese poutine.
Liam from Winnipeg has traded his Samsung Galaxy S24 for a Galaxy S26. We're told this move comes with pressure from management, his 14-year-old daughter, Chloe. Today only, get a minimum value of $500 when you trade in any phone, only at a Bell store.
Sergei Bobrovsky, Vezina, 2-time Stanley Cup champion.
What an unbelievable save by Bobrovsky. Fires, save Bobrovsky, and then a big stop on Perry. What a move! McDavid is stopped by Bobrovsky.
The Florida Panthers feel that they can get some value back.
You're back on the case, Bobrovsky!
Panthers in that rare position where they could be a one-year seller. 2 straight Stanley Cups, all the injuries this year, and maybe they make a couple little deals and can retool in the summer and be right back as a legitimate Stanley Cup contender if they're healthy again next year. If you're just joining us here on Trade Center, one of the things we've been doing with those little TikTok AI then and now things, looking back at our commentators from before and today. As I throw to Gordon Miller and the Trade Breakers, here's a retrospective on them.
That is actually a photo of me, yes. Boy Gord.
Like 50 years ago? Yeah, I'm just checking. Sorry.
Comedy's hard.
I didn't know we were coming to us. Okay.
This is honestly the worst day of my career. This is the worst day of my year. Like every year, this is the worst day of my year. I want to start with Pierre LeBrun, Rasmus Ristolainen, and Blake Coleman. So a defenseman from Philadelphia and a winger from Calgary. What do they have in common?
They have nothing in common, but I'm just going to speak about both of them one at a time. In terms of Ristolainen, the calls are coming in a little heavier now in the last hour, I'm told. He's got another year on his deal at $5.1 million. And what the Flyers are telling teams is, and the Flyers were asking for a first-round pick and a prospect all week long, is that they don't really want to come off their price because they're fine keeping him for another year. So let's see the game of poker here as we get closer to 3 Eastern. On Blake Coleman, it's been pretty quiet most of the week. I mean, teams know Blake Coleman's happy to stay in Calgary, but that started to track a bit more, not surprisingly, in the last hour here on Blake Coleman. So let's see where that goes. He's got a modified no trade. Again, the Flames love his leadership. They're happy to keep him. But if a team steps up here in the next couple of hours, there's a chance he goes.
Mr. Drager, I guess I have to. The Detroit Red Wings have been, they got David Perron from Ottawa, but what are they up to?
I mean, they've been looking for a defenseman for a long time now, right? And I think that Steve Yzerman is willing to consider some of the bigger names in play. Pierre just talked about Rasmus Ristolainen from the Philadelphia Flyers. Is he willing to swing that high, given what we just learned on Danny Briere and the fact that they're not trying to push this guy out the door? There's interest there. There's interest in Oliver Ekman-Larsson from the Toronto Maple Leafs. Again, too much sticker shock for Yzerman and the Red Wings. We'll see. And I'd throw Justin Falk. I mean, there has to be others, but I think that Detroit also has minor interest. There was a trade announced, by the way, by the Flyers.
Okay.
Flyers and the Bruins. So the Flyers acquiring Brett Harrison and Jackson Edward from Boston in exchange for Alexei Gendron and Massimo Rizzo, who I know is a minor hockey player. Good player. Nice player. Maybe not an NHL guy. We'll see.
That's the kind of information you're not getting anywhere else, James.
Keep those blockbusters coming, Dregs.
That makes two.
Yeah, well, we got 2 on the total so far. MJ's over, still looking okay. Well, not really. He's got 16 and a half more to go on that. All right, we continue our cross-Canada checkup with the Calgary Flames. Let's look at their roster right now. It's not really about the roster for the Flames. It's more about all the picks they've been picking up. They traded their best 2 defensemen this season, of course, Rasmus Anderson to Vegas early in January for a 2027 first. And Zach Whitecloud comes over in that one as well. Mackenzie Weegar goes to Utah on Wednesday for Olli Määttä, 3 2026 second-round picks. Let's go to Claire Hanna, who's doing double duty for us today, covering the Ottawa Senators and covering the Calgary Flames, who, of course, played the Senators, lost 4-1 last night. Look, the new building is coming. Gary Bettman was just in town, coming 2027. So safe to say that the plan here is to keep getting those prospects and picks and to start being really competitive around the time the new building opens?
Yeah, you nailed it. That's definitely Craig Conroy's main goal over this draft period, or pardon me, over this trade deadline. And I think it's important that we just summarize the 3 goals of Craig Conroy when it looks forward to 2027-28. And that's 1, draft picks, 2nd, impact centers, and 3, fill out that blue line. And when he dealt Mackenzie Weegar to Utah yesterday in exchange for Olli Määttä, he also got 3 second-round draft picks in this year's draft. And when you look at the Calgary Flames and their picks over the next 2 seasons, they have 9 picks in the first 2 rounds, which is pretty remarkable stuff. That's even giving them the ability to deal some of that away to kind of pick up whether they want to get more impact centers or fill out that blue line. But just looking at who they've got at center right now, yes, Nazem Kadri is still with the Calgary Flames. Maybe he's dealt today, but beyond that, Backlund's really your only impact center. So they might want to start looking at their future there. And then just to touch on that blue line, I think Zach Whitecloud has really exceeded expectations within the organization, just his personality in the room and his leadership. But when they got Olli Määttä yesterday, I think that they're hoping that maybe he could provide some similar leadership in that group. He's got a Stanley Cup from Pittsburgh. He's 31 years of age. And then the final thing I'll say about that blue liner group is that of their 8 players on their roster right now, 6 of them are under the age of 30. So you're seeing that they're going to really have a future there. And it'll be interesting to see. But as you mentioned, yes, stick to the plan and be competitive when the new arena opens in 2027 is the main goal of Craig Conroy.
Claire, excellent. Thank you. And of course, the day is not done. There's still possibilities out there on Kadri and perhaps Whitecloud and Blake Coleman as well. And all those picks they have gotten, the 27 first in the Anderson deal, the 3 seconds from Utah with the Rangers second rounder, the Utah owned, Ottawa's second rounder, the Utah owned, and Utah's own second rounder, all coming in that Mackenzie Weegar deal. How would you assess, as we bring in the gang here, how would you assess Craig Conroy's performance, starting with the Anderson trade?
I thought it was fantastic. And I have to be honest, I was in Craig Conroy's office yesterday before the game, And he could barely talk. His phone was ringing off the hook. He's been that busy and working. And I thought the trade was fantastic for the Calgary Flames. And you look at it, you're obviously going to try and get a king's ransom for a top-tier player that has term. I think that Uyghur's a guy who can play in your top pairing. And it's sad to see him go because he's such a battler. He wasn't having his best season this year, but I do believe he's a top-tier guy. But I love the trade for the Calgary Flames. It gives them flexibility moving forward. All you've done is stockpiled picks. And Craig Conroy's done a great job drafting and developing, too.
I was just going to say that there seems to be a clear process. Sometimes, with some of these teams, there's in that mushy middle, there's been a clear direction to accumulate those picks. Whether it's the rink coming, yes, they do need an elite center. We've kind of talked about that, what they can do to trade up with those picks, potentially to give them the strength down the middle. Parekh is a question mark for me and how he grows into the blue line defensively at the National Hockey League level. But, yeah, I think he's done a nice job.
You wonder if time is of the essence, though. If they're trying to hit the ground running with their new building, that is 2 more years, right? So holding on to Kadri, holding on to Coleman for another year, then that pushes maybe the draft picks they get for those guys another further down the road, which then makes it 1 more, 2 more, 3 more years until those players that you might pick get to the team. Like, I think they want to be competitive when that building opens. So you wonder if the timeline of the building, which I definitely think factors into their decision-making, expedites some of these guys with term to get it done now, to give those players or picks more time, become potential NHLers when they finally get to that
You're
rank.
going to be selling tickets and sponsorships. You also want the fans and the sponsors to see that there's hope. You don't want to wait till you're into that season beginning. So I think, to your point, Mike, getting the draft, you're not trying to push out to 28, 29 with players. They got a lot of good young players now that they've drafted that they're working in. Matt Gridin comes to mind. We talk about Parekh. But they want to use, and I thought, Jamie, you nailed it too. Everybody goes, oh, what's this draft look like? Well, this draft is, to me, here's how the draft works. If you make on your picks, you've had a good draft. If you don't, you haven't done very well. So to me, you also can use those picks to try to package them up. You got more options now, and I think that that's really important. But it is 27, 28 into that arena.
They need a star. They need a star.
They need elite
they need a star player. Maybe Dustin Wolf's their star player, but they need a star forward. And maybe they get lucky in the lottery.
Steenberg or
McKenna.
Top-end talent sells, right? That's what it is. If you have top-end talent,
but they have good players. They do. But none of them are good enough to be the drivers of a team on their own. They need someone to slot those guys a little bit less. And if they can find a way to get one of those guys or two, then they'd be in much better shape.
4 first-round picks in the next 2 drafts, 4 second-round picks this year. The most important person with the Flames right now might be the brother of somebody on this panel. Todd Button, the director of scouting. You got to nail those picks. He's got to nail those picks.
Todd's done a great job, though. He really has.
Well, Jamie, keep talking. You keep going. I mean, I love my brother. I do think he's done a really good job. But I think they have a clear direction. I think that's the biggest thing. They know what they're trying to do. They zero in on it. And to Mike's point, they have good players. Cole Reshney is going to be a good player. They have the leading scorer in the NCAA in Ethan Whitenbach at Quinnipiac. So that's a later round draft pick, but you need the stars. And, you can talk about Wolf, you can talk about potential for Parekh, but they need stars up front in the forward group.
One little tidbit here, too, is I think they've done a really good job with culture. And I don't think that gets thrown around. And, it's a buzzword, but they've created something there. And you want to be able to attract players. And if you're building something, Ryan Huska's done a great job. That coaching staff has been fantastic. They do not cheat you for effort any night. So, again, you plug and play some players at that higher end. Easier said than done, what MJ's pointing to. But the culture there, it's the right thing. Everybody's in there for the right reason.
Does a new building attract players at all once they get there? Does that matter whatsoever?
More than the old building repels them.
Yeah.
Right. It's not a factor, but it may be.
Well, I think the old building's a hindrance. The new building is not as much. Everyone's got sort of new buildings now. It's more the fact you got the old one that's harder to get players there.
Well, you don't want to be shackled to something that isn't attractive, right? So I think that the new building...
Don't give guys a reason not to want to come.
Yeah, it's just if you get the real glossy training facility, sometimes if a guy makes a visit in free agency, that can impress them if they're on the field.
Have longer practices then? That sounds so good to me.
You always think of things a little bit differently.
I wouldn't have liked it either.
Efficiency.
Gord Miller is doing up a suit, which means maybe we have something from the trade breakers.
Yeah, is that what happens? Did you realize that was an official signal of spring? This is kind of a nice, heartwarming story in a way that could help, but Minnesota has acquired Nick Foligno.
Yeah, from the Chicago Blackhawks, reuniting the Foligno brothers in Minnesota. Haven't got the return just yet, and it'll be an interesting trade because, as CJ just mentioned off air, the Wild are right up against the cap, so we'll see how this all works. But really neat story, obviously, for Nick Foligno, a chance to go win a cup in Minnesota, and Bill Guerin busy around the edges with a couple of interesting trades here today. So Nick Foligno headed to Minnesota.
All right, so a little Central Division sandpaper, and James, you make the point that at least one of Colorado, Dallas, and Minnesota will be out in the first round of the playoffs.
Yeah, it will. I mean, it's going to be crazy what happens in the Central. That's the division that everybody's going to be watching this year. But Nick Foligno, we're just talking about character and some of those guys in the Flames. One of the ultimate character guys in the NHL, a captain of the Chicago Blackhawks, and maybe not the player he was before.
He's got to be healthy and able to play. Right. I mean, he was brought in.
We're talking about fourth line, probably. Son Minnesota, third, fourth line.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. But even then, if you can't play, being a great guy, being a great leader is not going to help you very much. So it's a nice story. We'll see what else they do.
Though.
What's that?
They're adding players. They are. Yeah.
But
they're all in.
If he's healthy, it helps his brother Marcus. It helps Ryan Hartman. That now they got a little bit of backup there in terms of playing that style of game.
Mm-hmm. Got that edge.
So you don't believe as much in just adding the character guy for adding the character? Is that overrated when we analyze these things?
Yes. Yeah, it is overrated. I think to have the maximum impact for that character, for that leadership, you have to have an element of being able to play. It's almost impossible 100%. To be a leader if you're not sort of an important contributing player as well. You have to be the best guy or woman, but you have to be a contributing player. It's hard to be a leader from the side.
Yeah, and I 100% agree with that. You have to play some minutes. You have to be in the lineup to show it as well. But you mentioned Calgary and culture. But your room does matter too, right? Especially when you're in a grind. So yeah, you have to be playing. But it's those guys that can be depth pieces that can play some tough minutes. But also there's a physical edge to it too. The playoffs, the space closes up, so you have to be able to win those puck battles, and that goes a long way with leadership. So yeah, you got to play, but I do think it's important.
To get to the puck battle to win the puck battle.
To Mike's point, if it was just about character, Mark Messier would be on the trade board #1 because everybody wanted him.
Or number 11 for him.
You have to be able to play because you talk to every player. If they're not playing or they're playing 2 minutes a night or 4 minutes a night, they don't feel like they're contributing. So how are they going to stand up in the room and say, you need to be better? So there's a fine line on that.
Let's get more on this from Brian Hayes and company.
All right, thank you, James. Here with Cameron Gauntz, here with Frankie Corrado. What do we make of this? The Foligno boys coming together. It's not Sudbury, but Minnesota's going to maybe feel like Sudbury.
Listen, I think it's pretty cool. And to everyone's point there, it's valid. But you can bring a really good person into a dressing room to a team where it feels like everything's humming the right way. That energy is infectious. It's contagious. I think that goes a long way for this group. There is enough game in both of those players. We called Marcus Foligno Moose back in the day. That was his nickname because every time he made a hit, it was roadkill on the ice.
Well, I never played with Nick, but I was there with him in Columbus. And to show you the fact how good of a guy he was, he treated me exceptionally. I never played a game. I was healthy scratch, bag skating, and working out every day, yet he treated me just like an equal. And to bring that type of a guy into a locker room is going to be so big for them.
Yeah, that's huge. And both of you guys playing with the Folignos, so you can speak to that. And Minnesota's active. Like Bill Guerin, he's going for it here, as you would expect he would. And he should, based on how he's been playing. And how that team's been playing all year. Now, we're going to take some issue with language being thrown around. I want to say it was Dregs that said there was a minor deal. Cam, do you take issue with that language? Were you ever involved in a quote-unquote minor trade?
Now, at the time, I might have took a bit of umbrage to Mr. Dreger tweeting out there's no such thing as a minor deal, and I happened to be a part of that.
Right.
But in actuality, he was right, so it's hard to argue with facts, as we just learned. But for me, like when you're in the American Hockey League and you're traded, you're initially thinking, great, this is my opportunity with the new team. This is my chance to show them. I might have plateaued in a certain spot. For me, when I got moved to Dallas, I was actually on the road, only had about one suit with me, a couple extra t-shirts, and I had to go all the way across the country to Texas, play there. And it's a whole new environment for you, right? You're inspecting one thing, you get something different. And it was a great experience in the end, but at the time, it was very unnerving. Because when you're in the American League, you're always trying to figure out what's next.
Right.
And now you're moved to a whole new place. And it was a great experience for me, but at the time, it was more than a minor move.
And how do you move up the chain and get to the NHL?
my mic pack, the battery's gone. So I got to use Cameron's mic to talk about
I love it. Do it.
Everyone knows the story. Like, I've told it a bunch of times where I got traded from the dentist chair. The last part of that is I got traded to the Wilkes-Barre Scranton Penguins.
Yeah, you're good.
Cam was my D partner game 1 in Hershey in the minors. So it kind of, the story comes full circle
Look
today.
at you two, eh?
Yeah, and now we're sharing microphones.
Look at you two. D partners, mic partners.
Money on mics here.
Yeah, absolutely. Budget is important. It always is. We got to pay Duffy. Go ahead, JD.
Hey. Uncalled for. Yeah, well, that's what I needed Daniel Dale to fact check all the lies I was told about that as well, my salary over the years. We continue here on Trade Center, approaching noon Eastern time.
Someone to challenge Marty Supreme. Oh my goodness. Thanks for having me. Oh my goodness. Please. What is going on? There go the ratings. Can we get a close-up of that? Get a close-up. The little, my weapon of choice. The little Giuseppe.
This is worse than the llamas.
Game day, dude. Let's go. But I still don't know which BetMGM responsible gambling tools to use. Maybe you should mull it over. I see it now. Mull it over. I know what to do. Good call.
With BetMGM's responsible gambling tools like deposit or time limits, you can always mull it over ahead of time.
Party's in the back.
Domino's new Pick 3 deal. Get a small pizza for $10, a medium for $12, or a large for $14. Pick your size, classic crust, and 3 toppings. The choice is yours with Domino's Pick 3 deal, but it won't last forever, only at Domino's.
Wish we could stay one more day.
Me too. Whoa. Sam, do you think we can do it?
Booking now with TD Rewards points.
Whoa.
The TD First Class Travel Visa Infinite Card. Enjoy flexible ways to earn and redeem TD Rewards points. So it's your getaway, your way. It's how we're making banking more human.
More. Humans are hardwired to seek it. But the more we want is changing. In an era of hyperconnection, we yearn for more human connection, which is exactly the more Mazda delivers. There's always been something different about us, something deeper. The craft of our design, the intention in our engineering, connecting you to what matters most. This is the more to Mazda.
Now, I don't want to do this, but they say love means letting go. No, it's not you. It's not even me. It's weight loss world. It's so confusing. Now, go on. Get out of here. Phoenix.ca. Licensed physicians online? A weight loss treatment plan that might be right for me? Mailed to my door? What else do you have in those pockets?
Hey, Canada, that all-dressed chip flavor we all love just got saucified. Subway's new all-dressed sauce. Try it on your favorite sub. Or go big with a foot-long ham or cold-cut combo for just $8.99 each. Only at Subway.
Business doesn't wait for someday, and neither do we. Wherever you are in Canada, Merchant Growth backs your small business dreams with financing that fits your business's reality. Merchant Growth, proud to fuel what's next.
We're being told Haley from Red Deer is trading her Google Pixel 8 for a Pixel 10. Sources state the relationship simply ran its course. If you want to make a trade today only, get a minimum value of $500 when you trade in any phone, only at a Bell store.
We all talk a little small town, bunch of raised right around here. Kids keeping it country. We all know a little dirt road, 80-hour work load. We never hurt nobody. One of us got a chain if you get stuck. One of us got a cooler.
We're back on Trade Center. Marty Biron, Marty Supreme, also already shown us his supremacy in table tennis. Let's see in the Golf Town golf simulator we've got today. It's out a lot in the summer in Buffalo. I like it. It's going a little bit left. It's got some tree action there. Oh, that's trouble. Marty will reload, but we won't. We'll spare you that. Good try, Marty. You're still a table tennis champion. We're here on Trade Center. We're just moments away from 12 Eastern time, but still a long way away from the deadline. 3 more hours to go, and light in the trading so far, although it's started to pick up. The most interesting thing, even overnight and yesterday, most of the action coming from the West and the West contenders and playoff contenders, and not much from the East, what looks to be wide open. Brian Hayes and his panel have more.
Yeah, that's exactly where we're going with this chat. Back with Emily Kaplan, Carlo Koliakovo. The East, it's wide open. There's a lot of turnover, right? The Leafs were in the playoffs last year. They're not going to make it. The Capitals were in last year. They're not going to make it. Ottawa might not make it. And the Florida Panthers are not going to make it. They have been in the Cup final representing the East for 3 straight years. So someone's got to pounce here, Emily. Do you have your eye on any team in particular that you think will or should before 3 p.m.?
I'm looking just south of the border for you guys and the Buffalo Sabres. Look, I think there's a pretty good chance that Jarmo Kekalainen did all of his business in one swoop last night, getting those 2 big defensemen from the Winnipeg Jets, and Sam Carrick, who's the kind of glue guy that you need to win, the guy that just does it all in the bottom half of your lineup. But look, you mentioned it. It's wide open. This is a franchise that has not been to the playoffs in an NHL history 14 years. That is a long drought, a fan base that is thirsty as heck. And let's also be honest, Kevin Adams left Kekalainen in pretty good shape. So they've got the assets to be able to make a further move. You don't have to mortgage totally the future, but why not bring in another impact forward or maybe some goaltending help to secure that you can not just get to the playoffs, but make a run?
A similar team to Buffalo. I'm looking right at the Montreal Canadiens. Because as Emily just mentioned, what Buffalo's been through the last 15 years, Montreal, I think, exceeded expectations last year. They got into the playoffs. They got the taste. But now they're in a prime position. You talk about a team you want to model a rebuild after. It's the Montreal Canadiens. They go to the Stanley Cup final. They bottom out. Now you look at what they have. They got great young players. They got a prospect pool. They got a young prospect in net that they can develop around. Montreal Canadiens have to step up here. The window is open considering all the teams that you said are not in there. They're 5 points out of first, 3 points out of ninth. You got to excite that fan base and excite that team for the position they put themselves in right now. Go out and make a big move.
Yeah, I mean, those 2 markets in particular have been dying for this. Buffalo, obviously, more than any other team in the league. But Montreal has the richest history in the sport. And you can tell the fans want them to pounce, but there's a little bit of anxiety there because they've done such a great job of building this all up. But I'm with you. It's right in front of them. The thing is, one of those 2 teams, or both of them possibly, are going to have to go through Tampa. And I'm still looking at Tampa and Julian Brisebois. There's no chance he gets through 3 p.m. without doing something here, right? He has been active in the past. He has built cup teams in the past, and they have been the pace car in that division, and they're sputtering a little bit right now. John Cooper's alluded to it. They've got Vasilevsky, who's healthy and playing great. I think it's Tampa I'm looking at.
And they got Buffalo breathing down their neck.
Absolutely. That top seed is still absolutely up for grabs. So someone's going to make moves. I got to think teams in the Atlantic Division, and someone's coming out of the East and going to the Cup final.
Brian, Emily, Carlo, thank you. Yes, it's trickling in so far. We're at 3 trades, which might sound ridiculously slow for 4 hours of television coverage, but it's kind of the way it's been every year. We're basically on pace, and the vast majority, usually somewhere around 80% of the trades happen in sort of the 2 o'clock hour and just after 3 o'clock as they all come in. Let's check in one more time with Jennifer Hedger and Craig Button.
Thank you, James. Yeah, Craig and I just talking about the 2 top names on the list that obviously is still to go, Nazem Kadri and Vincent Trocheck. Neither of these guys are UFAs. They both have terms still, so they're looking for a team that can probably take on some cap space. We already talked earlier that would be an Anaheim, that's a Detroit, a Carolina, a Columbus. You're a team with cap space. You've got these 2 players who aren't UFAs. What's going on behind the scenes right now? Like, what's the give and take happening right now with these players and these teams?
Well, why don't I take it just right to a specific team? Okay. Carolina Hurricanes, a really good team on the button barometer for the Stanley Cup, right? Yeah. Like they're right up there. And I center, whether it be Kadri or Trocheck played in Carolina previously. I think that's exactly what would help that team become better suited for the playoffs. They don't have that player that can play behind Aho. They were hoping it would be Kotkaniemi. So you have cap space. You have this opportunity. You're well coached by Rod Brindamore, and that type of player, and you have the cap space. Yeah, there's term left on those contracts, but at the same time, are you going to be serious about being bold? Like Billy Guerin has been bold. Mm-hmm. Are you going to be serious about being bold? Because the Carolina Hurricanes have a really good team. How do you make it stronger? I think those 2 guys could be an excellent fit in there. So if I'm sitting there and I'm Eric Tulsky, I'm trying to figure out a way to get that done.
Okay, what about a guy like OEL from Toronto? A lot of talk about him.
Yeah, I think OEL's a really strong player. And you see about Detroit, can they use a defenseman? I think that an OEL in Detroit, he can play on the power play, he can play on the offside as a left shot, he can play in your second pair, he can play a little bit down, and he just does so many things that help your team win, and he's a competitor. He's won, he's got that. And we can also put the Swedish flag up as someplace that's been very attractive for Swedish players, in Detroit certainly knows that. Nick Lidström is the vice president and assistant to Steve Yzerman. Right. So I just think that would be a really good, and the cap, it's so manageable, 2 years, and the numbers, just fantastic dollars for OEL.
So on the other side, we've got a lot of Leaf fans watching, and Toronto Maple Leafs, obviously they're trying to get rid of some players right now. It hasn't been the season that they wanted. There's Bobby McMahon is still out there. OEL, as we mentioned, who was the other one? Oh, Scott Laughton. So is this a situation, I mean, is someone like Bobby McMahon, is he overvalued because he's a Toronto Maple Leaf, or... You know what I mean? You know, this happens sometimes in Toronto when you play for a team with so many eyeballs on it, and all of a sudden he's the guy that everybody's supposed to go get because he plays in Toronto.
Well, it's funny. I think it's the observation that everybody would say is true. The players come to, and they're great players. You know, the problem for Toronto is they take their great players like Marner and Matthews and Nylander and want to blame them for everything, and then they take these other players and say, yeah, right. So it's kind of like, are you kidding me? Listen, Bobby McMahon's had a really good year. His contract isn't onerous. You know, whatever Brad Treliving can get for Bobby McMahon, and you fit him into your team, he can skate, he can score. I think when you say overvalued, is what would his next contract look like?
And which we saw the comparable to that with Sherwood.
Yeah. But Kiefer's a different type of player, and you know, and again, you all of a sudden that starts. You got to decide, do you want to pay that? Scott Laughton, again, a really good manageable cap hit. You know, he fits into the bottom part of your group. But if you're a team that needs penalty killing, and one of the teams that needs penalty killing, and I know they've made some moves in Minnesota, their penalty killing is in the bottom third, just about of the league. So you get a player like that can come in and support that a little bit, and we'll see what ends up happening over time, whatever Billy Guerin does. But Scott Laughton, if I'm looking at a specific area, penalty killing, Scott Laughton is a guy with his cap hit that I'm looking to see, okay, can I do this?
Well, Bill Guerin is not afraid to be bold. We'll see where these guys go just under 3 hours now until the deadline. James?
All right, thank you very much. Some non-trade news for you quickly. This happened last night. Evgeny Malkin will have a hearing with the National Hockey League after an incident with Rasmus Dahlin of the Sabres. You don't really see it there, but Dahlin cross-checked him, and he gets a stick to the head from Malkin. It is a phone hearing, so it shouldn't be a major suspension, but he got a 2-minute cross-checking penalty, 5 minutes for a slash to the head, and was ejected for the game. Malkin, in his long career, not a lot of history, does have 2 other suspensions, but we'll see what happens with Evgeny Malkin as the Penguins very much in contention in the playoffs. We're going to talk about the Vancouver Canucks in full seller mood when we return here on Trade Center.
Oh, what a play by Pettersson. Knocks it to himself. He's in. He's hooked. He scores while falling down. Working free for Pettersson. Got it to Besser in front. Back and scores. Brock Besser with a second to go. What a stop by Demko on Beauvillier. Spectacular.
BetMGM is where you leave ordinary for something a little more interesting. With your favorite games, like The Price is Right and Rakin' Bacon. Or in the center of it all with live dealer classics. Don't forget to tip your dealer, because interesting leads to exciting, which opens the door to extraordinary. Make it Vegas almost anywhere. BetMGM Casino. Make it legendary.
Harvey's Pickle Poutine is back. Our famous poutine, topped with our famouser tangy diced and crispy fried pickles. And if it's only pickles you crave, add a side of 4 for just $3. Harvey's.
With Manulife Cover Me Insurance, Molly and Sid are covered for everything from sensitive teeth, prescription meds for high blood pressure, relaxing massage, and pre-existing conditions like diabetes. Call 1-877-COVER-ME or visit coverme.com for a quote.
Did you want to redeem your Canadian Tire money? You've got enough for your oil change to be free.
Wait, I can pay with Canadian Tire money?
Oh, yeah.
Earn and redeem Canadian Tire money for auto service. Only at Canada's Garage.
Practice starts in 20. Let's get it. T-Mac.
Who says for practice?
My game face doesn't take days off with Gillette Labs. Its green bar releases trapped hairs, so you can get virtually every hair in a single stroke.
That's smooth.
The best your game can get is Gillette Labs.
Hey, Canada, that all-dressed chip flavor we all love just got saucified. Subway's new all-dressed sauce. Try it on your favorite sub. Or go big with a foot-long ham or cold-cut combo for just $8.99 each. Only at Subway.
When I was about 15 weeks pregnant with my first son, I was in a car accident where I hit a fridge driving on the 401. That really jolted me to say, okay, you know what, I'm having this baby. We need a plan to be in place. I felt really relieved to have it checked off my list and know my kids are going to be taken care of. And if something happens to me, everyone knows what I would like to happen. I'm Janine, and I'm a Willful customer.
Willful makes it easy to create a legal will online from the comfort of home without the cost or hassle of visiting a lawyer. Visit willful.co to start your will today.
I would see them going by in the horse and buggies. I thought they were just religious people, God-fearing,
law-abiding. Beneath the surface, there is something much more sinister taking place.
Oh my God, this Mennonite is a drug dealer. I'm here to set the record straight.
This is a major drug operation.
This is the most bizarre story.
How did this happen?
No more questions.
This.
Wait! Key was under the mat.
Nothing!
Here, focus. Wait, the safe.
Hello, James, Pierre, CJ, Devin.
It's Darren.
Whatever.
Bob, we thought you were in St. Moritz.
St. Moritz is February. The beach house in Cabo is March. I just came back to watch you guys squirm on Trade Center.
We just need your Rolodex.
My Rolodex? What do you guys think, I'm 90 years old? I gave O-Dog all my phone contacts months ago.
Oh, dear God, no.
Department of Player Safety.
Yes, hello. I'm looking for Seymour Butts. Yeah, don't be shy to make a trade. Yeah, it says right here you've bought the industrial strength bidet. A bad GM says what? Greersy, it's Tree here. We want Celebrini. We'll give you a 10th rounder in Boston Pizza for life. Ducks, Mr. Shovel Day Off. Do you want your ducks cleaned? Doobie, it's Sid. I was just sitting around icing my knee and I was thinking, I don't want to be a penguin anymore. I want to be a maple leaf.
watches this crap?
We've been asking that very question for about 25 years here on Trade Center, but it's you that watches this crap, and we thank you for it, especially in the morning when, let's face it, not much happens. We got a bunch of minor deals so far. But usually, now that we're into the afternoon hour, things pick up. For us, we've been here for a while, so Harvey's is kind enough to drop us by for the burgers, one of the most infamous moments, of course, in the history of Trade Center, when O was caught on a hot mic saying, "Is there ketchup on that?" You can open it up today. We got burgers for you. We got fries. Let's go. We'll try not to eat on camera because that'll be ugly. But here we are. If you're just joining us, if you're on your lunch break at work or at school or something, again, you haven't missed a ton. There was a few trades overnight. Big one, John Carlson went from Washington to Anaheim. You got some onion rings as well. And Nick Foligno just been traded to the Minnesota Wild. Philly and Boston making a minor one, and the Wild making another minor one with Philadelphia earlier on today. That's what we got so far, but let's check in with Gord Miller and the trade breakers to see what else we have.
Yeah, we want to go back and revisit the trade of John Carlson by Washington to Anaheim. And, you know, I think it caught a lot of people off guard. And Pierre Rabon, you talked about it earlier, that this is not Washington throwing in the towel, but how it's received in the room is important. This was Alexander Ovechkin on his reaction to the trade.
Well, it's obviously a sad day. Probably the toughest day in my career.
Wow. So, CJ, he was also asked what this means about his future, and his answer to that was interesting as well.
Yeah, he basically said, "I'm not sure." And, you know, I think that this isn't anything for today. I mean, we're not at all suggesting Alex Ovechkin's being traded, but he is a pending UFA this summer. And the way everyone's left this is he'll decide, and they'll leave it to that time. I mean, Alex Ovechkin represented himself in his last contract negotiation. Obviously, has a great relationship with that organization. But when you see the kind of reaction today, Tom Wilson in tears, Ovechkin calling it the toughest day of his career, I mean, you just wonder what the future is for some of these guys. And look, this is a difficult part of a day like this, too, is that, you know, the organization is doing what's best for it as it transitions beyond the players that won that Stanley Cup years ago there. But, yeah, you just don't see that kind of reaction too often after a trade.
Different situation in Minnesota. Nick Foligno going there, and you've got the details of the trade, which are scant.
Yeah, from sad feelings to a really neat story. And yeah, Nick Foligno traded to Minnesota where he wanted to go to be with his brother Marcus Foligno for future consideration. So no return from Chicago. Doing a solid by their captain, reuniting the brothers in Minnesota. Good on Carl Davidson, the GM of the Blackhawks, for this. They really wanted to put Nick Foligno essentially where he wanted. And, you know, players around the league pay attention to things like that in terms of how you're treated on the way out. So kind of a neat story for the Wild.
When you ask Connor Bedard at the end of his career, years from now, who had an influence on him early on, he'll say Nick Foligno, who was a very important part of his early career in the NHL. Dregs, we've been hearing about Robert Thomas for day after day after day now. What's the latest on that?
Well, imagine if you're Robert Thomas, how you feel, or his family for that matter, because you're right. You know, he's been through this for several days now. The ongoing trade speculation, is it going to happen? Isn't it going to happen? The one thing that is real is that Robert Thomas of the St. Louis Blues has full no trade protection. So he controls the process now. And to be frank, the Blues are running out of real estate. They're running out of time here. The trade deadline, 3 p.m. Eastern, is looming. It hasn't been through lack of interest. I mean, Doug Armstrong of the Blues has been asking for a ransom appreciably for Thomas, year 3 of an 8-year contract extension. We went down the road recently with the Buffalo Sabres that couldn't make that work based on the haul that Buffalo wasn't willing to provide. Utah has been persistent and have been in this basically from the onset as well. But based on what time it is today, Gord, it feels like a long shot right now because Robbie Thomas, at the end of the day, is the guy that has to sign off on this.
All right, so we are 3 hours to the deadline.
Just a quick trade. Corey Perry has been traded from the LA Kings to the Tampa Bay Lightning.
For a second-round pick.
Yeah.
So that's back to, hang on.
He was in Tampa, yes.
Yes, he was. I'm trying to keep track of Corey Perry. Yeah, back in Tampa. All right, so there you go. So the Lightning have, see, Pierre, you complained that Carolina and Tampa hadn't done anything, and now
his Cup final streak might keep going there, too.
Well, he hopes the Cup final streak where he wins will finally come to light. Back in 2007, won the Stanley Cup with the Anaheim Ducks, but he's been on a bit of a losing streak in the final since then. James?
Yeah, just remarkable late career run for Corey Perry to go to all these Stanley Cup finals. The win has eluded him, of course, except for the one he won back in Anaheim near the very beginning of his career. But another veteran guy going to the Tampa Bay Lightning. We wondered how long it would take the Lightning to get engaged. Here we are, just under 3 hours before the deadline. Let's check in on our trade bait list one more time with Lindsay and Frankie.
Thank you, James. And throughout the morning, we've been keeping a close eye on teams' grocery lists, players they might be after. But let's shift our perspective now to players who could use a fresh start. And as we know, Frankie, every once in a while, we could all use a fresh start. Case in point, Canucks Elias Pettersson. No surprise, he has struggled the past couple of years in Vancouver. So if you're a team right now, what type of Pettersson do you think you're acquiring?
Well, you're taking a gamble that if you acquire Elias Pettersson, you are getting the 2022, 2023 version, or maybe the 23-24. But you have to hold up your end of the bargain. Whatever has been marring the Vancouver Canucks, whether it's been off-ice controversy, players that can't get along, that has to be gone now. Elias Pettersson has to try and find a way to turn back the clock. That's what another team is expecting.
Realistically, though, what is the return here? What are the Canucks getting on their end?
This is what makes it so complex. Think about it. It's your first line center. It's the guy who basically your whole forward group is supposed to be revolving around. But the issue is, because the cap hit is so high, another team is going to look at that and say, listen, I'm not giving you my blue chip prospect plus picks so high and everything is going to look at that and say, trying to say, listen, I'll take a chance, I'll do you a favor and everything that you want. $11.6 million trying to say, listen, I'll take a chance, I'll do you a favor for the Vancouver Canucks who clearly have $11.6 million pieces and you would be one of them. It's not an ideal situation for the Vancouver Canucks who clearly have to shed some pieces and you would be one of them. So much track record of Vancouver and say, are you better off just seeing if you can work it out there? But there's been so much track record of them now not working out there with a player of that kind of ilk. But I can't imagine the return is nearly as high as Vancouver would hope with a player of that kind of ilk.
And he has said it himself. He is going through what is a frustrating time. It is his 8th season with the Canucks. So we'll see, perhaps a fresh start could be a good thing.
Let's look at the hour-by-hour trades. Between midnight and 8 a.m., there were, we talked about the Carlson deal and Garland and the 2 Winnipeg defensemen going to Buffalo. Then nothing for a couple of hours this morning when we went on the air. 1 and then 2 and then 1 as the trickle, we hope, leads to a full stream at some point here in the next couple of hours here on Trade Center. So Corey Perry, after spending a large portion, 7, 8 years in Anaheim to start his career and winning a Stanley Cup. Let's go over since then. Dallas loses in the Stanley Cup final to Tampa in the bubble, right? Montreal loses to Tampa, then joins Tampa. Did Tampa lose one of those 2 years in the Stanley Cup final there?
Lost to
Colorado.
Brief stop in Chicago. And then 2 back-to-back years with Edmonton, both going to the Stanley Cup final before going to LA this year, and now maybe a chance to get back there with Tampa. When we had the Foligno conversation, you talked about, it's a character guy, but he still has to play. Corey Perry is obviously a character guy. Can he still play?
Yeah. Very different. And he'll get a role right away. As good as Tampa has been this year, they are still a top-heavy team. They're driven by their top 6. Now, unfortunately for them, the top 6 incredible. But further down the roster, they have, Dominic James was just hurt. Gage Gonzalez has played a big role. He could slide in on a third line, Yanni Gordon, him, and provide energy. And the thing about Corey Perry is he still has that. He doesn't want to be a fourth liner.
Yeah.
He wants no part of 4 minutes. He wants to play a significant role, but he's still more than capable on that team. He can be a difference maker. He always seems to be in the playoffs. He pops up once or twice, huge goal late, overtime, whatever it might be. and he'll be able to do that again this year.
The term dragging people into a fight is tossed out a lot around the league, but I truly believe that this guy is one of those people that his intensity and his care.
Edmonton on their run in their 22 games, and he had 10 goals.
Yeah.
Right? He had 10 goals, and he was averaging 15 minutes of ice time. So when you start to think about that, a guy that was versatile, they needed a goal at the right time, he found the right spot on the ice to be able to put it in, he was impactful. And so if you can have an impact, which Tampa Bay clearly thinks he can, to a lineup that's gotten healthy, Braden Point back in, Victor Hedman, you know, so it's a depth piece, but he's playing for a reason.
Well, we talk about Corey Perry. Mike talked about personality earlier about Edmonton. They miss Corey Perry's personality in Edmonton.
Well, don't forget, when Zach Hyman got hurt, he filled in nicely on the power play and scored some big goals.
But you know what else he does? He tells other players, hey, it's not good enough, and stop it, and get going. And so that's the personality that says, I'm not accepting this, and you guys aren't either. Because what you don't see with Corey Perry is what he does in the room, what he does in practice. Like, we all see what he does in the games. If he's not happy with guys, he'll stick you in practice. Like, he's that guy, and the Tampa Bay Lightning know him. I think it's a great get for the Tampa Bay Lightning.
But it's not just like he's a hard taskmaster. He's also supportive. He'll take you out to lunch when you're having a tough time. Very young guy, you've not been this before. He'll walk you through what it's going to be like for some of the players who haven't played. He does it, all those little things, you know, that you would hope a veteran would do. Plus, when it's 6-on-5 at the end of the game, he'll be on the ice.
He reminds me a lot when we got Mike Keane. I think Mike Keane is one of the best leaders ever around. Like, Mike played in a certain role, but everybody knew that Mike was going to contribute on the ice. And the same thing to Mike, good point. He's going to support you, but he's also going to challenge you.
You hear that? Leadership. You take a guy out for lunch. I don't think you've ever paid for anything.
He just got you a Harvey's.
You're the richest guy.
Daniel Dale, can we get you back here? Can we put up O's career earnings here?
Cole Caulfield told me a story once when he was just a kid in Montreal and Perry was on that team the year in the bubble. And in warm-up, Caulfield, or in a practice, Caulfield, a shot got away from him, hit Carey Price in the mask. And he was like, oh no, right? And Price was shaken for a second. And Corey Perry came up to him and said, no expletives. Don't ever do that again. Cole Caulfield said it will never happen again. He's never above the knees in any of his
He's just a great guy. What he is a great guy to look at in pressure situations because he wouldn't be nervous, and he wouldn't send that message.
You can fill any hole too.
Hey, we have a lot of Canucks fans that have been waiting for us to get to Vancouver, and that's what we're going to do right now. Let's look at the current roster with the Vancouver Canucks. Again, it's been a crazy year with the Quinn Hughes trade and multiple others that have gone along the way. A lot of prospects. Kiefer Sherwood went out to San Jose. Tyler Myers to Dallas. Late last night, Connor Garland goes to Columbus. They got a whack of second-round picks back, plus all the prospects they got in that deal with Minnesota. So as far as chances of picking first overall,
they want to be in the top.
Yeah, this is what you want, and they're cruising towards the last place finish and the best odds in the draft lottery, which, by the way, barring a bunch of flurry of trades, we're going to do our own little draft lottery shortly here. But right now, Vancouver at the bottom of the standings, which would mean they would have basically a 1 in 4 chance to get the first overall pick. A lot of Canadian teams may be involved in that draft lottery this year. Like we did with Ryan Rishaug, we're going to have our Vancouver reporter Farhan Lalji join us for this panel conversation right now. And let's see, it's last overall. They've never done it in their 55-year history. But in the market right now, is that okay, Farhan? Is that kind of what they wanted at this point in time?
Well, I think they want them to fully rebuild, and that's been something ownership and management and everyone else has been really reluctant to do. And, you know, this goes back a couple of years in terms of how they got to this point because, you know, that year they made it to the second round of the playoffs. That was a bit of a mirage. Absolutely everything went right for that team until the playoffs. And we knew there were some things going on beneath the surface. You get to the following year, Pettersson's got his new contract. He's still not performing now. And then the locker room just starts to explode. The Miller-Pettersson Pedersen thing takes over. And I can't begin to explain the stink of that situation and how it's still carrying over, the weight, the baggage from all of it. I mean, it truly was the trade that both teams and both players lost. And then you get into this season, and you can tell something is different with Quinn Hughes. Doesn't necessarily want to be here. We learned after the fact that he did indicate to management that he wasn't going to extend, and it just kind of fell apart from there. Eventually, they had to make that trade. Everyone around the team gives up, and now they've absolutely bottomed out. So fans have been calling for a rebuild for a long time. You got to go back to Trevor Linden when he first took over as president of Hockey Ops back in 2014, and they just wouldn't go there. And now the Quinn Hughes situation has forced them to go there. And in the process of trying to rebuild the franchise and rebuild the roster, they also need to rebuild the culture because it's not good, and it needs to get completely gutted in order for this thing to get righted at some point down the road.
Talk about culture, then Elias Pettersson is the face of it. I mean, they have to figure out what they're going to do with that player, the personality, the performance on the ice, because what is he in year 2 of his contract?
It's a tough contract, though,
He's
to
in year
unload.
2 of his contract. So you want this guy around for 6 more years at that money, underperforming and blaming everybody else, and it's the media's fault, and I haven't got it back on track. I mean, you got to deal with it. Because if he sticks around, fans are going to start disliking him more than they already do, and it's just a problem. Other players are looking around saying, this guy makes $11.5 million or whatever he makes, and he's going out there and doing this. What kind of standard are we setting? I just think that needs to be addressed.
So what do you do,
What do you do, though? How
I
do
have
you move
no
that
idea,
money?
but it's like anything else. If you got a problem in big business, you deal with it.
It's a question of how much you're going to eat then. You have to deal with it. You got to get rid of them.
have to retain.
What are they worth? $1 billion? Billion dollars? $1.5 billion of Vancouver?
Carolina's 2.25.
Okay,
Vancouver's more
so
than that.
$3 billion. Their cap's going to be $92 million, and you're going to let $11.6 million drag your franchise down. Out the door you go. If you cannot get something that feels value, you can't get somebody to take on some of the money. You buy them out. Because I'm not. If you have a stock portfolio,
That's a massive buyout.
I also
he says it has to change. It's and it starts with BP
Okay, but
40.
then before we get to a buyout then.
Yeah.
He makes 11.6, right? So could we not pay him 5? You're going to need half of that? Whatever you think of him, at 5'8", he is still more than good enough to be a $5.8 million player.
Yeah, I'm not talking
So you can
about,
get rid of him if you're willing to eat or retain a certain degree of money.
I'm going to go back to what Farhan said. He said they need a massive change. It's not good. And so you're right, Mike. I'm not saying not to take Elias Pettersson. I'm saying the Vancouver Canucks, if you got something that's dragging down harsh, but that's what you got to do.
I just said to Craig, like if he went to Carolina and Vancouver ate some money, a guy like Rod Brindamore would be great for him, just because I know what Roddy's all about and the motivation and the fitness and all of that. But his coach right now is Adam Foote, like one of the biggest.
Rick Tocchet.
And Rick Tocchet, 2 of the biggest character people that have ever played in the game, and he's not responding to those 2 guys. I don't even know if Roddy could do it if those 2 guys can't. We're talking about real credible NHL players that have been through the war. He hasn't responded to any of it. So what makes him respond to anything?
Well,
basically?
let's ask Farhan Lalji, who watches him on a night-to-night basis. Farhan.
Yeah, I think those are some valid questions, right? There's a concern that there's a level of indifference with the player, and we saw a little bit of improved play when they played Carolina in their last game, and it's kind of funny. We've gotten to that point here in Vancouver where if there's just a couple of games of reasonable play, we start wondering if Petey is back, and I think the organization's got to make a decision here because they still don't believe that there's necessarily addition by subtraction here. They want to recoup some value. Now, you're not going to get a Quinn Hughes-type haul for Elias Pettersson. Maybe you get a high draft pick. Maybe you get one prospect. You're not going to get a combination of assets, and they really don't want to retain. I understand why you don't want to retain. It's not just the money, but you've got a retention slot that's then going to be tied up for the next 6 years of that deal. Now, I think he needs a change of scenery. He's got full no-trade protection right now, so I think there's only going to be a certain select number of teams that he's potentially going to waive to if he's going to go, but I don't know that Pettersson, in fact, I'm convinced he will never be a 100-point player again, but I do think he could be back to being an 80-point player. He could be a really good second-line center on a contending team, or maybe a first-line center on a not-so-good team. But, you know, it's not going to happen in Vancouver. I think in Vancouver, he's going to be that 60 to 65-point guy that leaves everybody wanting. He needs a change of scenery, whether he admits it or not, and certainly the organization does as well. They've just got to get their heads wrapped around the fact they're not going to get much back for the player.
In conclusion, whether it's EP...
It's just like you're writing a grade 10 essay.
Comma.
Whatever. EP40 or Austin Matthews, I'm a little bit fatigued of the narrative of they're solid, they're playing well. When you're making that kind of cake, you got to be a game breaker and a difference maker on a nightly basis. So this, maybe he's a 40-point guy, 60-point. What? You guys are like elite talent. You're paid to be elite every night.
And that's the big question. But Evander Kane, they just did Garland. Can they do DeBrusk? What about Marcus Pettersson? Yeah. Why would you sign Demko? There's like a lot of questions below Pettersson on that have to be sort of unpacked on that organization.
I think there's probably still a player in there, and depending on the right situation team, it could come out. But that GM on the other side, what a risk that will be.
At $6 million, it's not a risk.
But if they don't, let's say there's no retention or a little retention, then that is like, if it could pay off, it's huge. Right. If it doesn't pay off, it's like a job-costing gamble.
But just quickly, I would just say, so try to help Jimmy fix his problem, and I would take a chance on EP40 for sure.
All right. We will roll along here on Trade Center. We are, 2.5 hours to...
Sounds like Ojo time. Feel the fun with all the latest slots and live casino games with huge progressive jackpots and all wins paid in cash. Groovy. Play Ojo.
Camping trip. But for now, he needs to financially protect his family if anything happens to him. So he called Northcover about life insurance. Their licensed advisors helped him choose coverage to suit his exact needs and budget. Now Tony's so well covered, it's like he's wearing a parka. And like a parka, Northcover keeps you well protected with a cash payout of up to $1.5 million, backed by an insurer with over 85 years of experience. Get a life insurance quote today. Call 1-844-536-1010 now or visit northcover.ca.
New Mr. Clean Magic Erasers make impossible possible. Just wet and squeeze and effortlessly cut through 100% of dirt, grease, and grime. So this is
100% possible.
They're upgraded and last 2 times longer to tackle more messes. It's not just clean, it's Mr. Clean.
I won every rep before that. You're only as good as your last one. All right, man. Let's take a break. You can't end on that one. You got another level. You want another one? Let's do it. Double or nothing. Show it to me, 2-3. Let's go.
At Burger King, we flame grill our burgers. Why? Because that's how it should be done. Hot, juicy, smoky, flame grilled, and made your way. Come experience the flame grill difference with our $5.49 meal deal.
Toyota takes you there. Don't miss out. Red Tag Days are on now at your local Toyota dealer.
Razzle is the child that I didn't give birth to. Yeah, she's our little best pal. I think no one wants to think about death. It's not like my dream thing to do on a Saturday, but I found myself actually just telling my friends and family after I made one that it's much easier and that you should do it. I'm Megan, this is Razzle, and we are Willful customers.
Willful makes it easy to protect the ones you love. Make your legal will online from home without the cost or hassle of visiting a lawyer. Visit willful.co to start your will today.
So we're tracking a major trade right now, and sources say this one's been months in the making. If you want to make a trade today only, get a minimum value of $500 when you trade in any phone, only at a Bell store. This is big. This is the Bell trade-in deadline.
Trade Center is presented by Harvey's. Harvey's Pickle Poutine is back. And for a limited time, get deep fried pickles for only $3. Harvey's, it's a beautiful thing.
We continue on Trade Center. We don't do this every year on the show, but years when there's special players available, like the Connor Bedard year, or years where there are a lot of Canadian teams who have a chance at the first overall pick, and that is the draft lottery. The actual draft lottery, a couple of months away. In fact, it goes May 5th. Our Director of Scouting, Craig Button, will be watching this very carefully and then doing sort of a mock draft when it is over. But to conduct our draft lottery, we'll get to him in just a second. First, I just want to explain the math and exactly how this works. Vancouver has the best odds to pick first overall, 25.1%. We talked about that moments ago when we talked about the Canucks. Teams are ranked based on point percentage in current standings. They can move up 10 spots because of lottery rules. So 4 Canadian teams have a chance to pick first overall: Vancouver, Calgary, Winnipeg, and Toronto. Keep in mind, Toronto's pick is top 5 protected, but if it goes outside the top 5, it would go to the Boston Bruins as part of the Brandon Carlo trade. So the only way that Toronto stays and keeps its pick is if they somehow end up in the top 5 in the lottery. We also remind you that Ottawa has forfeited its pick. Remind us what happened there exactly.
Well, it was something with no trade clause and a trade to the Vegas Golden Knights with Dadanoff.
Yeah.
And so they had a choice of giving up their first-round pick in 2024, 2025, or 2026. They didn't forfeit it in the previous 2 years, so they're mandated to forfeit it in this year's draft.
Okay, so because of that, because Ottawa is out of it, we have just 15 eligible teams who have a chance to win the draft lottery this year. And once again, we did this exactly the way they do it with the NHL, the exact same numbers and percentages, all our accountants backstage to make sure it went. There was no funny business. And the ping pongs, let's see, do we have the ping pong balls? Yeah, all right. Ladies and gentlemen, to our Deputy Commissioner, Jeff O'Neill will unveil the draft lottery, beginning with pick number 16. Jeffrey?
James, thank you, and welcome everybody to this year's draft at Scarborough. Happy to have everyone, the insiders, trade breakers, everyone. Let's start out with the 16th pick in this year's draft, the Columbus Blue Jackets.
All right, 16 to 15.
15, Let's start out with the 16th pick in this year's draft, the Columbus Blue Jackets. The Senators have forfeited their pick.
All right, 16 to 15.
15, the Ottawa with Senators the 14th have selection forfeited their pick is the Philadelphia Flyers. With the 14th selection, with the 13th selection, the Washington Capitals. With the 13th selection, with the 12th selection, the Washington Capitals, the San Jose Sharks. With the 12th selection,
no changes. This has been going as expected
Sharks.
for points percentage, and that leaves us with 11 teams
no
left.
changes. This has been going as expected for points percentage, and that leaves us with
anybody
11
who wins the draft lottery
teams
can move
left.
up.
And because you can move up 10 spots,
well, we saw it last year with the number 10
basically
team, the
anybody who wins the draft lottery can move up
so
to number 1.
let the suspense continue. Last year with
Jeffrey,
the number 10
pick
team,
11.
the New York Islanders moving up to number 1. So let the suspense continue.
Jeffrey, pick 11.
The 11th selection, the Los Angeles Kings. With the 10th pick, the Nashville Predators. With the 9th pick, the New Jersey Devils. At number 8, the Florida Panthers.
Well, I think that means somebody won from outside of that. Okay. I think Toronto was supposed to be there. Okay.
At number 7, the Winnipeg Jets. At 6, the New York Rangers.
All right. Okay.
Yeah,
so that leaves us with 5 teams. I've already lost track of this. I remember when I used to host the thing, I always used to lose track of what's
That means
going.
Toronto keeps their first round pick.
I think
they're
Toronto
the
and
top
Chicago
5.
have both moved up.
Yeah.
Right? Because there's different lotteries. There's like 3 different ways the balls fell out.
But we know that Toronto now is clearly in the top 5.
Right.
Which
So
means
they would
they keep their pick that was going to go to Boston,
Right.
though it was outside the top 5.
And Chicago.
Good news for the Toronto Maple Leafs.
Right.
Because in a year with lots of good players, a high draft pick, this is luck shining its fortune on the Maple Leafs.
Well, and the Blackhawks as well. I mean, if the Blackhawks, they've been in that little top 5 spot and got Connor Bedard and such, but now a chance to get back up there when they're already improving. Okay, Odaga, let's take us to pick number 5.
With the 5th pick in this year's draft, the St. Louis Blues.
All right.
With the 4th pick, the Calgary Flames.
Oh, my goodness.
With the 3rd selection, the Vancouver Canucks.
Okay. I know.
That's the.
I know what's going to happen now in every market in the country.
Best odds, though, were Vancouver.
We legitimately dropped ping pong balls out, and now Toronto's either going to have the 1st or 2nd pick. Am I right? And Chicago's going to have the other one?
Yeah.
All right, Odaga, so we do this the dramatic way. You will reveal the 1st overall pick in the draft, and then 2nd after that, which will be obvious.
The 1st pick in this year's draft is the Toronto Maple Leafs.
My goodness. No. That's it. Thanks, everybody, for watching Trade Center. We appreciate it. See you next year.
Jeff, did you load the ping pong balls with Toronto?
I watched legitimate people do this. There was no funny business. Trust me on that one.
So the single biggest Leaf fan of all the commentators who work for TSN does the draft, and the Toronto Maple Leafs end up with it. Like, I know we did it right, but there's going to be allegations.
I don't care what the allegations are. This is a professional organization. I am as well. I just read the cards that were put up there.
All right.
So, Jeff, there's one thing that I think you needed to say before this.
That was the actual drawing of the ball that happened this morning. So there you go.
But what Jeff needed to say before this is a must-win for the Toronto Maple Leafs.
That's right. This was the true must-win of the year. Okay, so now your job, Craig, always is to take us through this and do the mock draft. So are we going to start at the bottom? Are we going like 16 or are we going 1?
Oh, we got to go 1.
Have you already concocted?
I've already done this.
All right.
15 picks.
Okay, what do you got? Is Gavin McKenna going to the Leafs?
Oh, for sure. Yeah, absolutely.
100%?
No, I don't think there's any question. At the midterm, we polled 10 scouts. It was split 5-5 between him and Stenberg. That gap has now clearly moved in the direction of McKenna. He's been phenomenal at Penn State, and they get an elite playmaking winger.
Is Stenberg at number 2?
Nope.
Oh, Keaton Veerhoff. Yeah.
The
monitor is about 30 yards away. I didn't realize it was in the big screen.
Yeah. So you got Keaton Veerhoff going to Chicago, big right shot, all-purpose defense. Stenberg, nice Swedish player going over.
Great fit in Vancouver.
Absolutely. They're looking for a center in Calgary. Caleb Maholcha, really good, top-notch.
Jets at number 7.
Yeah, they need a center, and they're looking for a second line. Ty Lawrence, who went to BU after Christmas, really fits the bill. And how about Albert Smits, the Latvian who played in the Olympics? A lot of Latvians in Florida.
Terrific in the World Juniors and playing against the big guys in the Olympics for Latvia, and that's it again. Ottawa forfeiting. That's a tough one to look at for the Ottawa Senators. At least they didn't win.
Yeah, exactly. That would have been a tough one.
That would have been disastrous. So there you go, the draft lottery. We'll talk about the Winnipeg Jets next and get attacked on Twitter because the Leafs won the draft lottery, I'm sure.
Mike Chris, the zone, sets up Connor Shepley, shoots and scores! What a goal! Velarde to Connor, looking for the hat trick, right in, score! Bedard drills it, held up, dives across, and keeps it up, and Bedard can't believe it.
Closed captioning of this program is presented by Harvey's. Harvey's Pickle Poutine is back. And for a limited time, get deep fried pickles for only $3. Harvey's, it's a beautiful thing.
Harvey's Pickle Poutine is back. Our famous poutine, topped with our famouser tangy diced and crispy fried pickles. And if it's only pickles you crave, add a side of 4 for just $3. Harvey's.
Nature gives us things to protect ourselves, like elderberries. Nature's Way combines these with vitamin C and zinc for immune support inspired by nature. Nature's Way.
With $1 Million Score and Win, Save On Foods is giving you extra. We've had thousands of winners, but this season, or in the aisles.
The truck
with road presence. The truck with a sport performance hood. 20-inch all-black aluminum wheels. Rugged black grille. And it comes with an unsurpassed 10-year or 160,000-kilometer warranty. The new 2020
that he changed careers and never looked back. Another decision he didn't second guess? Getting Manulife Cover Me health and dental insurance. Prescription allergy pills? Covered. Physiotherapy after a tough day of shrubbery? Covered. With comprehensive coverage from Manulife Cover Me, you can get on with whatever life looks like. Call 1-877-COVER-ME or visit compete.
We remember where it all began.
911 Nashville, all new. Thursday at 9:10 Mountain on CTV.
Hey, Rooster.
The kids call you Rooster?
They think I'm like my character.
Nice washboard. This is college. You can be the Rooster if you want.
Cock. But doodle do.
Coming up on 1 o'clock Eastern Time here on Trade Center, time to talk about the Winnipeg Jets, who traded 2 defensemen last night to the Buffalo Sabres in Luke Shen and Logan Stanley going to Buffalo. Disappointing year for the Jets after what was a terrific regular season, at least last year. Cheveldayoff has made a D-Day deal 9 of the last 10 years, even more significantly, a 2-time winner of that highly coveted TSN GM of the deadline period trophy. Danielle Bain covers the Jets for us. So a little quiet today, which is kind of what we expected after they made the deals last night. What would you say their priorities are at this point in time as they kind of look more mid to long term than short term?
That's right, James. The Jets aren't really in a position to look for rentals right now because they are still 7 points back of that second wild card spot right now. So they are looking for guys with term, and I would expect Jets GM Kevin Cheveldayoff to address a few key areas, starting with a scoring winger. There's no question that when Nikolai Ehlers left in free agency this past summer that it would leave a bit of a hole, and the Jets have struggled to find some offense from anyone who's not on that top line. Kyle Connor and Mark Scheifele have played together the entire season so far, and Gabe Vilardi has been with them for most of the time. Those 3 players have combined for 46% of the team's goals so far, so they definitely need more from lines 2 through 4. And with that, Jets also looking for that elusive second line center position. I know the last couple of trade centers, it's probably been the same kind of thing. They haven't been able to fill that spot. Adam Lowry and Jonathan Taves have played in that position for the most part this season, and while they've been decent, they haven't really been able to be that driving factor for that second line. And then lastly, just anyone who can really enhance the team's speed. This Jets team is on average one of the oldest teams in the entire league, so speed has been a bit of their kryptonite at times this season, and they are ranked 31st league-wide in chances off the rush. So anyone that can help in that area, I'm sure Cheveldayoff will take a look at. Will things happen today, James? I'm not 100% sure, especially with what Cheveldayoff has to work with, but never say never on Trade Center. I'll keep my eyes and ears posted here in Winnipeg.
And we are glad to have you on your first ever Trade Center. That's Danielle Bain in Winnipeg. If the Jets and the Florida Panthers both miss the postseason, it would be just the second time in 40 years that the defending President's Trophy champion and defending Stanley Cup champion both missed the playoffs the next year. Only other time it happened 2015 when Boston and LA both missed the playoffs. So how, there's obviously been, there were a couple of, Ehlers and stuff they lose, but essentially the same team goes from an absolute juggernaut to this disaster. What exactly went wrong, Frankie?
It feels like there's some untimely injuries. The team speed has slowed down, and they were top heavy at the start of the season. And that's, that puts them in the position where they are now. Not to mention Connor Hellebuck shut down for a little bit. He's coming back from a surgery. It's like the perfect storm of things happening where now this leads you down the path where, like Kevin Cheveldayoff has won trades before. He's going to have to find a way to win a few more trades here moving forward.
Yeah, try to add some support around what I think are 6 or 7 really good forward players, but you're short 5. They started out the season 9-3, and you're going, okay, they're managing. Here we go. And then you look, I've heard many of the players, we all have, we played well enough to win, but they lose because of the mistakes they make. So it feels like the injuries, and they were really trying to find Jonathan Toews, and Jonathan Toews was trying to find himself. And I think that we've seen a lot better version of Jonathan Toews now, but that early version, I mean, you could see that the whole struggle was going on. Coach trying to find a place for him, get line mates with him trying to find his way. That led to it, then some injuries, and you find yourself, before you know it, in a deeper hole than you can dig yourself out of.
Well, you look at Adam Lowry, not completely healthy, which is a massive, massive piece to this puzzle, but down the middle, that's where I'd be looking. But also team speed. I think for me, watching the Winnipeg Jets, you can talk about, an aging core, and there are pieces there that aren't going to go anywhere. So if you're going to support them, I think there needs to be better team speed. You heard Danielle talk about play off the rush, but also once they're in zone, they have a hard time getting out connected again. It's almost as if they're watching and they can't close. I do feel that a lot of the time they're isolated in the neutral zone because they aren't able to get going. Team speed seems to really be lacking on the flanks in particular for me. So that would be something I'd be looking at, and the mobility of the blue line.
Get you an MJ in a second. Let's bring in Kevin Sawyer, who's our Winnipeg Jets analyst here on TSN. You heard some of that. Just want your assessment of what's gone wrong, and maybe can it be fixed, and can it be fixed rather quickly?
It's going to have to be. There's no doubt about that. So team speed clearly has been the issue in my mind, and it's affected not only the offense but the defense for this Winnipeg Jets team. They were the best defensive team the last 2 years. So listen, a lot of people talk about the 2C position need to be filled. That's the top priority. I don't necessarily agree with that, although they need an upgrade there's no doubt. In the absence of Nikolai Ehlers, for me, the biggest requirement here for this team to get back to success is to not only have speed, to have speed in the top 6 and to have scoring speed. They need a dangerous winger. They won the President's Trophy last year with Vlad Nemestikov, who's a depth centerman or a depth winger. He played center on that second line because they had fast, dangerous scoring winger. I think Kevin Cheveldayoff has done a nice job gaining a prospect in that regard. But speed for sure is the root of all of this. They need to find not just speed, but quality speed that fits into the top 6.
And we know it's easier to find a scoring winger than a scoring centerman. Right? I mean, if you had to pick one or the other, you're going to try to go shopping for a winger. But I think where they were so good at last year is that their first line was tremendous. But then their second line, even with Nemesnikov on there, you knew exactly what they were and very effective. We talked about their third line. It was the best third line in hockey last year. Adam Lowry centering that line. It was very clear what each role was, how often they played together. And basically with the departure of Ehlers and Jonathan Toews and Lowry's injury, they became a one-line team. And as good as that one line is, and as good as Hellebuck can be, it's not enough. So they have to round out their offense in a major way.
And there was never enough to pick up the slack, right? Like Cole Perfetti had a high ankle sprain to start the season, and then Jonathan Toews is trying to find his game, and Adam Lowry's coming, back from surgery, and then Dylan Sandberg is hurt, Connor Hellebuck's hurt. Like, that's not enough to make up for your team being a one-line team. Like you talked about, everything was slotted perfectly last year. You can make up for it, but not when that's the health of your group underneath it.
These last 20 games, which may mean nothing for the playoffs, Cole Perfetti, if he's getting healthy, if he is healthy, he's got to be a guy that takes this next 5 weeks and be like, all right, this is who I am. This is who I can be going forward, because they were counting on him to take major strides. He's incredibly talented. Right. But the production has just not been there.
An everyday
Perfetti,
NHLer.
on the importance scale is not is well ahead of Salamanca given to the defensive
But I'm
side.
talking games and getting a foothold in there. I think Morgan Barron's been excellent the past little
Still
while
more
as well.
concerned about Perfetti.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's always disappointing when you come off a season like you had last year, but this is the National Hockey League, and I think the Jets, because of Hellebuck and because of Morrissey and those guys up front, that they definitely, if they can answer the things that you guys just questioned in the offseason,
they bounce back quick.
They could have one of those.
The main guys are still the main guys.
Yeah, quick
They're not
bounce
going
backs.
anywhere.
Hockey and TSN, of course, continues after the deadline has passed. Our next game comes your way Tuesday. Man, every regional game is against the Ducks. Our next Leafs game, it feels like our next Sens game, our next Habs game, our next Jets game. It's all Ducks TV here on TSN for the next little while.
Exciting team.
All right, let's get some more analysis now from Brian Hayes and his group.
All right, thanks, JD. Here with Emily Kaplan for one last ride with Emily, Carlo Koliakovo, and you guys were just talking about Winnipeg, and they were sellers last night. We'll see if they continue to be sellers, but they're not alone. There's a lot of teams here that have thrown up the white flag, and we know that they want to sell. They're trying to sell. Emily, you're looking at the New York Rangers. What do you think's going on here?
Yeah, the Rangers not only threw up the white flag, but they've explicitly said it, right? Chris Drury put out a letter, said this is what we're trying to do. And even though he's made some moves so far, everyone knows that his biggest trade chip at this deadline is Vincent Trocheck. So it's kind of surprising to see him not move to this point. What I've heard over the last couple of days is Chris Drury has told his peers, I don't need to make a trade just to make a trade. This guy's under contract for 2 more years. Maybe we'll revisit this in the summer. I think the Minnesota Wild, based off the business that they've done, their package wasn't good enough. I think they're out for now. Detroit, Carolina, even Boston, I'm a bit curious about, but at this point, there's just no traction. And I know a lot of people are wondering, okay, what about Adam Fox, maybe even Igor Shesterkin? Those aren't going to happen until at least the summer, if at all. And Braden Schneider is another guy that I know a lot of teams are interested in. Sounds like they want to punt that decision to the summer as well.
Tell you what, if Shesterkin is on the market in the summer, that is going to be big game hunting. There's no disputing that. Who do you have your eye on in terms of
big if?
Big if. We're not quoting you on that. We're just speculating maybe what could happen in the future. How about you, Carl?
Well, one team I'm looking at is the Calgary Flames, and it's not because of what they haven't done. They've done a lot up until now, but I want them to finish the job. They still got 2 big pieces, Nazem Kadri, Blake Coleman, that are highly sought after from everybody across the National Hockey League. And you look at the moves that they've made, they're addressing the now with young players, they're addressing the future with prospects, and they've got the arena coming in the next 2 years. That's where they've got to build a team towards. And I think with those 2 pieces still left on the market and the job that they've done, but now they've got rid of Anderson. You know, they just made the trade to move on from drawing a blank with the second player that they had there that they just made a trade for.
I'm leaving you hanging. I'm hanging out to dry here. We got you. They've made more trades.
They've made a lot of trades. And so finish the job right now. Nazem Kadri will get you a lot, and so will Blake Coleman.
Yeah, they absolutely will. And that's it. Like, Calgary knows where they are. And they've been in that position for a couple of years, right? Trying to build towards the future.
Uyghur was the other guy.
Mackenzie Uyghur. There you go. I could have saved you there. Utah. Love that deal. Love that deal. I'm still looking at the Maple Leafs.
Sitting here silently.
Yes, exactly. Nicholas Waugh was a move from yesterday. They've kept McMahon out of the lineup. You've kept Lawton out of the lineup. They're pending UFAs. If you're not going to sign them, you have to trade them. You have to. Yeah. Whatever the value is, and you may not have leverage, but you've got to move off them. I think Ekman Larsson's in a very similar situation. I question, and I'm wondering, and I'm curious, and we'll find out in the next couple of hours, how much deeper could it go? Yeah. What other names with term could be possibly on the trading block? Because Calgary, the Rangers, the Leafs, they've been in this position for a while. We know what they have to do. So a matter of whether or not they can do it, James.
All right, thank you, gang. Yes, that's one of the teams, obviously, we're paying close attention to over the next couple of hours. I think we put the over-under on Leafs trades this morning at, 3.5? We await the first after the Nick Roy deal yesterday as we continue here on Trade Center.
McMahon's fast. He's big.
McMahon with the first in on goal and scores! McMahon sneaks it through. A backhand shot score. Bobby McMahon.
Closed captioning is brought to you by the Bell Trade-In Deadline. Today is the day to get a minimum $500 trade-in value on any phone, only at a Bell store.
Business doesn't wait for someday, and neither do we.
Wherever you are in Canada, Merchant Growth backs your small business dreams with financing that fits your business's reality. Merchant Growth, proud to fuel what's next.
Practice starts in 20. Let's get it. T-Mac.
Who shaves for practice?
My game face doesn't take days off with Gillette Labs. Its green bar releases trapped hairs, so you can get virtually every hair in a single stroke.
That's smooth.
The best your game can get is Gillette Labs.
Toyota takes you there. Try the 100% electric BZ during Red Tag Days. On now.
Now, I don't want to do this, but they say love means letting go. No, it's not you. It's not even me. It's weight loss world. It's so confusing. Now, go on. Get out of here. Phoenix.ca. Licensed physicians online? A weight loss treatment plan that might be right for me? Mailed to my door? What else do you have in those pockets?
Sweet cheeses, 3 forms of cheeses, cookie sauce and Parmesan. I love you, cheeses. Yes, I do. And cheese heaven right now with you.
Give your taste buds something to sing about with New York Fries' new triple cheese poutine.
Switch to RBC. Your idea of I got this happens here.
Exciting trade news. Ben from Toronto trades his iPhone 15 for an iPhone 17. We're told the phone case is being retained for sentimental reasons. If you want to make a trade today only, get a minimum value of $500 when you trade in any phone, only at a Bell store.
Graduation picture on the mantle. I'm a dropout. She's dropped it just like George and Tammy when they drank too much. Know a little something about love, hate love.
Carlo Koliakova, one of the most smoothest swings at TSN. So give us one more, Carlo. Oh, we're just watching where his ball landed there. I don't think he's happy with it. There we go. One more from Carlo. Look at that tempo. Look at that rhythm. Just a couple months away from golf season. We thank Golf Town again. He's pushed it to the left, but he'll be fine. Carlo can recover from there. One more minor deal for you. Vinny Hinostroza goes from Mini to the Florida Panthers, just moving out a body as the Wild have added a couple of bodies there, just future considerations in a minor trade. We continue to do our then and nows, looking back at our analysts. Let's focus in on the goalies. Love Gino.
Apologies for that.
Mustache is still going strong.
I still have that jacket hanging in my closet. Listen, when I was at that age, it was the early part of Alexander Ovechkin's career coming into the NHL. And oh my gosh, you can't put that up there and expect me to keep a straight face.
There is. You look like Eugene Levy from SCTV. Earl Cannonbear.
Now you know why when people say try to grow that mustache back, I'm like, no, that's never ever going to happen. All right, I was talking about my early days of coverage.
a fantastic player. So they've gone through the wars. They've won a Stanley Cup. They've done all of these things. John Carlson just isn't a defenseman for the Washington Capitals. He's a legacy player. He's a
the Washington Capitals. So that to me is the most significant one. When I heard Carlson had been traded, I'm thinking, which Carlson are we talking about here? Talking about Erik Karlsson? Or are we talking about Leo Carlson? I never thought John Carlson was going to be one to be moved. And I'll tell you this, in 2009 with the Flyers, Scotty Upshall was traded at the deadline. We needed to make some room, cap-wise or whatnot. And Scott Upshall wasn't like John Carlson on the ice, but he was such a glue guy in our locker room. The line, and Carlson was a glue guy with Washington.
When you make a move, I understand general managers have a ton on their plate. They got to work through making a good deal, not losing a deal, moving a guy who's got a no movement, but you also got to consider what you're doing within your team. Yeah. And now that we've seen the reaction from Ovi and Tom Wilson, do you wonder, was there or should there be conversations with not everybody on the team, obviously, but with your superstars in the league to say, this is a trigger I'm thinking about pulling?
My first reaction to it was when Alexander Ovechkin said, this came out of nowhere. And to me, you would think management, ownership would have that conversation. Obviously, John Carlson would have to okay where he's going or a form of that. He'd have to know that potentially this is coming. But Alex Ovechkin was acting like this came out of left field, out of nowhere. That's a little bit surprising because we know, listen, in my career, nothing was shared with me. I was at the bottom of the totem pole. Yeah. But the captain, the leaders on the team, those guys would probably be brought in and say, hey, we're going to have a ripple effect situation here. You're going to have to, weather the storm. So seeing Ovi, he seemed quite genuinely surprised by that, which I thought was a little bit unique. Either that or he's acting. He's a great actor.
Well, sometimes you have to put the emotional side of the game, of the human side, to the side and not think about it, knowing that if you're talking about trading John Carlson, it's going to affect other teammates, right? So maybe you don't approach Ovechkin about it. You don't. Sidney Crosby this summer when they were looking for a new coach, they said, Sid, are you going to have a say in the coach? He goes, why? I'm playing. Yeah, I'm a player. I'm not a coach. I'm not a management. I'm not a coach. So I like the old school mentality of, you know what, I'm going to play. You guys do what's best for the team. But a guy like Ovechkin in his last year of his contract, maybe his last year in Washington, that could mean a lot to his future of him returning to Washington or not. This will be interesting.
Maybe sooner rather than later, because the other quote that Ovi said after finding out that Carlson was dealt, they said, how does this affect you now that you're in your final year of the contract? This is a quote from Ovi. I don't know. I'm still here right now, so we'll see what's going to happen. It's a hard one. So Ovi went from no chance he gets dealt on deadline day this year to maybe now that Carlson's gone. James?
All right, thanks, Gino. Yeah, you forget on a day like this, the teammates that have long-lasting friendships, some that have gone 10 and 15 years, and watching a guy walk out the door, never easy here on Trade Center. An hour and 50 until the deadline. We'll continue right after this. Elias Pettersson.
With Elias Pettersson because there's renewed trade interest. I think Pettersson is a fantastic player that's looking to find the consistency back into his game. A change of scenery would help him, but you got to have the right fit and the right players coming back for picks and prospects.
Closed captioning of this program is presented by Harvey's. Harvey's Pickle Poutine is back. And for a limited time, get deep fried pickles for only $3. Harvey's, it's a beautiful thing.
Harvey's Pickle Poutine is back. Our famous poutine, topped with our famouser tangy diced and crispy fried pickles. And if it's only pickles you crave, add a side of 4 for just $3. Harvey's.
Next case, Yogo.
Your Honor, she's always choosing Yogo over us. And while Yogo is made with real fruit and no artificial flavors, she's here.
This food court rules in favor of Yogo.
She's always choosing Yogo. Snack it up.
Every veteran has a story.
Whatever your next chapter, get support with health, education, finance, and more. Find resources for you and your family at veterans.gc.ca/services.
Get the new Apple Watch when you switch to RBC. Your idea of I got this happens here.
A claims program for harmed Canadians has begun as a result of a landmark tobacco settlement. If you smoked regularly before November 20th, 1998, and were diagnosed with lung cancer, throat cancer, emphysema, or COPD,
fast by flushing out germs, mucus, bacteria, and viruses. In like 30 seconds, I can feel the results.
Get #1 doctor-recommended Navage.
It's the month of Ram, and nothing can stop us. We're light duty. We're heavy duty. We are Ram. We made days count with the most technologically advanced Ram 1500 ever, backed by an unsurpassed 10-year or 160,000-kilometer warranty. What are you waiting for? It's time to get into Ram. Right now, get 0% financing for 60 months on the 2026 Ram 1500, or 0% financing for 72 months on the 2026 Ram 2500.
Sweet cheeses, 3 pounds of cheeses.
Put cheese sauce and Parmesan.
I love you, cheeses. Yes, I do. And cheese has a mind out with you.
Give your taste buds something to sing about with New York Fries new triple cheese poutine.
The Oscars, live Sunday, March 15th on CTV. Stream on Crave.
Crave is home to the biggest Oscar-nominated hits.
Let's rock and roll!
Including One Battle After Another, Weapons, and Sinners, with a record-breaking 16 nominations. Ooh. Stream the best in cinema on Crave.
Turned upside down on this day. So we'll keep them in mind as we begin our look around the National Hockey League and start with Gino Reda and the Breakers. Boys.
All right, thanks, James. Here he is, the Screen Award winner himself, Pierre LeBrun, Darren Dreger, Chris Johnston. Great to have you with us. All right, so.
Those aren't real insiders. I'm the real insider.
I guess.
Yes, indeed you are, and you will always be, Bob McKenzie. By the way, I don't want to break the illusion of television, Hollywood. That actually isn't Bob McKenzie's estate. It's the Coppenwood Golf Club clubhouse. We thank Paul and the gang at Coppenwood for allowing us to shoot all our films, and Bob's continual commentary here on Trade Center, scathing commentary here throughout the day over at Coppenwood. Some new introductions on a day like this as new players arrive to their respective teams. We're seeing that in Edmonton right now where the Oilers are on the ice. That's Paul Coffey saying hi to Jason Dickinson, their new defenseman. Coffey making the round. Also saying hi to St. Albert, Alberta, right outside of Edmonton, native Colton Dock, who joins the team as well.
I was at home with my kids. We were just sitting down for dinner, and I got the call. Thoughts on it? I'm excited. I think I play a role that I can fill a job here that's needed, and that's all I'm going to try to do. I'm not going to try to do anything more than what I am. No. Yeah, it's pretty crazy. I think my mom and dad are. They were probably the 2 most excited people on the planet yesterday when they found out. So pretty crazy. We've been coming to games since I don't even remember how old I was, but it's a pretty surreal moment.
St. Albert, Alberta, home to some terrific hockey players. Colton Dock, Jamie Noodles McLennan, also from there as well. Let's check in with Gord Miller and the Trade Breakers.
You might want to throw in Mark Messier and Jerome McGinley, but
yeah,
hey, you do
they're down the list.
You do you. So a couple of things we should talk about here, and we're going to get into sort of the nitty-gritty of how things have changed in the NHL. But one is there used to be a way to have double retention on a salary. So basically a team would trade a player to a third, they would retain salary, trade a player to a second team that would also retain salary and then go to a third team. That doesn't happen anymore. Double retention can't happen anymore.
Third-team broker, yeah.
Yeah. And the other thing is there's now a salary cap in the playoffs. So your 20-player roster in the playoffs has to be cap compliant, which has not been the case in the past. Do you think that might be a reason? Those two things is why there have been less big salaries and big names moving.
There's no question about it. I wrote about this Monday in The Athletic, and from player agent side to the management side, everyone in unison said it impacted their flexibility in some of these conversations. Now, we're still going to get a slew of trades here the next 2 hours, but what it changes is that when you're up against the cap, you're losing that ability to cut a player's salary by 75% with a double retention. That is huge. And number two, with the playoff cap, let's use Florida as an example. If they were sitting in a playoff spot, they're not, but just play with me here. Sasha Barkov at $10 million. They were hoping he'd come back in the playoffs. In last year's system, you could spend $10 million and still get Barkov back, and that's what teams are doing forever. That is no longer on the table. So those two factors have changed the way things are getting done. But I will say this, teams have said to me after this year, they think teams will be sort of better prepared for the way the system is now.
We're going to put a hold on this. James has a guest.
Yes, thanks. And a guest who's in a hurry because he's at the airport on his way to Minnesota to join the Wild, and it's Minnesota native Minnetonka, Minnesota native Bobby Brink, traded from Philadelphia to the Wild. Bobby, thanks so much for taking a couple minutes. I know it's
all this year, and they're in the middle of a playoff push, and so I'm something more excited to join them and try to help them up.
And you go to a contending team, which I'm sure means a lot to you. This is the first time you've gone through this. Philadelphia was your organization your entire career. What was it like for you going through getting traded at the deadline for the first time?
Yeah, obviously a little surprising, but couldn't be more excited to join the Wild, and there's not a better spot for me to be going.
Well, they're lacking right shot wingers. How big an opportunity? Have you had a chance to talk to them about how you hope to be used?
I don't know that yet.
Okay. Listen, I know you got to go. We appreciate you taking a minute out for us. Best middle name in hockey, Bobby Brink. Best of luck in Minnesota.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate it.
Bobby literally was about to jump on a plane, so we appreciate him taking 90 seconds out for us. Let's get back to Gordon Miller and the Breakers.
Just to finish the thought here on double retention and the playoff salary cap.
Yeah, the one thing I guess I'll clarify a little bit, you could still have double retention. It's just the first retention had to happen 75 days or more ago. So, you know, there are players that are on our trade bait list, guys like Scott Lawton, who his salary was retained by Florida when he came to Toronto. They could retain again on him. So they're Philadelphia, pardon me, one of those days. Yeah. But, you know, it's still possible. It's just that you're not seeing the three-way trades happening in real time. And, you know, Darren mentions here that we have a lot of big names on the board, and you wonder, does that gum up the works a little bit? I mean, look, just got a very quiet text, and we're at 1:15 just ahead of this 3 o'clock deadline. So there's going to be moves, but it feels quieter than other deadlines.
Yeah, sure. And another general manager just texted the same thing. I said, look, it seems a little too quiet, and his response is it is, and it's borderline bizarre. And you do have to wonder, do you have a trade, or you just got your hand in the air?
And just one final point on it.
You just cut him right off.
Oh, I thought you were done. Sorry. My bad.
Go ahead.
That in speaking to Deputy Commissioner Bill Daly about this, about eliminating the double retention, he reminded us that they never wanted salary retention to begin with in the original CBA in 2005, the salary cap. GMs fought hard for salary retention, which came in 2013, but the double retention, the league felt, went against the spirit of the system, which is supposed to be rigid.
My eyes are glazing over. Wow. Can I go now? Yeah.
That's the history of it.
No, I mean, look, it's quiet perhaps because some of the bigger players and the teams that have been in play with those players, but a lot of that also has to do with the trade protection here, right? And as I said earlier in the day, you look at Nazem Kadri and the Calgary Flames as an example, and you do have to go to your no-trade list and see if there are teams there that maybe aren't as bad as what you thought when you developed that no-trade list. And then you look at the St. Louis Blues, and man, have they been in the news. I mean, from Robert Thomas, who, I mean, at this stage, not going out on a limb, you can't imagine that he gets traded at this point. You know, is he going to waive unless it's a perfect scenario? And that seems somewhat unlikely. Braden Shen is an interesting target. But again, there's trade protection there, and I think that what are you trying to do now?
No, never mind.
There are teams that would be on his no-trade list that I'm sure would have some interest, but St. Louis has been bitten a couple of times by trade protection is probably a little bit gun-shy at this point.
Excellent point.
Thank you.
Please make a deal. Save us from ourselves.
Before we get to a buyout then.
Yeah.
He makes 11.6, right? So can we not pay him $5? You're going to need half of that? Whatever you think of him, at 5'8".
It has to change. It's and it starts with BP 40.
Okay, but then before we get to a buyout then.
Yeah.
He makes 11.6, right? So okay, but then before we get to a buyout then.
Yeah.
He makes 11.6, right? So can we not pay him $5? You're going to need half of that? Whatever you think of him, at 5'8".
It has to change. It's and it starts with BP 40.
Okay, but then before we get to a buyout then.
Yeah.
He makes 11.6, right? So
ever. We consider each other brothers and best friends, and I think that's something that we're really excited about. We're both invested in each other's success, and to be able to join forces now and go and chase this thing is pretty exciting. And and probably the only reason why I was excited to go to Minnesota is to have this opportunity with a great team and try to do this, with some investment that I already have in it. So, it's a humbling day, honestly, because it was hard to say goodbye to the group that I had in Chicago. I felt like a little bit like I was saying goodbye to my kids, to be completely honest with you, and guys that I've really grown to love and respect and watch them grow as players and people. And so it was an emotional day more than I even probably thought. And but I am excited about joining Minnesota.
Well, you told me stories about Connor Bedard in his rookie season coming over to your house and your kids pulling him down in the basement. He would just disappear and play mini sticks with them for 3 hours. You have to take a lot of pride in helping him mature as a player, as a person over the last few years.
Yeah, I think, it's all the credit goes to Connor. I think he's just grown as a person, and it's been fun to watch as a friend and an older brother, so to speak, and seeing him grow. But not just him, Frank Nazar, Oliver Moore, Ryan Green, the list kind of goes on in that room. Alex Vlasic has taken huge steps. So, these guys are primed to be continuing to push and become the team that I expect them to become. And it's a special group, though, when you get around this room and you meet these guys and how much they care and have learned to care about each other. There's a reason why there's so much excitement around that team, and it's a hard time right now, obviously, and I think they all feel it. Where you're losing some great people. We watched 2 other great veterans and leaders in our room walk out the door, and Murphy and Dickinson, and so I think the realization that this sucks and they want to make sure that come next year they're not in that position. I think is a great motivator. But I couldn't be more thrilled for a guy like Connor who's really found his footing, and I think the sky's the limit for a kid like that, because not only is he a great player, but he's a great person.
We were talking after the trade broke here on the panel about, everybody in the league that knows Nick Foligno, one of the greatest character guys in the league. But you don't just trade for a guy for his character, that he still has to be able to play and contribute. Look, you're not the guy who scored 30-plus in Columbus back in the day, but what can you do for the Minnesota Wild here as they try to make a run?
Well, I think that's the thing. I think I'll do whatever it takes, right? And that's kind of been my MO for my whole career. So wherever you see me, and I'm going to do whatever is asked of me to do. And I think that's where my leadership, my character can pull other guys into that, and making sure that this is the time of year where you accept roles. You go in and you give everything you absolutely can to help the team move forward. And I can be a voice in that. I can be a presence in that, and I know I can still give a lot to this group on and off the ice. So I'm going in there to help, and I'm fully aware of the great team that they already have. But I still feel like I can bring something to that team, where it's physicality, it's heaviness, it's a hardness to play in, and that's the kind of hockey that's going to be coming up here. So.
Love the idea of always just giving the guy the C super early. It seems to be the trend in the National Hockey League, but at this age, is he...
Give it to him the summer, maybe before training camp next year. Rotate 3As the rest of the year, and then give it to him. He's got, I think he's got an extension.
We know he's getting it.
He's got to get an extension too, right? So that's, all part of the sign the thing. Here's your jersey. You're the guy for the next 8 years, and here's your $100 million.
Do you think he wants it, though?
I think every hockey player wants to see.
Really?
I think so. I used to vote for myself every time when I was 10. Who should be the captain?
When you were 10.
Sorry, Craig?
Agent, you're selling him short at $100 million for 8 years.
100 plus. That's for 6 years.
Hey, just
he's got the same agent you had.
While we're waiting on other deals, and we think with about 90 minutes left here, we should get more deals. A lot of quiet places right now, including Toronto. But the Karlsson deal that happened overnight, I think because we got on the air and got into the Canadian teams, we glazed over it a little bit. I mean, fairly significant trade by the Ducks here. And you heard the guys talking about the reaction, Tom Wilson in tears in Washington, and the repercussions perhaps for the Capitals. First of all, what does John Karlsson, is that still a major addition for the Anaheim Ducks that could make a difference in a wide open division there?
Well, yeah, I think it is. I mean, it's John Karlsson and the experience and the leadership that he has in the NHL. He's a big man, and when he gets into the offensive zone in particular, you know, he can create. He can create offense from the back. And so whether, you know, he's taken away passes with his stick in the defensive zone, I think in the offensive zone is where the magic can happen for him. So as a right shot D-man who's a veteran with this Anaheim club now, coming in, I think that's really, really important, especially just what he can do in terms of the possession in the offensive zone and creating.
10 years ago, it was a major addition. Now it's bringing in a veteran guy that's got a lot of experience, and he's got some grizzle, and a guy that knows how to compete. And we talk about Corey Perry being a guy in the locker room that's really important. John Carlson seems like he's that guy. You see him in the lineups before warm-up, chatting with all the guys. Ovi loved him. Tom Wilson loved him. It seemed like the young guys loved him. He's just a real character guy, and he's been a hell of a player for a long time. I love the idea of bringing him in.
Yep.
It's one of the things I love about the game. Like, Ovi, this guy from Russia, and the American are like best buddies that were drinking buddies, and they had a great time.
Was it the same sort of tears in the dressing room when you left Carolina from all your teammates?
I think it was a mutual, we're happy this happened.
I mean, the guy's been, he was
I
drafted
told
by
you, I
Washington.
wear on people.
You don't say.
Oh.
I think we're underselling him by just suggesting he's sort of a veteran
he can
guy.
still move the puck.
He's if you think about their right side, right? They got Trouba, they got Gudis, two rugged, stay-at-home defensemen. Adding another puck mover that can play and perhaps.
I'm not discounting that. I'm just saying it's not the John Carlson of 10 years ago.
None of us are, unfortunately.
He can still do some damage at even strength the way he moves a puck.
Yeah, and I think like the step that Anaheim's taken with all the young guys, you look at the other young guys on their team with Lacombe and Zellweger, like bringing in a guy with that resume can do wonders for those young guys.
The only thing I would say, though, if I had my druthers, Greg, if they could use those assets to get a guy who might stay there longer, because Anaheim's just starting their window. If you have a first rounder prospects, if you could have a guy with a little term, that would have been nice too.
Yeah, but Johnny, they're taking advantage of a window.
Yeah. But
That Pacific
right now,
Division.
and they're in first place, and you know, they got Minsikov, who's a good young defenseman. But I think John Carlson will help Lacombe and Zellweger.
Yeah.
Take a little bit of pressure off of those guys, running the offensive side of things, the power play. And that, I mean, John is what he is now, but I still think he can be a real good, solid player for the Ducks. And I think Pat Verbeek has done some really nice work in Anaheim.
They're 1 point behind Vegas in the Pacific. Can they win this? Can the Ducks win this division and go to a conference final?
The way Vegas is going, right? Vegas beat a playoff team for the first time since November. Yeah. When they beat Detroit a couple days ago.
Comeback fashion, too.
Edmonton's looking a little bit leaky right now.
You got home ice for that first round series?
Yeah.
They could play a team that would be.
Goaltending and consistency, if they get it back. I think after their start, they thought it was easy and they could just go out there and wing it.
Right.
Then they realize it's the best league in the world and they kind of sag. But if they get goaltending and they get that consistency from younger guys, I think Anaheim, why not? Why not them?
Be nice to go into Vegas and be like, our goalie is way better than yours.
Right.
and they'd be right.
It's been a while since the Ducks have been good. The last time the Ducks were good, the gentleman joining us on the line now was helping them win a Stanley Cup and then stayed there for many years after that is Corey Perry, who has rejoined the Tampa Bay Lightning. This journey, Corey, thank you for joining us over the past few years and all these Cup finals is insane. And here you are in a position with a really good Tampa team to maybe go after another one.
That's the plan. There's still some unfinished business, personally and with Tampa. So, I'm excited to join the organization again. See some familiar faces.
Now, how did this go for you? You've been through this process before, but how did this go today? Was this presented to you as a choice? And I'm sure there was multiple interest from teams. And was Tampa the place you wanted to go?
This has never happened to me during my career, actually.
Never at the deadline, right? You're right.
This is a first. I was talking with my wife, and we were discussing that. When you play not long enough, you're going to see everything. So, but we're excited. Obviously Tampa was definitely one of my number one choices, and I'm excited to be there.
Right. The only other time trade was a June trade, right? When you went to Chicago. Is that the only other time you've been traded in your career?
Yeah, that was the only time, and that happened in the summer.
So this run that I was talking about, finals, I wonder, we've talked about it a ton here over the years, and I wonder, do you consider yourself, obviously you've contributed to all these runs, but are you incredibly lucky that you've been to all these finals, or do you consider yourself unlucky because you've come close so many times after winning the Cup in Anaheim and not being able to get another one? Where do you fall on that?
I've just been fortunate to be on some good teams and gone on some good runs. You know, I don't say it's luck. I don't say it's unfortunate. You know, I've been blessed to play with some good players on some good teams, and we've had some deep runs. And you know, it's been disappointing the last 5 of the last 6 years, but you know, we're trying to right that ship.
Yeah, you know what? You when you put yourself in position to have the ultimate pain, that's really an incredible compliment when you look back on it, on your career. Have you had a chance to talk to John Cooper or anyone from Tampa today to see how they'll use you this time around?
I haven't had the chance to talk to anybody. I talked to the Julien Brisebois, and you know, he gave me a call and let me know about the trade and how excited they are. But other than that, that's the only information I've gotten so far. It's kind of been a whirlwind around here.
Yeah.
Trying to get packed and find a flight to play in Toronto tomorrow night.
Well, hope you get there. I know, like you said, first time at 40 years old after a long time in the NHL to be dealt at the deadline. We appreciate you taking a couple minutes. Best of luck in getting to Toronto, and we look forward to watching you with Tampa down the stretch.
All right, thank you. Thanks, guys.
That is Corey Perry, who's chasing yet another Stanley Cup final after a long run of them over the last few years with a bunch of different teams. Could Steven Stamkos be on the move? Feels unlikely from Nashville, says he wants to stay, but who knows what will happen in the last hour and change before the deadline here on Trade Center. Not often coming up to a deadline do you have a two-time Stanley Cup champion captain who could be available.
Stamkos score! He scored! Stamkos on the feet from Evangelista. They score! Stamkos hat-trick goal!
Just brace yourself in case this possibility happens.
Megan, the Sabres won again last night, 26-5-2 since December 9th. Best record in the NHL, and you've seen it firsthand being in that building working on the panel with Marty Biron. Now, after 14 years out of the playoffs, what is happening with this team right now?
Everything is clicking. Can we say the Sabres are a wagon yet?
I think it's fair.
Is it time?
I think.
Starting off with goaltending, they've actually had a trio this season. Goals saved above expected, they're +12, fifth in the NHL. Scoring chance conversion, they're third in the NHL at over +18. And you look at a Tage Thompson that has almost a 98-mile-an-hour slap shot. Wow. They're getting a lot of offense. And it's actually driving through that blue line. I will say they have the best defensive core in the NHL. And they have the most scoring chances per game by them, third in goals, and they really push into the slot. They're adapting to be able to cover for each other, so they're playing well defensively. Offense, defense, goaltending, a wagon.
All right, not only are what you're saying as well, but they're looking good to snap their playoff drought. Also, FanDuel has them as the third choice to win the East, and I cannot believe I'm saying this. I never thought I'd be saying this, but let's have some fun, shall we? Who is the better bet to win a championship in Buffalo first? The Bills, yes, have better odds, but as you're saying, the Sabres looking like a wagon. They're on the up and up.
New coach for the Bills, making some moves just recently, so you got to like the Bills, but yeah. We're a hockey show right now. I'm going with the Sabres, going into momentum. I will say it's one of the best arenas in the league, and that fan base deserves a win.
Oh, let's see. Gino Reda playing the Champions Tour. He's in the Golf Town Simulator at this point. Hey, there's nothing wrong with the Champions Tour. Tiger might be there soon. Let's see what you got. She's giving us attitude. Golf Town and golf practice, of course, can help beat the winter blues, get us ready for golf season, get personal experiences with golf in the simulator.
Right then?
Very nice, Gene. Oh, it's the right bounce, a little bit off. Terrific performance by Gino Reda. Thanks again to Golf Town for helping us out on this day. Well, here we are. It's, I went through the morning telling you how it's always quiet in the morning. Don't worry about it. Well, now it's not morning anymore. It's getting late, early, or early, late, or whatever it is.
Wake everybody up.
We had an hour and 10 minutes left, and we're still at an absolutely minute total of trades here. Mike Johnson keeps telling me the last hour is going to be absolutely insane. But hey, if not, and we just have to fill. We have guys who fill 2 hours with senseless radio and YouTube every single day. It's Brian Hayes and the Overdrive team.
That's a compliment.
I think.
We'll take that. We've been called and described in much worse fashion than that.
Yeah.
Anyway, James is right. We're just over an hour away. And the Leafs, they've made one deal. Yesterday, they obviously traded Nicholas Waugh. But they've been sitting out McMahon. They've been sitting out Lawton. They've been sitting out Ekman-Larsson. Haven't made deals. We all know that we got to believe they want to make trades, but something's got to give here.
That's the crazy thing. What if you don't get calls on those guys? Obviously, it's a weird position of leverage once you do sit them out because
you're telling the league that we're not re-signing those two in particular. Ekman-Larsson's different.
Yeah, and we just had the conversation before we came up where it's like once you sit them out, you kind of go down that avenue where you're moving the players, but what's your leverage? And if you're not getting the right offer, are you just going to move them for the sake of moving them? That's a decision Brad Treliving has to make.
And you can't do that, but I'm kind of embarrassed because I've been saying for 2 weeks on our show going, all hell's going to break loose at the deadline. And
it did. Did you see this guy playing table tennis?
I did see
today?
That.
There has been all hell breaking loose.
Yeah, but I'm talking from a trade standpoint. It's almost like the market is saturated.
Yeah.
There's too many players to sift through, and the asking prices might be too high. Brad Treliving, I think, got a king's ransom for Nick Waugh, and that might have reset the market, or other teams going, well, that guy got that. This has to happen.
Well, and he's a guy with term on his deal,
right?
Too, right? And I look at Lawton and McMahon. You say you can't just give them away. I think you almost have to. Like you're going to acquire something.
Even what you paid for, like even if you throw Carlo into that mix, it's like for what you paid for those two players last year, Grabankin in the first.
And Minton and a first.
Minton and a first. Yeah. For Carlo and Lawton. And you're just saying if you got to just get rid of them, you get rid of them.
Listen, if ego and pride is running your operation, you're in big, big trouble. Well, it's not ideal. And
it's not ideally asset managed-wise.
Right. And listen, let me be clear here. I'm not saying you're literally trading him for a conditional 7th-round pick. Bobby McMahon is worth more than that. Right. Scott Lawton is worth more than that. We don't know exactly what's on the table, but I can't picture a scenario where you keep the two of them, because if you're going to re-sign them, you would have done it by now. You know what they want to get paid, and you're clearly not comfortable paying them that. So you've got to find a way to make these deals work.
And I think you can do that. You do have an hour, and we do see at that
Deals
3 o'clock, all of a sudden these deals start to trickle in. And you're like, okay, where did that? It probably takes to that final hour where a team's either in or out, and that conversation is had. But let's get it going here.
Well, it would also be different if they weren't playing the way they're playing right now.
Yes.
Right? If they came out of the break and they were still 5 or 6 points out of the playoffs.
The worst I've ever seen them play.
It's as bad as you can play. Their season's done. It's over. And the messaging has been sent. We're trying to trade these guys. We're going to trade these guys. To send them back into the room, again, I don't even know how that could possibly work. And they're not alone. There's other players in the league that are in a similar spot that believe they're going to be traded, want to be traded. I think the Nazem Kadri situation in Calgary is fascinating right now. It's public. He wants out. He wants to go pursue a cup somewhere else. They got an hour to flip him. It's complicated.
It's big-time money taking back, though, on some term left on that deal, and I think that's a snagging point for Nazem Kadri. And I don't know who wants to take on the money, and I don't know the situation with Calgary, how much they want to chew on, if at all. So when you've got that scenario for a guy that's, 34, 35 years old, you might have some difficulties, and it wouldn't shock me if he's still in Calgary.
How awkward is that going to be?
That's the thing where I would go. Nazem Kadri, I did the game last night. He had showed some frustration. The body language, you can tell. He's a little frustrated, but at the end of the day, if it doesn't get done here, and they do have the luxury of term on his deal, but it'll be a tough 20 games, heading down the stretch, because if something potentially was close and didn't get over the line, and then, you've got to finish out the season and it's going to get done at the draft or into after free agency, it just kind of kicks the can down the road. And you need the next 3 months or next 2 months. Keep in mind, they've got young players coming in.
Like, culture is important.
Well, it is, and I've talked about it. I've raved about their culture and what they've been doing. But, I'm hoping in the next hour we're going to see a trickle through. It's like, okay, finally some teams have pulled the trigger and gotten over the line.
Yeah, because they're not alone. Like, the Rangers haven't made deals.
Trocheck's right there.
Trocheck's still sitting there atop the trade bait board.
And his kids are getting interviewed. So,
right, exactly.
We're not getting traded. Dad is type of thing.
Exactly. What about Detroit after Dylan Larkin's comments, I believe, were last year?
Yes.
Where he said, we kind of thought we were going to do something. And I love David Perron.
Not enough.
Is that
not enough? Not to.
And I do understand there's difficulties acquiring the players that you want, whether it be no trade, money, etc. But is that all you're doing?
I can't imagine it will be. There's going to be trades, but some guys won't be dealt, and the aftermath of that is going to be very, very interesting. James?
All right, thank you, guys. Noodles was talking earlier on about the emotional reaction in Washington to the trade of Karlsson last night to Anaheim. And Tom Wilson, in particular, who has spent his entire career, in his 13th season, his entire career as a teammate of Karlsson. Here was Wilson reacting to that trade.
The thing that I hope the most is that in 10 years we're sitting around a fire and having a cigar and a drink and talking about what an amazing ride it was. And I mean, I've seen his kids grow up, so it's tough. Like, I mean, I remember Luka when he was just like, so it's when you put it that way, it's tough. But I think we got a bond that's going to be around for a long time, and I look forward to those future days.
We talk about hockey players as brothers. When you've been a teammate and a best friend with someone for that long, you see the emotion from Tom Wilson right now. Let's get more as we count you down to the deadline with Craig Button and Jennifer Hedger.
Thanks very much. We just heard the Overdrive guys talking about the sellers who are under the gun in the Toronto Maple Leafs. But Craig, what about the buyers who are under the gun? You look at a team like the Carolina Hurricanes, who we know have cap space. They're the best team in the Eastern Conference right now, 84 points. They probably don't have to do something, but do they need to do something to show the group in the room that we believe in you guys and we want to give you guys a boost on the way to the playoffs?
I think you just expressed it perfectly. Give a boost. This is a team that has had success in the regular season. They've gotten deep into the playoffs. And now you're looking at this cap space. You know that they want to improve their team. They've been looking for a center to come in and play behind Aho. I absolutely believe that you have to go and try to find a way to do something. Listen, Eric Tolsky's not stupid. I'm not suggesting just do anything. But I think that you're sitting here and you got a good team. Give them a better chance to go in there. And to your point, that boost, that belief, hey, yeah, thanks for helping us.
For the room. And they know they're going to be in the postseason.
Yeah.
Take a team like the Seattle Kraken.
out. There is a team that wants to get into the playoffs. We've got less than an hour here to go before the trade deadline. Is that a team that's got to feel the push right now to get something done?
Well, they're right there on the cusp of the playoffs, so they're in that spot. And what have the Seattle Kraken done since they've come into the league? Oh, that would be nothing. So, no, I know it. But
this would be their first time in the postseason.
Well, they were in once. They did get in once. Yeah. But bottom line is, what kind of credibility you're trying to get? What type of platform are you trying to get rooted into your city and get people excited about the Seattle Kraken? Listen, the Seattle Kraken have done a lot of things nice and everything, but are people excited about the Seattle Kraken in that city? Listen, this is up to management to now go out and say, not only the boost of the players, what about the boost of your fan base? I think it's really important for teams like that to go after it. Like we talk about Utah. Bill Armstrong is going after it. He's in a new city. They're only a year and a half in, and look what he's doing. Seattle's got to do something.
What about Vegas? Because that's a team that always seems to be in on things. They're always pushing. They're a team that hasn't been playing great. I mean, we heard MJ saying that they haven't beaten a playoff team since November, whatever it is. But they often are always in the postseason, and when they get there, they usually make some noise. Do you think that they need to make a deal, or should they be doing something right now, feeling the pressure, especially between the pipes?
I think not especially, specifically between the pipes. This is a team that's a good team. They got lots of really good things. Their goaltending has been below average. It's sunk them to this point in the season because they've done too many good things with their overall play. And to me, I know we talk about Bobrovsky. Okay, could Binnington go in there? If I'm Kelly McCrimmon, I'm phoning Florida and asking about Tarasov. Tarasov's been a pretty solid goaltender for Florida. The price is right. They don't have a lot of room to work with. But I think Vegas, if they don't get a goaltender, they either have no chance or they're going to just rest on hope that one of their goaltenders can find their way, because at this point in the season, they haven't.
So those are buyers under the gun. We talked about Toronto, the Overdrive guys did. Are there any sellers that you think are really under the gun right now with less than an hour to go?
Okay, so there's definitely a seller. I don't think they're under the gun, and that's the St. Louis Blues. All we've heard about is Parayko and Binnington and Jordan Kyrou and Robert Thomas. I think Doug Armstrong's been casting about. I think he's seen what's out there. He's planting the seeds. Doesn't feel like the crop is ready to be pulled out yet. And I think he's just planning for the off season, see who's interested, and then go from there. But clearly, they have put up the for sale sign in St. Louis.
So we've got all these buyers, and we've got all these sellers, and we have no trades happening right now. You've been a GM in the rooms right now. Is it just that, is it a game of chicken going on right now, that they want the prices too high and they doesn't want to get paid, or what's happening?
Yeah, well, I mean, everybody goes into it, Jen, thinking about, oh, I don't want to pay that, or, oh, my Lord, like I'm not getting what I want. And now there's pressure points. And the pressure point with just over an hour left now leads you to believe that there should be some movement made where people come off of their positions. And so I believe that we will see some moves. I don't know if there's going to be any significant, but that's right where they're at.
Is there a player on this list here that you think that you're surprised you haven't seen go yet? Are you surprised that we haven't seen Trocheck go? I mean, I know someone like Nazem Kadri has the term, so that's a little bit different. Is there a guy right now that you're like, man, I can't believe this guy hasn't moved yet?
Oliver Ekman-Larsson. I think that Oliver Ekman-Larsson has, in my view, lots of value. I think there's teams that should be interested in that player, so he's the surprise for me. Now, do you want to know who was a buyer?
Who?
Me.
Oh, what?
I bought a Gino Reda signed mug.
It's a beauty.
That's a signed mug. I bought it on eBay from a guy by the name of Mike Berg. So somebody.
Is this a true story?
This is true. And I saw it and I said, Gino would never sign for me. He was one of those guys that just brushed me off when I was young.
Not without money.
Yeah. Well, I got it now. Mike Berg, thank you very much.
It's got a massive chip in it and a crack. How much did you pay?
Well, listen, that was all part of the charm of buying it. But like, you have a seller? And I was a buyer.
No, tell me how much you paid for it.
No, that's private. It's a private sale.
No matter what you paid, it's an overpay.
That's a beauty, Craig. Thanks very much,
That
James.
is a prized piece of memorabilia. This is getting nuts. We're an hour and 5 minutes to the deadline, and as Craig and Jen were talking about, there's a lot of work for a lot of teams to be done here, and not a lot of time for it to happen. Again, if you're familiar with Trade Center, after 3 o'clock, we sometimes get like 10 more trades announced after 3 o'clock because there's a big lineup at NHL Registry. But we will
50 today.
We will see. I don't know about your over there, MJ. Got a lot of work to do to get the over.
Starting as we speak.
We've been doing these then and nows with AI, which are kind of cute, kind of creepy, a little bit in between. A couple people on the panel haven't seen theirs yet, so here's the last bunch. Wait a second.
Say the camera adds 10 pounds.
That's
not right.
No, that was like
you did him dirty.
That was like
That's not
old
right.
Hayes and his ventriloquist dummy.
That was chicken wing eating contest Hayes.
Hold on, we
scandalous.
We brought Ryan Hayes. He was out of studio. He's come storming into studio.
That's two different people.
Dude.
Look, AI is not perfect.
Not perfect. I look like Sheldon Keefe for starters, a little bit on the left. And Sheldon, I love Sheldon. That first picture was a photo shoot from 13 years ago.
So that's accurate?
It's actually flattering, if you can believe it. I looked worse 13 years ago. But both pictures, it doesn't even look close.
I know.
Like the other picture really doesn't look like me at all.
Like, they haven't quite figured it out yet.
Boosted confidence. I look brutal, although I was just back there burying Kit Kats and chips, and then I ran on stage. But look at that. That is absolutely lawsuit-worthy material.
Yeah, it looks like the guy on the left ate the guy on the right.
That's day one.
Lindsay,
CSN
can you step up here,
1050.
Lindsay? Can we show Lindsay Hamilton's?
Mine doesn't look like me either.
I was gonna say-
Hayes, you thought yours was bad.
Look at how
Mine
old-
was worse.
Look at how old I look.
trying to cover it up.
Like, I look so weathered. This guy is a disaster. Like, that is legitimately terrible. Now, you look great, but that's not
I
you.
never knew you when you were young.
These
Is that
don't
you
look
on
like
the left?
me at all.
No, I didn't think so.
I mean, yeah,
The one
no,
on the right
I don't think
looks
so.
like you.
But they're flattering. No. Lindsay, it looks...
Debating.
It's flattering.
Debatable. I
My
don't know.
picture is easily the worst of the bunch.
Yours was a glow up.
See, GMs, this is what happens. This is what happens when you don't make deals. We're stuck with this crappy AI stuff. We got to go. Trade Center continues. 1 hour left. Right after this. Let's hope we get something.
We have everything. A Lazy Boy recliner takes you from zero to lazy. Surrounding you with comfort made for you. Come try for yourself at a Lazy Boy store. Great deals on your new favorite lazy spots. Lazy Boy, long live the lazy.
Fly last minute without the points hike with your RBC Avion Visa. Switch and get up to 55,000 Avion points. Enough for 3
truck with a sport performance hood. 20-inch all-black aluminum
Negotiations heated up on Tuesday. They are looking for a defenseman. These are teams with general managers who are eager and are having tons of conversations.
That made their team really strong as well.
Maybe a deal was imminent or already done.
You have got an opening right now to take control of the National Hockey League.
The final pre-deadline hour here of Trade Center will go for 2 more hours afterwards. And if you've been with us for the entire 6 hours so far, first of all, thank you, because you are nuts and we love you for that. Second of all, if you haven't been with us, you've not missed a lot, because by my count, I think we are at 7 trades so far. But I am here to offer you hope. Last year, when we had 24 trades total, 16 of the 24 came in the final hour, 67%. In fact, if you look at that right column, basically usually right around 60% of the trades always come in the last hour. So MJ, there's still hope of getting your over, which was what, 18 and a half at the beginning of the day? Yeah. 18 and a half trades, even though we're only at 7. Still a decent chance we get there by the time we are done. The guys will be responsible for that. Actually, it's not their responsibility. They just let us know when it happens. But Gord Miller and the trade breakers, let's check in one more time.
Well, if it is our responsibility, we're failing badly.
Still early, Gord.
Thank you. Dregs, what's the latest on Oliver Ekman-Larsson, who has made it clear he wants to stay in Toronto?
Yeah, and look, I mean, we're not slamming the door on the possibility of a trade. You're right, but it's not like Brad Treliving is simply trying to ship this guy out. He's got a very specific ask. It's high, and it's remained high. And a lot of people have been thinking about the Detroit Red Wings simply because the Red Wings have been a team that's in the market for that type of defenseman, a higher-end defenseman. And OEL fits a lot of what Steve Yzerman would be looking for. Again, things can change with a simple phone call, but right up to the minute, it sounds like the Detroit Red Wings aren't willing to pay the price that Brad Treliving is adhering to. And the reason he's holding true is because of what it means to the Toronto Maple Leafs.
CJ?
Just a quick trade. The Washington Capitals are acquiring Timothy Liljegren from San Jose.
There you go. Okay.
Just jumping in, sorry.
John Carlson's replacement. Well, I mean, they needed
good friends with Rasmus Sandin, who is in Washington.
And in the meantime, speaking of defensemen, Rasmus Ristolainen, the Flyers are holding tight to their asking price at the moment. They're not dealing him unless someone meets up to that price. There's an hour left for the deadline. But right now, with some teams still needing D, you mentioned Detroit, Montreal's looked at D. He is not... he's not close to being moved so far.
All right, CJ, you've got some waiver news for us.
I do. A couple of claims. Sorry, just reading off the email. You got Curtis Douglas going to Vancouver from Tampa. Luke Glendening goes to Philadelphia from the New Jersey Devils. And Cole Reinhardt claimed by the Florida Panthers from Vegas.
CJ, clearly the first star of that segment. James?
All right, thank you, guys. We'll need you all to be stars in the last hour. Let's check in one more time with Lindsay, who now does look like herself. Not the AI version of Lindsay, the real Lindsay, and the real Frankie Corrado with Trade Bait.
That's right, James. We have to have a talk with those AI guys. They tried their hardest, but a few of them a little questionable. But Frankie and I have also been absolutely shocked just how quiet the day has been, particularly around 2 Canadian teams we thought would be making some major moves. Instead, it's been crickets. Case in point, Frankie, the Toronto Maple Leafs. We've been talking about other guys all day long. Let's keep our attention on Bobby McMahon right now, who, as of right now, is still a Maple Leaf.
We've talked about how hard it is to make trades today because of the retention, because of players with term on their deal. Bobby McMahon doesn't have any term left. He's a pending UFA. You don't have to worry about, do I have to give him $5 million next season? But we still do not have a Bobby McMahon trade. And you would think at some point Toronto's going to have to pull the trigger. Like, this is a day that they have to unload some pieces. And this is one of those guys that teams should be excited about getting when you think about playoff hockey, what it entails, speed, size, scoring ability. It really just hasn't happened yet for Bobby McMahon, but there's still a little bit of time, I guess.
That's right. We got an hour. Plenty can happen. Another name that we thought would be on the move, but still put as of right now, 2-time Stanley Cup champion, Blake Coleman.
So he's only got 1 year left on his deal, but Blake Coleman has been a rental before. He was, he got traded to the Tampa Bay Lightning. as at the trade deadline, played 9 games for them in that regular season. Now I know it was a bubble and there was still a little bit of time, but new situation, new surroundings, new team, 2 Stanley Cups. That's what Blake Coleman did. So, if you try and look at the history lesson with certain players and say, okay, can this guy work in a short period of time? I know it was a little bit prolonged, but Blake Coleman has been in this situation before and has thrived. 2 Stanley Cups later, only 1 year left on that deal. So we'll see if something happens on Blake Coleman as well.
A quiet morning so far. You and I are both surprised, but James, as you alluded to, we got an hour to go, and last year 16 trades, so now the clock is ticking. Let's get things going.
It is ticking. Let's get things going by checking around with our Canadian team Eastern Conference reporters. Once again, they are in their locations waiting to see what happens with the various teams. Mark Masters, of course, at the Leafs practice facility right now. Claire Hanna's covering the Sens in Calgary, where they beat the Flames last night, and Kenzie Lalonde is out in Anaheim, where the Montreal Canadiens play the Ducks tonight. We'll start with you, Mark. There's certainly a lot of buzz out there. There's rumblings about Bobby McMahon, but nothing concrete so far. Are you hearing anything? What are your expectations from Brad Treliving over the next hour?
Yeah, I'm hearing a lot of chatter in the press box behind me. Are a lot of reporters here awaiting some news, and we're still expecting that something's going to happen here, considering where we started the day and who we thought might be on the move. I'm just, listening to Darren Dreger talk about the high ask for Oliver Ekman-Larsson, and, this guy has been so good for the Maple Leafs this season. Not a lot of Leafs have had great seasons, but OEL is definitely at the top of the list, if not the top guy. 35 points, playing both sides, tough minutes, and bringing a level of leadership. So you can understand why the ask would be high if they're going to move off of Ekman-Larsson. But James, we continue to wait here at the Leafs practice facility, and we are expecting to hear something at some point.
Claire Hanna watched the Ottawa Senators win 4-1 last night and move to within 4 points of a playoff position. Claire, we talked about earlier how the projections now have Ottawa at a more than 50% chance to make the playoffs because people like their roster. Do you think it's possible that Warren Foegele in and David Perron out is the only move that Steve Staios makes before the deadline?
James, I believe that's probably the only direction the Ottawa Senators are going to go in. Maybe there's a small move in the next hour. The question that I get right now from the Senators is there aren't a lot of pieces out there that they're super interested in, and that they really like the team chemistry they currently have. If anything, we might expect to have a little bit of a busier off season, but I'm getting the impression that Steve Staios might be done for the day. And I think it's worth noting that Warren Foegele is expected to join the Ottawa Senators later today in Seattle. The Senators took off right after that win against Calgary last night, and he should be expected to be in the lineup when they play the Kraken on Saturday night. And I know we're going to get to the Flames in a little bit, and this is all about the Senators right now, but Olli Mata is just taking a spin behind us here at the Saddledome, but we can talk about that in a little bit.
Nice. Claire doing double duty for us, covering the Calgary Flames as well. And to Kenzie Lalonde now in Anaheim, who got up at 3:30 in the morning California time for us, covering the Canadiens. I feel like in the years that you've been doing this on Trade Center, Montreal's never done anything. We don't hold you responsible for that. They didn't do much when John Liu was the correspondent as well, but still waiting. And I have a feeling, Kenzie, if it doesn't happen this year, somewhere as this window gets wider and wider in the next couple of years, we're going to have Montreal active at the deadline. Just maybe not today.
Yeah, it could very well be this summer, James, as we welcome you to our elevated room now. We're at the Montreal Canadiens Hotel, and when we arrived here at this new location, the Montreal Canadiens were outside doing an activation ahead of their game tonight against the Anaheim Ducks. Martin St. Louis will also be speaking in Anaheim today ahead of the game. He'll be talking at 3 p.m., but the voice we'll want to hear from is Kent Hughes, and he is expected to speak at this hotel after the deadline, so we'll wait to hear from him. And right now, he holds all the cards. We know the Canadiens have a plethora of prospects and picks they can dig into if they want to make a move. But as we've heard time and time again, Kent Hughes is calculated. It has to be a move and an addition that makes sense now and also in the future. So even if nothing happens here today in the summertime, when cap space flexibility becomes an option here for the Canadiens, we can see more of movement. But look, I think with the game tonight against the Ducks, the Canadiens will be looking to get back into their uniforms and go back to work.
Kenzie, thank you very much. Kenzie Lalonde out in Anaheim for us, covering the Montreal Canadiens. Well, we've had some players here who've been through trades and deadlines before. We only have one guy on this panel who's been a general manager at the deadline. What is it like when there's an hour left and you still want to get something done? Is there the same kind of panic of, do I take this deal? Do I push them for more? How much time do I have left?
49 minutes and 25 seconds. So it goes from urgency to a panic situation.
Right.
And especially the teams that have been working really, really hard to try to get something done. And there's teams that are trying to do that, trying to understand it, and you're looking at the clock and then you're starting to go, oh, wait a sec, how much time do I really have? And then you're starting to think, okay, what's real? And that's when you get this, you have many people trying to man the phones. Take that call, let's see, ask them if they're serious. And it becomes a little bit, you gotta be careful that it doesn't become like a fire drill.
Right.
Because that's when you lose your focus. And I haven't been part of it. I've been part of it on hearing it, where you get these calls. Okay, he'll waive, he'll do this, I thought he'll extend his contract. We don't have enough time. And that's the other thing. It's not 2 o'clock or 3 o'clock Eastern. You got to get things done and signed off.
How far in advance? 15 minutes?
I would say 15 minutes, especially with no move clauses, or if you want to get a contract registered.
It's not fax machines anymore, right? You just have to get some sort of email or text.
But to get a contract registered, if they want it, like some players will say, I'll waive to come there, but I need an extension, right? And so you get that all done, and the conditions, and trying to get the conditions clear.
I'm not ignoring you, Craig, but I see some action behind
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Finally.
Let's do it.
Let me send it back to Gordon Miller and the Breakers.
Up to 18.
Boy, is this going to be a letdown. Dregs, there's lots of buzz out there about Braden Shen in St. Louis. Now, let's remember that the Blues have been...
I'm good at these stories.
Yes, you are our designated Blues trade protection reporter.
When it comes to player approval, I'm the guy.
You're our guy.
And look, I mean, if the work is done and the deal is completed and the player approves, then the captain of the St. Louis Blues will end up with the New York Islanders. But just got off the phone. Everyone's aware of the speculation that's circulating across social media, and we're just being cautioned in light of things that went down between Colton Parayko and the Buffalo Sabres. Parayko on the timeline in the Sabres, ultimately declining. Everybody is being cautious with this one. But again, assuming all that work gets done, then yes, Braden Shen would end up with the Isles.
Presuming he waives.
And they can fully get the agreement in place.
Okay.
But player approval is required.
Tread lightly, Dregs.
I think we're all treading lightly on this one, James.
Well, we'll be cautious, too. The Parayko thing was a bit of a mess, and it's not Dregs or any of the insiders' fault. They're doing their jobs, reporting whatever news they get. But, you know, it felt icky when it was this report, you know, when SportsCenter, the banner says Colton Parayko's been traded to Buffalo, and the player hasn't agreed. But no trade is done until the player agrees to waive.
CJ just made a really good point.
What?
The sign-off by Braden Shen has to come and be registered before the league will even entertain a trade call.
Right.
Like, you're not getting to the trade call until they see that paper signed off.
The question I have is this where we're trending right now with trades and players that have no trade clauses? Is you consummate a deal, and then you leave it up to the players. You make it public, and the players got to decide. Is that where we're heading right now? Because it's
greasy.
It is greasy.
I mean, there's so many no trade clauses in the NHL. It almost seems
who
like
gives these no trade clauses?
Well,
if they want to I know what you're saying about you. So the GMs give the no moves or the no trade clauses, and then they want to put pressure on the players by making it public because they were like, sorry, that's no way to operate.
That's not a way to operate. But
it's debatable, but I'm saying, is that where we're headed now?
Well, good.
In the NHL world, where it's like, if a guy that you want to trade is not going to waive, you're going to consummate a deal and put the pressure on him. We're seeing this happen time over time now.
You want to lose credibility? Just continue on that path.
Well, you don't know 100% that it's from the general manager.
And you run the risk.
There's agents out there that are leaking things.
I agree,
run the risk of losing the player.
Credibility,
for sure.
Like, let's say the player wants to stay in St. Louis. He's Colton Parayko. How do you think he feels about the Blues organization? If he feels that it was them.
Right there.
So, like, not only does he want to stay so you don't get the deal done you wanted to, but now you have a guy playing for your team for the next 4 years who doesn't really trust you, doesn't really believe in what you're telling him, and he's just sort of out for himself, which is not how you want your players to feel.
And now when he
about
goes
the
into
organization.
Buffalo, too, conversely, right? How does that fan base react to it?
Go ahead, James.
I just want to get to the crux, and again, we say this with caution. I hate doing a discussion that may be irrelevant if Shen does not agree to waive, but I think it's our responsibility. If this deal happens, it'll be the biggest deal of the day so far. The New York Islanders sit third in the Metro right now. They're tied with Pittsburgh, actually, for second. Carolina has a 9-point advantage. If Braden Shen goes to the Islanders, how much of a difference does that make in, again, what we've talked about, a wide-open Eastern Conference?
He's better than some of the players they have playing for them right now. Now, is he Braden Shen from several years ago where he can be a massive impact piece? No. But he's an upgrade on guys that they have. Jonathan Drouin hasn't scored in 45 games, whatever, and he's playing, a consistent role. Callum Ritchie's getting asked to play second-line center minutes at times. So he can go in there with his experience, and he's still a good player, to be an upgrade on them. Doesn't have to carry that team, but he's going to be better than some of the guys they have in the lineup.
He's reliable, right?
Almost feels like it's the right fit with the way the Islanders play. Like he can slide in seamlessly.
Barzal, Horvat, Barzal up in the middle. Now Braden can slide in behind. It takes some of the pressure off those guys. Because to Mike's point, Callum Ritchie and Jonathan Drouin aren't taking the pressure off those guys.
No.
They put a greater burden because those guys have to be asked to do more.
You wonder if he ends up on the wing too if Pajot's healthy.
Yeah,
1, 2, 3, and then he's working one of the wings, can be a sort of swing guy.
But he's tough.
I think the presence of Schaefer has
changed the entire calculus of that.
Yeah, it really has. But
and Sorokin, the way he's playing in net.
The best goalie in the league this year, right?
Yes.
Numbers, the deep numbers, the analytics, everything there. Do you think, does anyone on this panel believe the Islanders have the potential to go to a conference final or go beyond that?
Yes.
Believe that? Yes.
With that goalie.
Well, that goalie, and look who their first round matchup's going to be.
That's right.
Yeah.
Right?
Third place team.
You're getting Pittsburgh, Columbus, Washington, whoever comes in.
They will go into the first round. If they play Pittsburgh, they'll be the underdog. The Islanders will be the underdog.
Really?
Really.
Close though, right? Isn't it kind of a pick 'em?
The goalie makes it a pick 'em, but the team, the play will be Pittsburgh's. If they're Sidney Crosby's back on the ice today, just for FYI, and then there'll be a massive underdog in the second one. So they can get there, goaltender, but they are not the favorite to come out of the Metro.
Well, I mean, this is where we keep talking about the Canes and not doing anything really, right? With the East being
By the way, I don't think we mentioned the Canes made a very small move. Nicholas Deslauriers from Philadelphia. What do you say?
He's a large man.
Plays like 5-6 minutes right now for the Flyers, so it's just a depth piece.
Yeah, he's got an assist on the year, right? You're not looking at that. They need sort of a center.
Well, Carolina has 23 minutes. 43 minutes. My math is not particularly strong after being on the air for this long. 43 minutes until the deadline. We'll see if the Canes or any of the other contenders make major moves before we get there as we continue along here on Trade Center. Let's do an hour-by-hour comparison from last year to this year. So midnight to 8 a.m. was basically the same. One more this year. Equally quiet for the next 3 hours. And then 2026, pretty much the same to 1 p.m., 4. And here we are, a lot of catching up to do, but the trades are starting to come here as we expected in our final hour, up to 2, and many more percolating here. And we can tell you that all the speculation that we're doing before, we don't have to speculate anymore because Brayden Schenn has agreed to waive his no trade. So Brayden Schenn will be going to the New York Islanders, so still working on return. But that is confirmed that Brayden Schenn will be a member of the Islanders, so we don't have the Parayko situation that we had the other day. Also of news, Mike made mention of this, Sidney Crosby, of course, injured, which really hurt Canada at the Olympics. Back on the ice today for the Pittsburgh Penguins. The Penguins are currently second in the Metro. They're actually tied with the Islanders, but have a couple more games remaining. 9 points back of Carolina for first place in the division, but that'll be huge if Sid comes back. And if you missed it earlier, Malkin has a hearing because of a hit to the face last night on Rasmus Dahlin in Buffalo, so could be a suspension there. To check in now with our Western Conference reporters, of course, covering the Western teams, Ryan Rashog with the Oilers in Edmonton, Danielle Bain with the Jets in Winnipeg, Claire Hanna, who's been all over the place today covering the Sens, and the Calgary Flames, and Farhan Lalji in Vancouver. We'll start in Edmonton. Ryan, you did that interview with Stan Bowman last night, said it sounded like he was done, but what's he been up to today, and is there a possibility he sneaks something in?
Yeah, it sounds, James, like, and again, so much can change here in the last rush to the deadline, but nothing close, nothing imminent for the Oilers as of right now. I think it's probably a matter of due diligence, right? I think you hear these names that are out there on the goaltending front, and it's incumbent on Bowman to make those calls and to kick some tires and check in and see if there's anything that can be done. It's a tough deal to execute at this point. My gut is they're going to stand pat with what they have in net. I think they'd like to add a big forward, sort of a playoff caliber guy that can bang and crash a little bit. Kasperi Kapanen's had some injury troubles this year. They really value this player. I think they'd maybe like a little bit of insurance in case the health issues continue with a guy like Kapanen. So I said it at the start of the day, nibbling around the edges. That's probably what they're looking at doing as they approach the finish line with an eye on the goaltending, but nothing close at this point, James.
Ryan, we appreciate that. Let's join Claire Hanna. I mentioned covering the Senators, of course, also covering the Calgary Flames for us on this day. And man, they're going to be fun to watch come draft time with all those picks, 4 first-rounders in the next couple of years, I believe 4 second-rounders, but still some names that could go today. What are you hearing, Claire?
Well, it's surprising that it's been this quiet, and we still have 45 minutes till the trade deadline, so there could be some big moves. But from what I'm hearing, Craig Conroy doesn't want to deal a player like Nazem Kadri if he's not getting the return. And he's always said he wants to stick to the process and be patient as they try to be real contenders for the playoffs when the new arena opens in 2027. And if you think about it, Nazem Kadri has 3 years left on his deal with the Calgary Flames, so they don't need to rush anything at this trade deadline to get that return that they're hoping for. But I'd say, this summer or over the next 12 to 14 months, that's got to be a priority. Maybe that gets done in the next 45 minutes, but we'll see. But one thing I would like to mention is just over the past 15 minutes that we've been standing here at the Dome, Olli Mata, who was just acquired from Utah on Wednesday night in exchange for Mackenzie Weegar, which was the big move that the Calgary Flames have made over the last 48 hours. He's taken to the ice. He's been working with their skills coach, Matt Stajan. Just to note, with Utah, he was scratched for 26 games straight, but Olli Mata is a 2-time Stanley Cup winner. He's 31 years of age, and I'm under the impression that the Calgary Flames are hoping he can kind of be like a Zach Whitecloud, bringing some of that leadership and that experience to this group and just showing them the way, showing them how the Flames need to get it done over the next couple of years.
Excellent work covering both teams for us today, Claire Hanna, to Vancouver and Farhan Lalji. We talked to Claire about Calgary and accumulating draft picks. When the season started, we weren't sure that's the way that the Vancouver Canucks season would go, but pretty much everything changed with that Quinn Hughes trade, and now it's draft picks and prospects all over the place. Might there be more done before the deadline today, Farhan?
Yeah, James, it's still possible. I did check in and was told that it's not over. There are still some conversations happening, but there is nothing imminent as we've got 45 minutes to go here. And, Rashog reported Jake DeBrusk in Edmonton potentially being in conversations. Doesn't look like that's happening. We'll see if DeBrusk's name is still in play here. And then, of course, there's the 3 pending unrestricted free agents in Teddy Bluger, Evander Kane, and David Kampf. Now, Kane is not playing tonight in the game in Chicago. He didn't play in the last game as well because of illness, so this isn't roster management ahead of the deadline or past the deadline. It is still the illness, so we'll see if he's still a Canuck at that point. Doesn't sound like there's any movement there. A year ago at this time, Patrick Allvin took a ton of criticism for not being able to get deals done with Brock Besser and Pius Suter, who were pending unrestricted free agents at that point. We'll see what happens here, because the team certainly has been a little more active in the last couple of days and weeks, but still some time to get some things done. I think there's some motivation there, but nothing close to the finish line yet, James.
Thank you. Farhan Lalji in Vancouver. Our final stop in the West is Danielle Bain covering the Winnipeg Jets. I really wanted you to get a good Jets deal on your first trade center with us, and yet it looks like the trade that happened kind of late at night last night, 12:45 in the morning before we get on the air. But I suppose there's still a little bit of time, Danielle.
Well, James, you said it yourself. The final hour frenzy kind of goes wild. So I'm holding out for maybe one more trade. I'm not super confident that Jets GM Kevin Cheveldayoff will be able to move any more players. He does have a handful of UFAs still available, including forwards Cole Koepke, Tanner Pearson, Gus Nyquist, and Jonathan Toews, although we have heard reports that Toews isn't interested in moving. So if Cheveldayoff is able to move anyone, I'd say that Koepke and Pearson are probably the most valuable out of that group. They've been pretty consistent throughout this season, and they've both been playing really well lately on that fourth line together. Now, even with the departure of Logan Stanley and Luke Schenn, and the fact that this team is sellers at the deadline this year, their lineup isn't really getting a huge shakeup. All of their stars are still under contract for years to come. So Scott Arniel, we heard from him not too long ago. He said he's just counting down the seconds till the deadline's over so they can scrap this, focus, and start pushing for that playoff spot once again, James.
I think Scott is far from alone on that, joined by a lot of coaches and players around the league and a lot of panelists in the studio right now. Danielle Bain in Winnipeg, we appreciate that. We also haven't seen, we've talked about Bobrovsky and Binnington and some of the goalies possibly up for grabs. No goalie deals yet as we check in with Gino and his goaltender panel.
All right, James, missed opportunity. I was just chatting with our goalies here today, and I said, if a team, you pick the team, doesn't get something done between now and the next 30-plus minutes, for whom is this going to be a missed opportunity? Let's start in the Eastern Conference, where the phrase wide open has been used a million times. At the end of the year, the team that makes it out of the Eastern Conference, so they're going to be, 5, 6, 7, 8 teams that say, if only we had made this one move, it could be us there in the Stanley Cup Final instead of them. A team that needs to get something done in the next 30 minutes, or it's a missed opportunity, Marty.
I know it's getting late, and they have told everybody that they're going to be patient, but the Montreal Canadiens, for me, are a team that you are yourself 3 points clear of a playoff spot right now. You got Columbus, you got Ottawa, you got Washington coming right behind you. That is a really tough situation for the Montreal Canadiens. So you got two glaring holes. You got goaltending, where Dobesh has a good record, but I don't think that he inspires, the team. And you also have your depth, especially your second line. And tonight in Anaheim, they're going to move Slavkovsky to the top line. We're going to see what that's going to mean. But I look at Montreal and I'm saying, you made the playoffs last year. Missing it this year, or just saying goodbye in the first round, is not a step forward. It would be a massive step back. So I think Montreal would need to be aggressive, and it doesn't seem like they want to do that.
Well, they're waiting for the right price, probably. Yeah. But for me, it's the Detroit Red Wings. And all I think about is what Dylan Larkin said after last year's deadline. He said, we thought maybe they would be a little bit more aggressive, and they didn't do much. Now, they traded for David Perron yesterday, and David Perron is a good fit. He's a veteran guy. He's been there before. They're familiar with him. But I think the Red Wings are a really good team. And they shored up their goaltending, getting Gibson. Now you've got a veteran, two guys in Talbot and Gibson. But maybe add another splash player there to help that group. Their power play's strong. Their young players have taken a step. But to me, Stevie Yzerman can maybe grab one of these players that are available to just say to your players in that dressing room, we're all in here giving you an opportunity.
Neither one of you mentioned the Ottawa Senators. I don't understand that. This is a great young team. You get to see them on a nightly basis. You cover them a ton. Linus Ullmark has been really struggling lately. Should they add? Do you get another backup to help Linus Ullmark to recover?
Linus Ullmark is 4-2 since returning from the leave of absence. So he's getting back to the form that he needs to. Now, there's still about 3-4 steps for him, but I think that the Ottawa Senators, like Montreal, could, but they're looking at us and we didn't have our number one goaltender for a long time, and now that we do, we could get back in it. So
they're looking at that.
I think they're the most dangerous team if they make the playoffs because
then
I don't
why
see
not add, Jamie?
Because Gino, that team doesn't need to add. What they need is a healthy Linus Ullmark. Which you said struggled lately. I disagree. I think he struggled early and is getting his game back in order, and he's playing very well. What they need is a healthy Linus Ullmark to give them league average goaltending or better. He's done that recently. If you look at their metrics, they should be very high up in the Atlantic. They should be battling with Tampa for the top
lots
of the
of games
Atlantic.
to get back in. They still have plenty of time.
Okay, so that's the East where things are wide open and we're looking at little tweaks and such. What about the West where things are really, really tight? Is there a team in the Western Conference that you think's got to do something inside the next half hour or they will have missed the boat?
The Vegas Golden Knights. I'm looking at the Pacific Division and I'm like, okay, Anaheim is the only team that has a winning record when you considered overtime loss. Like, they're the only team in that division. And Vegas, in that, Aiden Hill, the numbers are not great. Akira Schmidt, it's been okay. Carter Hart, injured, and it wasn't the level that you would want him to. So I look at Vegas, and I'm like, why not swing for Bobrovsky right now? Like, that would put you in and maybe that's your way to the Western Conference Final, get a Sergei Bobrovsky in net.
Well, keep in mind, they swung and they got Rasmus Andersson, so they added in. Like, this is a team that always adds, and miraculously, all of a sudden, like, hey, Vegas pulled off another unbelievable trade. I wouldn't sleep on them, but I think what you're looking at internally is your players to play better. That's the challenge for a lot of these teams throughout the league. Could be the condensed schedule, could be the Olympic break, but a lot of teams throughout the league, they're just saying, if our players play better, I think we're fine. Same could be said in Edmonton. Teams like that, those teams play better, the players play better, then you're not having these conversations because they're higher in the standings.
Okay, you mentioned Edmonton. Quickly now, are the Oilers going to miss the boat if they don't tidy things up right now because they're right on the bubble and the Connor McDavid window is closing?
Yeah, but they switch out to goaltenders, regardless of whether you think of them or not. I like them. I like the Murphy move and I like the Dickinson move because they needed to add to that group defensively. Dickinson is one of the strongest two-way centermen in the league defensively. Murphy, strong stay-at-home defenseman, is going to help settle down that back defensive core.
I think for the Edmonton Oilers, they did their goalie move early in the season. Now, if anything major was to happen, it's in the offseason. I think they've got their group, and they're going to hope that they can kind of strengthen their team game a little bit more because that's about the team game. It's about the details. And once it clicks, maybe it clicks like they did the last 2 years going to the finals.
And how many more years can the Edmonton Oilers say, hey, we'll make up for it next season? James?
Thank you, gentlemen. Good news, MJ. I think we've reached double digits. I think we've hit our 10th trade. That just sounds so terrible to say. But 10 trades so far here on Trade Center. Will we get to the over-under was, 18 and a half? Will we get to 20? We'll find out in the next half hour or so as we continue on Trade Center 2026 here on TSN.
Trade Center is presented by Harvey's. Harvey's Pickle Poutine is back. And for a limited time, get deep fried pickles for only $3. Harvey's, it's a beautiful thing.
Yeah, both Nazem Kadri and the Calgary Flames want to change. You know, he does have the contract as you've stipulated.
Devin's suit doesn't fit.
It's
Darren. Whatever.
There was a forward here.
How much wine has Bob had today? He's had a full glass for 7.5 hours. It's like Pierre at the cottage in the summertime. It's ludicrous. Bob, thanks for watching throughout the day here. Only 20 minutes more to go until the deadline. Let's send it over to Pierre and Dregs and CJ and Gordo, guys.
Yeah, the sense of what the market is like is you get the return on the Braden Shen trade to the Islanders, Dregs, which we're starting to get a clearer picture of.
Pretty substantial, I would say, right? A first-round draft pick, a third-round draft pick, and a prospect. Now, granted, we're still trying to identify who the prospect is that's coming from the New York Islanders to the St. Louis Blues, but this was one of those delicate situations, right? At the start of the day, it wasn't clear that Braden Shen was going to be traded by the Blues because, again, one of many with that trade protection. But in the end, he decides, look, I want to play more postseason hockey, so he's willing to give the push towards the New York Islanders, and he approves. But a lot going on right now in St. Louis, I can tell you that. Again, teams sniffing around Justin Falk, as you'd expect, and I believe that the Detroit Red Wings are one of those teams. I'm not saying that they're close on anything, but definitely Detroit in there.
CJ, the Toronto Maple Leafs we thought would be one of the busier teams today. We've not heard much from them.
We have not, yet the sales pitch continues. And this is where we get this close to 3 o'clock. Obviously, the players that are looking to move, the price comes down. And the sense in the marketplace from other teams as the ask on Bobby McMahon has lowered a little bit, that a second-round pick would be able to get him. And obviously, with him being a pending UFA, as we've talked all along, the Leafs are pushing to move him by this deadline.
Now, maybe, James, in this era of electronic communication and cell phones, everything else, what we need is proximity. St. Louis is playing in San Jose tonight. The Islanders are there tomorrow. Andy Strickland from St. Louis reports they're staying in the same hotel in San Jose. So maybe that paved the way for this. Do we need more teams staying in the same hotel to get something done?
And just a quick note. Right now, there's nothing on the Robert Thomas front. And at this point, given that he has to waive to go anywhere, I think we can close the book probably on Robert Thomas.
Unless it's the Islanders who are staying in the same hotel.
If you're going to get traded at the deadline, it's nice to not even have to change rooms. You're right, Gord. So since 2006, 13 players have been traded on deadline day and had their names engraved on the Stanley Cup with their new teams the same season. 37-year-old Florida Panther Brad Marchand has been the best of them, scoring 6 goals in the final last year against Edmonton and finishing second to Sam Bennett in Conn Smythe voting. As we continue to count down to the deadline, let's check in again with Brian Hayes.
All right, thank you, JD. Here with Carlo and Cam. And guys, we're inside 20 minutes now, right? And there's a lot of people throughout the country watching Trade Center. I think on both sides of the borders, possibly around the world. And I think there's some players who their names have been on the trade bait board for months, if not weeks, watching diligently, thinking, is this going to be the time I'm moved? Will I move somewhere between now and the trade deadline? Carlo, do you have a guy in particular that you think is watching closest?
I think the obvious guy for me is Nazem Kadri. I mean, how long have we been talking about him and his future with the Calgary Flames? And no better time than now for him. He's a competitor. He wants to win. He's won a Stanley Cup, and he wants to get back to being a playoff player. And he's not going to do that in Calgary. 35 years old, 3 years left on his contract. I know a lot of people that have showed interest are worried about the cap hit, and if they can absorb it right now, maybe it's an offseason move. But if you're Nazem Kadri, you're still watching this for the next 20 minutes and wondering if your name's going.
Absolutely. Cam?
For me, it's got to be Elias Pettersson. Like, he has been talked about for a long time. And when you're bad in this league, you got to be really bad. And Rutherford's not afraid to shoot from the hip. So he will trade his best player, or what is deemed to be his best player contractually, if necessary, to make his team better. He's been talked about. He's heard it. He's even heard it when he was over at the Olympics. And he's a guy who wants to show what he was before. When he signed this contract, the type of player he could be. So I think he's really watching this, trying to see if this is going to be his time to get a new opportunity.
Absolutely. And both those guys have term on their deal. So if it's not them watching TSN right now, I think they'll be watching Free Agent Frenzy for sure, leading up through the draft and up to July 1st. I'm pretty sure we're big down in Southwest Florida. I'm going to say Sergei Bobrovsky is watching closely because he has a UFA after this year. And he's done everything he could possibly do in Florida. If they're not going to re-sign him, which we don't have that answer, maybe they will, maybe they won't. If I'm Bob, yes, you got a big ticket, and it complicates things, but it expires as of June 30th. He's won 2 cups. He's been to 3 straight cups. He's won multiple Vezinas. He's going to the Hall of Fame. He's a gamer. He hasn't had the greatest season, but he just had 2 weeks off. You have to believe he's more fresh today than he was 3 or 4 weeks ago. I think Bob is on the edge of his seat right now.
And if you're a team that's got question marks in net, how are you not all over that?
Right. Exactly.
To me, it doesn't make any sense.
He's the ultimate closer. He's been the best player in the league the last 2 years.
Why would he want to leave, though? That's the hard part for me.
What if they're not going to sign him?
Yeah,
if they're not going to, well, then enjoy the rest of your couple months in Florida. Yeah. Get ready for the next season. He's got his 2 cups, as you said. Maybe he could use the time to just relax in the sun for a bit.
That's definitely a possibility. We're getting closer to 3 p.m., James.
Yeah, just over 15 minutes, Brian. Thank you. We'll take one more break here and then stay with you straight until the deadline at 3 o'clock Eastern. And remember, we'll be on well beyond for 2 more hours to break down everything that has happened and everything that we thought might happen that didn't here on Trade Center.
Trade Center is brought to you in part by Harvey's. Harvey's Pickle Poutine is back, and for a limited time, get deep fried pickles for only $3. Harvey's, it's a beautiful thing. And by Golftown. Trade-in days are back. Upgrade your game with a 50% trade-in bonus on select 2026 clubs. Visit golftown.com to learn more.
Ask, man.
Oh.
Damn.
No. The show's not over. You gotta sit back down. You got 2 hours still here. Get him back. Security. He's finished.
That's it.
It's over.
No.
Corrado, come sit down for a couple minutes. Yeah, you can run back over to Lindsay in a second. Make sure he does not leave the building.
Take him right into his car.
See you at the airport,
That might happen earlier this year.
A year later, I still don't know if that was a bit or you actually just intended to walk off the set thinking
I
your
had
job was
enough.
done.
Buddy, you know me. I can't. There's only so much I can do. I get to
At least you're only one man.
I just get to a point where it's like I can't think straight, and I start saying stupid stuff, and I can't do it.
Aren't you preparing to run a marathon?
That's a whole different story, Carlo. It's a completely different story.
It's also, I believe,
So
a
when
10K that he
horn
called.
goes today, are you leaving?
If we don't get some quality stuff here in the next half an hour, I'll sign that, like the horn myself. It's over.
Yeah.
How many people on the top 50?
You know where we are. Like, this is crazy. Like, usually we've had slow days like this, but
really, Jimmy, like this?
No, but I'm saying usually on the trade bait list, let's say when they put 45, I think they go 45 deep on that list. Usually there'll be 8 or 9 or 10 guys on the trade bait list.
More sometimes.
We have one guy on our trade bait list, 1 out of 45 who's been traded so far.
And the top 10 is usually always gone.
Always.
Yeah.
It's sometimes
None of them.
before
None of them.
trade deadline.
Just gotta be patient, guys.
You've been saying that all day. I think more pressure's on you than anybody else. You got 12 minutes,
I
kid.
play poker with you guys all day long.
Yeah,
No
bring it.
Let us bring in
Set
the
up
only
the
guy
dates.
who was on our trade bait list who has been traded, Braden Shen, who goes from St. Louis to the New York Islanders. Braden, thanks for spending a little bit of time with us today on I know what is a crazy day. First of all, you didn't have to approve this deal. We saw what happened with Colton a couple of days ago. Why did you decide to waive and go to the Islanders?
Yeah, obviously, when you look at their team, they're built with a solid goalie and a lot of good pieces with Matthew Schaefer and Barzal and Horvat, and the list goes on, and it's a great place to play, and a lot of guys enjoy playing there and living there. And at the end of the day, St. Louis, they want to go a different direction. Obviously, we're sitting in 31st, 30th place in the league, and they want to go younger and, kind of rebuild it a different way. And at the end of the day, you're one of the guys that, get called to ask to waive or get to move. And that's kind of how it all shook out.
If you are going to get traded at the deadline, it's rather convenient that the team you get traded to is apparently staying in the same hotel as you. Is that correct?
Yeah, put it this way. It's been kind of a crazy morning. I heard of it. They kind of gave me an hour and a half notice, and then I kind of talked to family and friends, and then got asked to meet Patrick Waugh and Matthew Darsh, and so I met them on a different floor and kind of went back and forth and got asked to waive, and then, playing in San Jose here with the Island tomorrow night. And I want to say 2 days later, it's in St. Louis, so it's kind of happening pretty fast with how it's all working.
Wow, that's crazy. Did you even have to change rooms?
Nope, still in the same room. So different meal room now. That's about it.
There's a lot to this, though. You're the captain in St. Louis. You played there for 9 years. I know you have an 8-week-old as well. What are your emotions in leaving St. Louis?
I don't think they've hit you. I think leading up to the deadline, with all the rumors and where we're at, I think you think about it quite a bit. You're going to a great place with a great organization, good team. I think what people don't realize is the human element of it. My brother went through it last night. With as you get older, guys have families. You have to pick up and sell homes and move families and put kids in different schools. And there's all that part of it that comes with pro sports. But we know what we sign up for, and at the end of the day, it's emotional. St. Louis was a great spot for me. We said it was probably the best thing that happened in hockey. me up until this date, playing with just a bunch of good, solid people, great community, great city, and won a Stanley Cup there. So it's been a special place for me and my family, and it's just a great locker room with good, solid people, and obviously going to miss St. Louis, but excited for the next chapter.
And you mentioned, Luke, if you guys chatted, two brothers being traded within a 24-hour period is pretty crazy.
There's been lots of talks. I think we're probably 25 to 30 phone calls deep already with what's going on. What happened last night with Buffalo, and now with me, waving to the Islanders, that's pretty much par for the course for me and Luke. We talk pretty much every day. So this one just happened to be a lot more phone calls in a short amount of time.
Let's talk about the exciting part. What's it like, the prospect of playing with a dynamic kid like Matthew Schaefer?
I think that's what excites you. You just kind of see how dynamic he is and how much he's able to change an organization just the way his skill set is. And like I said, there's tons of good pieces there. Haven't played the Islanders a ton in the past 10 years, just being two times a year, but it's always hard games. They always defend hard. They always, give you a hard game. And then you add in, the skill and talent of Horvat, Barzal, and Matthew Schaefer. It's, pretty incredible. And obviously you got a world-class goalie. So looking forward to, a new chapter and new surroundings. It's been a while since it's been traded. It's a funny feeling, but honestly looking forward to it.
Crazy how time flies. I remember covering you with the World Junior team when I think it's scoring about 8 points in a game in your first World Juniors, and now a Stanley Cup champion, and now on the way to an up-and-coming team in the Islanders. We really appreciate you taking a few minutes, and best of luck to you.
Thanks, guys. No problem.
That is Braden Shen. Let's send it over to Jen and Craig with more.
Thank you, James. Yeah, so about 5 minutes until the trade deadline. Is this the drop dead? Have we passed the drop dead? When does the GM have to say to himself, I got to make this trade or this isn't going to happen?
Yeah, I would say that if you're not ready in the queue already, that it's too late.
Then it's too late.
And you'd be amazed, Jen, how you get calls I'm talking within 2-3 minutes of the deadline. And sometimes from GMs you haven't talked to in weeks.
And all of a sudden they're ready to make a deal.
And they're in a panic and it's just like, sorry, we can't get this done.
Okay, so what if you're like, it's not just the Toronto Maple Leafs, but say you're Tree Living and you've got a McMahon out there, or you've got a lot, and you've got assets that are not going to be yours at the end of the season. How do you not get rid of them right now? How do you go away with nothing?
Well, that's probably the calls that Brad is now doing. We've heard that, asking prices are too high.
Okay, yeah.
Brad Tree Living might have to lower his prices to try to get something back in return. Because the comment was also made that what you've done sitting out these 3 players in the last 2 games, okay, what are you doing here? Them back? Yeah, and you're going to bring them, they're professionals. They're going to play hard. They're going to do their thing. But it changes. The dynamic is really, really a tough one now. So I think that Brad Tree Living starts to lower his asking prices, and teams now might be ready to say, okay, but you're not going to phone up a team and go, hey, do you want Scott Laughton if you haven't talked to them?
It's basically like a game of musical chairs.
Yes, it is.
And you don't want to be left without the chair, but you've got Scott Laughton, you've got McMahon still on your roster, and they're going to be a UFA.
Yeah, and I think that we said at the beginning what would be successful. So he starts off by trading Nicolas Roy. We understand why he may be asking a lot for Oliver Ekman-Larsson. But with McMahon and their cap hits and expiring contracts and everything, try to get something back.
All right, we're almost close to the top of the hour. James, back to you.
Thank you, Jen. We mentioned that trade bait list, which has been basically unaltered throughout the day. Let's check in with it one more time with Frankie and Lindsay.
Thank you, James. Roughly 3 minutes now, but we're not talking minutes anymore. We're down to the seconds, about 180 seconds to go. Frankie, on a scale of 1 to 10, how surprised are you by the lack of action we've seen on our boards all day?
10 out of 10, and usually we talk about this trade bait board essentially getting dismantled before the deadline, during the deadline, nothing. That's our 1 to 5. Trocheck, Kadri still there, and then 6 through 10, all these guys still there, very valuable players, but at 11 to 15, is where we see a couple guys who play on the same team and where we finally got our first trade in Braden Shen.
Yes, while the countdown clock clicks away, let's talk about players who perhaps have earned their right to move, more veteran guys. Case in point, Ryan O'Reilly, 35 years old, Stanley Cup to his name. Where could you see a player like him want to go?
He can be so selective because keep in mind, it wasn't that long ago that Ryan O'Reilly was traded to the Toronto Maple Leafs just before the trade deadline. So he's chased the Stanley Cup before. So now if he's going to do it again, like like he's going to have some say in where he goes, I would imagine he would want to be very selective. Not a maybe. He wants to go for a sure thing. So we'll see if that can happen for Ryan O'Reilly. The other name that's on there is Steven Stamkos. And listen, Steven Stamkos has played really well recently. Since January 1st, he has 12 goals for the Nashville Predators, who are playing much better hockey. But if you start to think about, okay, Steven Stamkos, a full no move, where would he actually waive to go? It would have to be a team that has a chance of winning a Stanley Cup. If I can throw my nostalgia cap on,
Please
maybe
do.
say, his former mentor is a now head coach for the Montreal Canadiens. Not that Montreal needs more scoring help, but why would you waive your no move for a situation where it's essentially a surefire bullet for a Stanley Cup or something that's really cool playing for your old mentor?
Okay, I like a little nostalgia. One more
We'll
kick at the
see.
can.
We're throwing everything at the wall right now and seeing what's going to stick.
Exactly. Well, the second countdown clock ticks away, less than 120 seconds. James, back to you.
All right, yes, 2 minutes exactly right there, Lindsay. Thank you. And you got to promise me you're not going to leave at
He's
the
going for sure.
I'm right beside him.
There's going to be deals.
Hold him down?
I'll hold him back.
I'm going to make you one promise. I don't know there's going to be a slew of deals anymore.
there better be deals. We were just talking about it. Like some of these teams in a wide open East,
2 minutes.
Yeah, in 2 minutes, it's like if you're Detroit, if you're Carolina, are you not going to make a play? And I get it, you can't do something stupid or, be reckless, but
is there a possibility the Leafs don't do any of those?
This is surprising.
So what are they going to do? Lose these guys to free agency for nothing? How much sense does that make?
In theory, if they want to re-sign Bobby McMahon, they could say we're re-signing him. There's sort of been talk of an extension there. I don't agree with that philosophy, but there's a chance they could do that. But if they're going to UFA status, what? I have a hard time finding any rationale. So yeah, you want a first rounder and a prospect. It gets to 250. Maybe it's a second rounder and a prospect. At some point, if you're not going to bring them back, you got to get something.
Right. You can't just say,
Something's better than nothing.
the market's going to be angry
there,
by the return, but you still have to do it at some point.
You wonder, is it because there's no movement or there hasn't been that big blockbuster and it sort of cascades? Okay, you didn't do anything. You're not better. You do wonder the asking price, all of these things. But I'm really surprised, especially in the East. I'm really surprised given how wide open it is. Detroit, Carolina, with the centers that are available. And for the Toronto Maple Leafs, for me, absolutely crazy to think that we were talking, I was over on the 3.5.
Again, me too. Not done. We could get trades right up to 330 announced because if
we're
there's a lineup.
reacting right now. And I think when you're talking about NHL playoffs, there's the old saying, just get in. There's no better version of that saying than this year in the Eastern Conference. Winning, just get in. It's wide open. To me, and I don't want to buy this whole, because the playoff salary cap or...
Hold him.
Bye, buddy.
Hold him.
Bye.
Hold him down. You have to stay.
Nothing's trickled
You
in.
have to stay.
Nothing's trickled in.
You got to stay for a little while, kid. So there we are.
James, you just got to find a way to be creative. And the fact that teams weren't more aggressive, I think it's a massive disappointment on the day. Yeah.
Okay, so let's list the teams you'll be most shocked. Again, we only go on what we have right now. So I will give the big little asterisk off the top here that all of these teams that we're about to mention may still have done deals. Who are you most disappointed with? I'll give you options like Toronto, as we said. Carolina, Montreal. Detroit.
Yep.
So at the top of the list, sort of Carolina, Detroit.
That guy in Detroit with the microphone can't wait to just throw it to Dylan Larkin and say, "What did you think of that deadline?" He is going to go nuts again this year.
Okay, so who's number one on the list? Is it Detroit? Is it Carolina?
I think it's Carolina right now.
Yeah,
it's like, what are you doing? Every year you get to a certain point, and it's a Bobrovsky, it's a Matthew Tkachuk, it's a Barkov, and you just didn't find a way to get a good player. I don't know. If you think getting Ehlers in the offseason was enough to put you over the top, I don't. They just needed some oomph, and I don't know if they did it.
You've been the bridesmaid.
It's Toronto.
Right.
They have the players. They've been sitting them out. They need to change directions. And if they don't trade any of them and don't re-sign them, that is incomprehensible. I mean, there is no explanation for that. Now, and if they re-sign them, then that's a different conversation. But to be sitting them out, pending UFAs, it's just, Carolina, yes, they could have been busier, a great opportunity there, but they're in first place. It's not quite as dire as it feels.
For those watching out in Alberta, the only official we're done. Ryan Rishaug has just said that the Oilers are done, so that's not That's not a shocker after they made their moves. And Stan Bowman essentially said the same thing yesterday. So again, most of the action was in the West anyway. So I don't think we'd be surprised if there's nothing more major that comes out of the West.
Well, Colorado was sniffing on Bobby McMahon, it appeared.
He was, it sounded like, and again, it's possibilities.
Yeah.
So Colorado's take would be Nick Roy. They had Kulak earlier, right, from Pittsburgh. Blankenberg, depth player. Dallas gets Myers, Michael Bunting. Minnesota gets McCarron, Foligno, Petrie, Bobby Brink. Of course, they made their big one with Quinn Hughes earlier on in the season. So, Craig Button, yes.
New York Islanders went and traded for Braden Shen.
Yes.
So what are the Carolina Hurricanes doing?
Yeah.
So then I agree with Mike too.
Yeah.
Like I'll put Carolina, and they're in first place, so you say, okay, they're good. But like other teams are pushing, and this is an opportunity for Carolina.
Yeah.
And
a very good one.
I agree with you, Jeff. And now you look at Toronto, you're sitting out players. You're going to protect them for you make sure they don't get, and now you're left with them.
Well, this is a way to say it. This is an awkward conversation again because we're having it not knowing if all of these teams might have done something. So I almost feel like we should have a lower banner that says, "Please dismiss everything said if any of these teams make a trade."
As you're saying that, I hope there's a trade that comes in for the Montreal Canadiens because normally in past trade deadlines, the GM will step up and say the team did a great job this year and they deserve for us as management to go out and do something. If the Montreal Canadiens stand pat, I think it's a massive, massive failure on their end because the players have done a great job in getting to this point. They need something extra to push them over the top.
And you're not saying something major. I don't think they're ready for foot on the gas type action.
Well, why not?
I don't know. I just don't know if they're ready for that. Possibly next year. You saw with the Leafs when they were just kind of getting into it. It was like a Plekanec. It was a Brian Boyle. It wasn't that major move. Why you want to lose a second-round pick just to say, hey, guys, I kind of like it. You can have that. I don't know how much sense it made. But if I'm the Montreal Canadiens, I would show a little bit of patience this year. And if next year calls for putting your foot in the gas, then you go ahead and do it.
But what if next year doesn't give you the same year this year? Right? You're in this window right now. You're 5 points out of first. You're 3 points on top of ninth.
So, Carlo, are you talking more of an impact player, like a 2C? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah,
are you thinking depth?
No, impact.
That's exactly
impact for sure.
Yeah.
Because think of what that does for the locker room too.
Yeah.
Right? The locker room is probably sitting there saying, "What are we going to do? What are we going to do? How are we going to get better?" If you walk away with nothing,
so you're saying go take a run to Thomas, something like that. Okay.
Something. Go after Bobrovsky and net, like something.
Yeah. Hearing rumbles, by the way, that there are other deals being done that we're just waiting on being officially announced right now. So we'll see. Sorry, say that again.
Justin Falk to Detroit for a first and third.
There we go. That's a big one.
Justin Falk to Detroit
that's
for
a good
first.
trade because we talked about OEL.
Go to
That's an excellent trade there because Justin Falk has a year left on his contract. Right shot defenseman, takes pressure off of Sider. I think that's a really, really good trade for the Detroit Red Wings. You know, and now that again we're talking about the East, right?
Got to go to Gord right now.
Oh, sorry, Gord. Back to you.
Okay.
He's on the phone, so I'll tell Bobby McMahon to Seattle from Toronto.
Oh, there we go.
Just waiting on the return.
Yeah, that's confirmed. We're waiting on
the return.
Yeah.
So McMahon goes right at the deadline to the Seattle Kraken.
Interrupt us as soon as you have that return, because obviously that's the most significant thing here. And do you prepare to be underwhelmed because it happened this late? That it's not going to be the first and
but it might be a couple seconds or a second and a third or something like that.
Should Leaf fans be happy with a couple of seconds if that's what it is?
The market's the market.
Yeah.
You can't force teams to play more than what it's worth.
And it's a guy that who knows if he doesn't.
And if you
want
him, bring him back in July 1.
Exactly.
No
you could always circle back on him. There's one thing about him though, if you remember back to the playoffs last year, wasn't that consistent, and I think he's had some inconsistencies. As much as I like his skill set and he brings to the table, I understand why you walk away from the player and the contract demands. He was in the East Coast League two or 3 years ago.
I feel like giving Cheryl a big hug because Cheryl from the beginning has been the biggest Bobby McMahon fan. I'll get to Cheryl in just a second. First, Gord has some more for us.
Yeah, we have the return on the McMahon deal from Seattle.
Okay. Yes, it's a second and 27 and a fourth and 26 going to Toronto for Bobby McMahon.
Okay, but some other cleanup stuff here too, Gord.
Yeah.
So Justin Falk goes to Detroit from St. Louis for a first and a third, but Justin Hall comes back to St. Louis as well. And just to clean up or tidy up the Braden Shen trade to the Islanders, It sounds like Jonathan Drouin was part of that package going from the Islanders to the Blues.
Okay. Thank you, gentlemen. Okay. Ryan, I'll let you have passionately talked about the Leafs for 2 hours every day on Overdrive. What do you think of a 2nd and 27 and a 4th and 26 for Bobby McMann to Seattle?
I think it was mandatory. They had to move off him, and I honestly think they have to move off Scott Laughton. I guess we have to put this up. It's subject to change because deals are still coming in, but you've put up the white flag that you're moving off McMahon. You get a 2nd and a 4th. Maybe you were hoping you were going to get a 1st. What you could not do was walk away with nothing.
No.
You had to get something. They've gotten something. They have to get something for Scott Laughton. Ekman-Larsson's a little bit different. He's got 2 years left. If you want to trade him at the draft or at the deadline next year, he's a guy that wants to be in Toronto. I'm okay with them kicking that down the can, or kicking the can down the road on that. But Bobby McMann had to go. I think it's a decent return. Scott Laughton's got to go as well.
And think about where the Toronto Maple Leafs are headed right now in the here and now. Do they want to win games, or do they want to put themselves in the best
Even
position?
if they want to, they're not winning games.
Right, but Bobby McMann makes you a better team right now. Scott Laughton makes you a better team right now. Like, we've kind of seen what happens when they're out of the lineup. The team loses games, which is great for Toronto right now. That's the direction they need to be going in. And like the guys on the panel talked about, you want Bobby McMann because, you know, he developed in your system, and you want to retain that talent.
It was a great find.
Go for it. You can talk to him, offer him a great contract, but you had to do something here as far as just bringing something back into your organization. You could not fall into a scenario where nothing came back and then you even lost them in the offseason.
Yeah, and I would still have to say, James, I don't think this can be enough. There's got to be more here if the Maple Leafs can continue to push.
All right, Craig, you want to react more to that?
Well, I think now the calculus for the Toronto Maple Leafs is to try to make sure you finish as low in the standings as possible so you can keep your first-round pick.
It's too far gone, though. They're 9 back. They're 9 up on Chicago.
They're trying to do a good job.
You just got to be in the bottom 5. You just got to be in the bottom 5.
I say they're 9 up on 5th. That's a long way to go.
It is. But I'm just telling you what you have to try to do.
They can make it. The way they're playing right now,
hey, listen,
it's not out of the realm of possibility.
Don't win another game. And I think that has to be what they're got to be focused on.
Yeah, players don't tank. We know that. Management-wise, you cannot.
If you got to tank, you got to tank.
Excuse me, players do tank, Jeffrey?
Players don't.
If you get the writing's on the wall, and they're doing a nice job of it right now. Like, they're well on their way.
They got a tough sked, too. Still a tough sked.
Yeah. I think they just got to keep playing the way they are, and they'll be well on their way.
Don't change a thing.
They're not going to be in the bottom 5. And even if they finish 5th, somebody could win the lottery and bump them to 6th.
Yeah.
They got to be really 3rd.
Well, they won our draft lottery early on today. They got the #1 overall selection.
They got some good players that have some nicks, so it's like that nick turns into season-ending.
According to our lottery, Gavin McKenna is going to be a Leaf by soon. Gordon Miller.
Yeah, another deal trickling in. Anaheim has sent Ryan Strome to Calgary for a 7th-round pick in 2027. So Strome had kind of lost his spot. He was injured early in the year. Kind of lost his spot in the Anaheim lineup. So he goes to Calgary for a 7th. Which makes you wonder if maybe the Flames have done something else, but we're working on that.
Yeezer.
It's an interesting one, because how Strome fits in Calgary. Strome's a good player. He's been a good offensive player at times, but given where Calgary's going.
What he's saying, so the contract moved out, maybe.
A setup deal for something else.
Yeah.
Obviously, Nazem Kadri.
I hope it is for Nazem Kadri on his way out.
Is the Falk deal enough, that Dylan Larkin doesn't have to protest about nothing being done at the deadline?
He's kind of like right on the fence of Dylan Larkin not shutting up and shutting up. You know what I mean? He's one of those guys. You're just not sure. Like, it's like, I don't know what Falk does to Dylan Larkin's comments. It's hit or miss.
I like that. I like that acquisition for Detroit.
Sorry, I cut you off on Bobby McMann.
Oh, it's all good.
From the moment Bobby McMann sort of first made the Leafs, you've been a major fan of him.
These guys are all making fun of me.
I kept saying, all Cheryl talks about Bobby McMann, but you proved to be right because he became an important player who's now going to carve himself maybe $5 million a year in an extension.
Yeah, and good for him, right? And Mike, you said it. You can re-sign him this summer if you want as a UFA, but he earned his money. He's having a career year. So his stock was really high. And for the Toronto Maple Leafs, who have had such a poor season, and their cupboards are bare, you have to find a way to restock them. So Hayes, I think you're right. You need to do more if you actually want to change this group and the future of what this is going to look like. So it is a start, but it's not enough right now.
I just wanted to update you on timelines again, just for perspective here, because I know we're almost 12 minutes after 3 o'clock Eastern. This is last year. The Brad Marchand trade was announced at 3:06. The Brandon Carlo trade to Toronto came around 3:10. It wasn't until 3:35 Eastern that we learned of the Fabian Zetterlund trade to the Ottawa Senators, and there was one at 3:44, minor one at 4:26, 5:21. Oh, we're probably gonna have to stay beyond 5 just in case there's something that happens.
You can do it, man.
But again, because of the rush in the last few minutes at NHL Registry, we could be here for the next hour still finding out about deals. But the numbers definitely more significant in the last few minutes or so. So who still haven't we heard from? Carolina?
They got Delorier.
Montreal?
Delorier is not.
Well, exactly.
Right. Montreal, as Carlo said.
It's interesting because it's addressing needs too. So I like what Detroit did because they went out and got a right shot defenseman that can play a ton of minutes.
They got Perron yesterday.
Right, and
he's going to be ready.
He's been a bright spot for a struggling St. Louis Blue Line. So
does Perry satisfy you enough on Tampa when the position they're in?
I don't know. Do they have much flexibility to do anything after that? Probably not. Let me just comment on one thing, Jimmy, and it just goes to show you like an organizational changer in that Matthew Schaefer. You're talking to a stud in Braden Shen, and he's talked about the goalie. The first guy after the goalie was Matthew Schaefer. It's like not just the play on the ice, but when other guys want to go to that organization just because how good you are. That was something special coming from Braden Shen about that kid. Like that's when they say organizational changer.
One player changes everything.
It's also
man.
An energy with them, though, right?
Injection.
It seems it's right when you watch.
Yeah.
It's like it jumps through the television on you, and you can feel it. There's an energy about this kid and what he's been through.
Well,
his story.
You see the way the players on the team stick up for him every time he gets hit.
Yeah.
Right. We'll take a couple minutes to digest all the deals and let some other people talk for a second. Let's throw it back to Gino Reda and his gang.
Just a few minutes before the deadline, Noodles, we were talking about teams that absolutely had to get something done, otherwise they'd miss a golden opportunity. We talked about the Eastern Conference being wide open. The team that came to mind for you right away was the Detroit Red Wings. Now they bring in Justin Falk, veteran D-man, 33-year-old, a guy who can kind of stabilize the blue line. Did they fill the hole that they needed to fill?
I think so. And you know, O-Dog had pointed out that it's Dylan Larkin at the deadline last year that was so disappointed. And, you know, when you've got a good team that's taken another step this year, a lot of it was due to the goaltending stabilization of John Gibson coming in. Cam Talbot's been fantastic, but the progression of the young group. You bring in a defenseman like Falk, who is a seasoned veteran. It's going to take some of the pressure off of Seider. And I like the move. It's the manager saying to the group, I'm not sitting on my hands. I like what I've got, what I see, but I'm going to add to the group. It's a message within the dressing room. It might not have been a grade A trade, but Falk is going to fit into that system, fit into that town real nicely. And it's the manager saying, I like what you guys have. I'm going to add a little bit more here.
And I get that you have the rentals every year, the ones that are going to be UFA at the end of the season. But there's also the guys plus one, right? With one more year. So if you're Detroit, you're looking at Justin Falk, you're saying a run this year, playoffs, and then next season, because he still has one more year left. Excuse me, before he becomes a UFA. Now, you look at the right side of the defense for the Detroit Red Wings, it's Mo Seider, and then there's Sendin Pellikka that's there, good young player.
Yeah, good.
But you needed something a little bit better for the top four. I think Falk comes in, will be there. Bernard Darker's also there and has played some minutes and has helped.
He came from Ottawa.
Buffalo, and then moved on.
Sandin Pellikka is a really good defenseman, but bringing in a guy like Falk, who's 33, 34 years old,
helps.
It's that stabilize. It's a safety blanket that if he struggles, now you can put Falk into that position. So I really like the move.
In your day job with Overdrive, you spend a lot of time talking about the Toronto Maple Leafs. You've been spending days and days talking about the fact that it's a must-do, move everybody you possibly can out of Toronto, get picks and prospects back. Nick Waugh got moved yesterday. Now you get moved Bobby McMahon for a second rounder, and you get a chance to re-sign him again at the end of the season. How did the Leafs do on this deal, and did they do it? Then I want to ask you about Scott Lawton not being moved at all.
Well, I mean,
at this point,
the Nick Waugh for a first rounder, that was a home run for Brad Treliving. So I thought he did a terrific job on that one. You had to get something for Bobby McMahon. Again, you could re-sign him in the offseason, but he gets an opportunity to go to Seattle, who is battling for a playoff position
on the bubble
out west. So Oliver Ekman-Larsson did not have to go. He wasn't a pending unrestricted free agent. You're going to talk about Scott Laughton. That's where maybe there wasn't a marketplace for him, or maybe the asking price was too high based on what they got for Nick Waugh.
Yeah, but does it really matter what the asking price is? You're not going to make it this year and getting anything. When you look at the draft picks that the Leafs have for this year, for next year, any pick would have been good. To just say, let's move on, and then Oliver Ekman-Larsson, I get that. Another year, maybe you're doing that at the
But why, can I ask you a question,
summer,
though? Why you want to build a D core? I know Oliver Ekman-Larsson has only got a couple of years left on his deal. He's not going to be there when this team certainly becomes a contender again down the road. But why not keep him to solidify a blue line in a transition period?
And especially if you don't know what you're going to do with Morgan Rielly. Like if you decide to do something
that's my point. That's
for Morgan Rielly, maybe you keep him. Yes, I get that.
He might be the only guy when it's all said and done that's still left standing here next season. So you
got McCabe and you got
I understand. Now what I mean, if you are going to reshuffle the deck, this is a defensive core that, is big, mean, solid, all of that. But if you are going to have a different vision for your defensive core, if you're Brad Treliving, Oliver Ekman-Larsson kind of fits the bill. He plays with edge. He can move the puck. He can quarterback a power play. If you are going to, and again, I'm not speculating, but if you are going to do something with Morgan Rielly in the offseason, maybe to your point, Ekman-Larsson fits the bill for the stabilization if you're going to bring in young guys and who can play up and down your lineup, and he doesn't cost you that much.
Yeah, I think the Scott Laughton situation, like it's different. It almost is the sign here, looking at the Leafs and their group on defense, saying, well, we have to keep somebody to continue next year, and then we'll see. Because I think there's going to be some bigger decisions to be made this summer, especially with Morgan Rielly. But we got to see if that comes to a decision over the offseason.
Huge decisions to make in the offseason, not the least of which you guys are the goalie panel. What are they going to do with their goaltending? Because next year, all of a sudden, Hildeby has to clear waivers in order to go up and down. Now you got 3 goaltenders. Which one's on the outside looking in? You got to move somebody in the offseason, no?
You're 100% right. And let's call it October 10th. By October 10th, you have to get rid of one goaltender because you'll lose him on waivers.
Yeah.
Is Anthony Stolarz very attractive to a team in the offseason that maybe goes through a playoff run and is not happy with their goaltending? And there's a veteran guy who's won a Stanley Cup behind Bobrovsky. Maybe, and it's more because of his age. Because if you do believe that Joseph Woll is a guy that can give you 45, 50 games in a season, I think his ceiling is quite high. I like him as a goaltender. And the Hildebeest is a monster who's just coming into himself. But I also just believe that he's a tandem goaltender. He's not a one.
But I would wait.
Yeah, that's
and
what I mean.
And the reason I would wait is, what happens if somebody gets hurt in training camp? And all of a sudden you have a guy on IR, which you did this season, the first half, training camp, a month in. This is a strong possibility. I would wait, and then maybe the market for a guy like Hildeby opens up in training camp next year. I don't think that's this summer that you make that decision.
Here's the biggest thing. If you take a look at how many goalies have played in the National Hockey League, it's absurd that only 2 is on the roster.
Yep.
Teams should be carrying 3. Just based on the scheduling, on the back-to-backs, all of that type of stuff, I think it's absolutely ridiculous that 3 aren't carried on a roster.
I will say a hard no to that, but I get the point. But there's not enough games, enough practice time.
Don't get me going on E-Bugs, a guy who's working at Staples and then comes in and stopping pucks.
Practice guy, I get that.
I don't like that.
My number 3 needs to play. That's the way it goes.
Yeah, I get it.
All right, so there you have it as of 3:20 Eastern, JD, but I'm assuming that the news continues to flow in. At least we hope so.
Yeah, there's definitely other stuff percolating here, Gino. We're going to take a quick break, come back to you as quickly as we can here on Trade Center 2026 on TSN.
Trade Center is brought to you in part by Harvey's. Harvey's Pickle Poutine is back, and for a limited time, get deep fried pickles for only $3. Harvey's, it's a beautiful thing. And by Golftown. Trade-in days are back. Upgrade your game with a 50% trade-in bonus on select 2026 clubs. Visit golftown.com to learn more.
Not the madness many expected today, but the real one, March Madness. Coming soon, NCAA March Madness, March 19th to April 6th. Of course, all on TSN, TSN Plus. Catch the future stars of basketball in one of the best tournaments of the year, any sport here on TSN. As we wait for other deals to trickle in, obviously part of the news after 3 o'clock is what did not happen and who did not get dealt on the day. The New York Rangers, dead last in the Eastern Conference, did not deal Vinny Trocheck, who was he number one on our trade bait list? He was number one on our trade bait list. So Vinny Trocheck stays in New York as well. Florida, Bobrovsky did not move. AJ Greer did not move. So Florida, despite being in the seller position for the first time in a while, doesn't do any big selling there. And it looks like Carolina's only move was Delorier. So they don't do anything big. We'll get the panel to weigh in later on when they do the winners and losers of the day. But for now, let's check in with Brian Hayes.
Yeah, and I have to think here that the fact that we have not had enough activity in the league, someone is going to greatly regret this. Like, we're going to get through the Stanley Cup playoffs, and they're going to look back and say, how did we not get more aggressive here? Because nothing has happened. I'd love to know what people in Vegas are thinking right now.
Sure,
right?
you want to go to the West? Let's do it.
But Kelly McCrimmon, though, has been overly active every single trade deadline. He's sitting there saying, boys, someone else step up, and no one else did it. But when you look at the deals that have trickled in here, again, out West, there's a lot of opportunity there. The fact that Calgary hasn't moved off people, I'm a bit surprised. Yep. Vancouver only moving Connor Garland. You got to wonder, in that market, what else are we supposed to be doing here? This is a blow-it-up rebuild. That means Pettersson's staying. There's guys in Calgary staying. And again, if you look to the East, Frankie, the Leafs, McMahon's gone, Waugh's gone. We'll see if more guys go between now and the next 20 or 30 minutes. But if you're a Leaf fan, you've been waiting to see something happen, and I don't know if it's quite enough. What do we have
Camp
here?
to Washington.
David Camp to Washington. See,
There's
that's
your blockbuster.
worthy of waiting.
Yes.
That's worthy of waiting. David Camp to Washington.
All right, let's look at the Western Conference standings. Credit to Seattle, because that's a team that a lot of people would say don't like their chances of making the playoffs, and if they do get in, would they really make any noise? They went out and they got Bobby McMahon. Utah made a splash. I am surprised that the Minnesota Wild did not do more today. Think about it. They already got Quinn Hughes. They've got to go through some combination of these two wagons in Colorado and Dallas. That's a team in the Western Conference that I would have said, similar to you saying Vegas, I'm like, you're all in already. Why are you not doing a little bit more? If you go to the East, we've been talking about it all year on Overdrive, on SportsCenter. It's anyone's year. Like, look at all the newcomers in the Eastern Conference.
Yeah, and you know what I think has become clear here, and again, we'll see if something breaks. Like, it is subject to change over the next 20 or 30 minutes. But we've talked a lot about this today, leading up to Trade Center, on all these different shows on TSN, about the new kids on the block, the new players in the dance. And I'm not sure any of them were really willing to put their chips in. Right? Montreal didn't get crazy. Detroit, yes, Falk's a good player, but they didn't get crazy. Buffalo didn't get crazy.
They tried to. They tried with Colton Parayko, and then they said, we're just going to bring in mutants. And they got Luke Shen, and they got Logan Stanley.
Decent players, but depth players.
And if you're in the Metro, did you not look at the Islanders in Pittsburgh and say, we can get them?
That's why Braden Shen's in New York right now.
Right, exactly. And then I think the Detroit thing is interesting because Moritz Seider has to do a lot. Simon Edvinsson has to do a lot there. Edvinsson was hurt for a small portion of the season before the Olympic break, and it didn't look very good. And they're playing Axel Sandin Pellikka 11 minutes a night because they have to, because he's too good for the minors, not necessarily good enough for a top 4 role. So Justin Falk is going to be very purposeful for that team. We'll see if David Perron can get in, but this is what you got right now. This race down the stretch from Ottawa to Montreal, that's going to be pretty compelling hockey.
Yeah, picking winners and losers not going to be easy, JD, because I don't see anyone throughout the league that said we're all in. And I don't know if any seller can walk away from this saying we feel ecstatic with what we've done.
I know you really didn't care about Camp to Washington, but I wanted you to break one on the air.
Thanks.
I thought you deserved that.
After the AI debacle, is that what you're suggesting?
I thought we owed you one after that.
I don't know if that warrants like piece of paper. Like,
I was more doing it for the comedy than anything else, but whatever. Here you go. Brian Hayes, the other insider, even though Dregs had tweeted it right before.
Okay, so where are we now? Half an hour after 3 o'clock Eastern time. And again, still some things in the queue that we're expecting right here.
Mike,
hi, Jeff. I thought we lost you for a second.
Want to do winners or losers?
No, not yet. We'll do that
do it now.
at 4:30.
Mike and I were just talking about two players, AJ Greer and Evander Kane, that don't appear to have moved. I'm surprised, certainly on Evander Kane, and I understand that you want to re-sign AJ Greer, but what could have you been able to do? And why weren't teams interested in those two guys?
You look at Carolina and Evander Kane, he needs some gem like that and a physical guy. Other than McDavid and Draisaitl, he was always like number 3 for like production, scoring goals.
Yeah, he's been good.
I know there's maybe a half a step off the pace, maybe a little less than that, but he's still very effective. Like for playoff hockey.
Short stretches. Playing for a contract.
Yeah.
Motivated guy.
I can't believe someone didn't go near that. Or maybe he didn't want to. I have no idea what goes on behind the scenes, but he would have been a guy for the playoffs, like physical, finishes checks. He can be dominant in stretches in the playoffs, and he's still in Vancouver.
Just another small one from Vancouver. Lucas Reichel goes to Boston for a sixth round.
What are you at, MJ? What are you at?
14.
14?
Another pick for the Canucks. This one a low on 6th. Reichel had only played 14 games for the Canucks this season, 23 in Abbotsford. Sorry, did I interrupt you guys there? Or were we still going along?
No.
Okay, so now, what about the Rangers? Now, there was news. There was a quote from Billy Guerin that he really tried to get Trocheck from his old buddy Chris Drury, and Guerin said, I thought I'd get a discount, but he held tight. So obviously the price was maybe too high on Trocheck.
Yeah, and I think we heard that. I mean, the insiders kept talking about what they were hearing, prices too high and whatnot. And Vinny Trocheck is not just at this point in time. Chris Drury could sit tight and say, no, I'm not going to help you out and unless you meet my price. And Billy Guerin would try. I mean, I think he should have told Vinny Trocheck, like, you wouldn't have been on the Olympic team if I didn't push for you. Chris Drury didn't want you. Anyway, all kidding aside. But there's a lot of things. We talked about St. Louis, the New York Rangers. A lot of these things are going to pick up here in the offseason.
It's 3 more years, though. I mean, the urgency was there because they sat him out. He told his kid, then the back and forth that he's leaving. But he does have more time, and Trocheck's still going to be an effective player next year. So
I'm surprised if someone wouldn't have paid a price, a pretty healthy price. Especially, you talked about the Olympics, too, coming off of those, the PK, the face-offs.
He was quite determined to stay close to New York.
Yes, he was.
He didn't want to go to the West Coast. So there was a lot, and he wasn't willing to waive it just because it's a good team. He was pretty adamant geographically, so that also would factor into teams that would have been willing to pay that price you're talking about, but he just like, no, this is important to me. I don't care how much you like me. I got 3 more years I have to live here. It's not just 3 months. So that was probably a limiting factor as well.
Which goes back to Carolina, who had the cap space, and they need that guy. And they knew that guy.
And they played there before.
Hey, I have exciting news for you.
A trade?
No, your favorite part of the day. The GM's news conferences.
Extendo version. Dude, I ask you every year the extendo version. Play the long version. Let's go.
All right. I believe Steve Staios is just starting talking, so let's get the extendo mix version of Steve Staios. Every question according to O. Let's go.
Plenty of conversations. You know, I think we took the approach with this deadline that it was an opportunity, like always, to try and make our team better. So we looked at just about everything. You know, at the end of the day, we feel very good about our team and the direction that it's moving, the way we've been playing more recently in particular. And we made the deal yesterday for Warren Foegele. Add a little more speed to our lineup. There's some variability with this player on where he can play in a line and what he can bring to a team. But overall, we're pleased with our group and the depth of our group.
Why did you think speed was an important element?
I think if you look at the way that we play, and we're a team that likes to get to the forecheck and get in quick. And certainly I think if you ask our coaches, you hear about pace all the time and sprinting. And I think that's what makes us a difficult team to play against when we're on our game. And so certainly Warren brings that along with the rest of our group.
One thing that has been talked about a lot is maybe a right shot defenseman, an area you looked at, I'm sure. Is that something you can maybe look at again in the summer?
Yeah, possible. We looked at everything, Bruce. We really did. It wasn't like we approached this deadline without with caution. Like we were aggressively looking for areas or ways to be able to improve our team. At the end of the day, whether the players weren't available to us or what it might have been, we felt comfortable with our group. Some of the players that we looked at certainly weren't an upgrade to what we had here. And the depth of our group, I mean, I know a lot's been made of the right shot defense. You've asked me this before, but we do have an Olympian that's not in the lineup right now. So when you ask about depth and variability as well with Matt and Powell, when he is in the lineup, can play on the left side.
Just look at the future as well, just because you guys don't have your first round pick this year, you're trading away your second. Like, how much did that impact how you approached today specifically?
Always mindful of the future, but it didn't hold us back from anything. It wasn't like I was in on anything, Alex, where I thought, I wouldn't do that if it wasn't going to improve the team. It just there just weren't those type of deals out there today.
Went into the decision just to trade Perron to Detroit?
Well, again, I touched on the speed with Warren Foegele. He's a big body who can skate. He had back-to-back 20-goal seasons. We like that makeup of player. David was a good player for us. He brought a little bit of what we needed at the time with what David brings with his, experience and competitiveness at a time where this group was continuing to grow. We've certainly taken that next step as a group, but we felt like getting a guy like Warren into the lineup that can play the right and left side and get in on the forecheck, gets to the front of the net, big body, fits our style of play.
If you regain that form that he had, 20-goal years the last 2 years down and on?
Well, I think if he was on a 20-goal pace this year, he wouldn't have been available. So sometimes you have to take a look at what the makeup of the player is and was the fit right? What's the timing of it? There's always a bit of a question when a good player like that is available. But we feel like just because the makeup of that player in particular, and the way he plays the game and our style of play and the way our coaches like to play, we feel like it's a good opportunity for him to get back to his game and for us to get a very good player.
That was Steve Staios. Sorry, O-Dog, we can't do the extended mix of Steve Staios right now, although I'm sure that'll be available on tsn.ca because another deal coming through, and the Toronto Maple Leafs have made another one. Scott Lawton is now a member of the Los Angeles Kings. The return on that looks like a third rounder that could become a second rounder, according to Emily Kaplan of ESPN, if LA makes the playoffs. So where is LA right in the situation right now? They are 3 points out of a playoff position, tied with San Jose. So a third rounder that could become a second rounder. The problem, ladies and gentlemen, is the optics of the fact that a year ago you traded a first rounder and Gurbankin and then after a year you're now getting, let's say it's a third rounder for now, so let's call it a third rounder that could become a second rounder. How are the optics of that for Brad Treliving and the Leafs?
Poor. Just to simply put, I mean, you're getting Scott Lawton. We understand why he was getting Scott Lawton, but not only did your season go south, but now you're selling real low on a player that you paid real high for. I mean, that's just it's a bad off. And we're not talking about 3 years later. We're talking a year later.
Right.
It's okay to make mistakes. Every GM makes them, right? And you can unpack those mistakes, but it's tough when you stack up the Carlo trade, because I'm sure if they tried to trade Carlo, they probably wouldn't be able to get back what they paid for him. Same with Lawton as well. So, they start, looking one after another. But
so is that overpaying in the first place, or devaluing the player, or devaluing the player?
Of the situation was last year, because a bunch of centermen before him went off the board, and who knows what kind of pressure points were coming on Brad to say, you better get somebody. If Scott Lawton's the guy, you do whatever it takes or whatever Philly asks to get him. We don't know that, but it is a terrible look when you pay a prospect, a first-round pick, you bring the player in, and then a year later you're getting rid of him for a third-rounder? Sorry, it doesn't fly.
I will say this, like going back to last year, and they traded for Brandon Carlo. I thought that was a really solid move. I'm not going to start revising history and how I thought. And so that was the price, and they got to the second round. We thought Scott Lawton was a nice addition for them. And okay, so we talk, and I think James, you used the right word. sometimes you overpay because of the pressures, and you feel you got to do something. But it's still
there's also could be somebody else saying you better do this.
You're right.
You don't know that.
But then the optics a year later, just it's not a good look. But I understand what they were trying to do, and I encourage. I thought it was good.
Yeah, and you're also thinking at that point you're a cup contender, and what do you need at that point in time to get there, whether it's PK, whether it's center depth, a guy, a veteran leader in the room. And so for LA, they're getting a guy that can kill penalties. I mean, they're 28th in the league in penalties, so in terms of their kills. So now they get a guy with that veteran leadership. He's got that kind of pedigree, but also he can play hard and he can play the PK. So a rule.
The thing about Toronto is that they never played him up the lineup.
Berube.
Ever. Like almost never got even third line minutes. He was always on the fourth line, defensive only, penalty kill only. So they in Philly, where he was coming from, he was much higher in the lineup, much bigger role. So you wonder if he goes somewhere where he would be allowed to play a bit more, does he play more like the guy that maybe the Leafs thought they were getting when they brought him in from Philly? But some of that is the usage that they had with Scott. They never really gave him a lot of opportunities.
No. On the positive, I said yesterday and I said early this morning, like more change, the better. Like there has to be a lot different looking lineup. So that is the one positive. And I like Scott. He's great in the locker room. He's a character guy, but they're terrible right now. On the ice, like they're awful. They're one of the worst teams in the league. And next year, I don't know what the plan is, but it's got to be a lot different. Like a lot different. And I don't know what that's going to look like, but it's got to be different.
We were up on the soapbox saying you can't, inexplicable if they wouldn't trade those guys. They traded them.
Yeah, they did. Right.
They took it right down to the wire, got the best they could.
Yep.
We're holding out for first-round picks or more picks. They got what they could get on the two guys they had to trade today.
And when you add Nick Roy in, so the total haul for the Leafs over this last 24 hours, the conditional 2027 first from Colorado, which could go to the next year, the 26 fifth from Colorado, the second in 27, and the fourth in 26 for McMahon, and now the third that could turn into a second. I'm not official on the year yet. I assume it's 26, but not 100% sure on Scott Lawton on the year of that draft pick. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 picks.
They've been spending a lot of picks to get players. Yeah. Get some back now, and whether they draft with them or use them to pick up other players in the summer.
Okay, we're gonna take a break here? Okay, let's take a break here on Trade Center. We're with you for another hour and 20 minutes. We should have most of the deals by then, and we'll analyze who won and who lost on this day. When you blow it high.
Trade Center is brought to you in part by Harvey's. Harvey's Pickle Poutine is back, and for a limited time, get deep-fried pickles for only $3. Harvey's, it's a beautiful thing. And by Golftown. Trade-in days are back. Upgrade your game with a 50% trade-in bonus on select 2026 clubs. Visit golftown.com to learn more.
All right, Megan, let's talk about the two top names on the trade bait board. Nazem Kadri, he's put up some good numbers for Calgary, but remembering he's 35 years old, what does he bring to a contender?
He brings an extra layer. I'd actually be calling about Kadri if I was GM. He'd be my #1 on the board right now. And the reason is just how agitating he can be. He goes into high traffic areas. 8 of his 12 goals this season are from the slot. He likes that contact. He also is great with controlled entries, so Kadri's controlling the pace of the play, going into the dirty areas, and is not scared of a little rough stuff that happens in the playoffs.
Fair enough. All right, let's talk about another big fish. We're talking about Trocheck, okay? He was on the gold medal winning U.S. team at the Olympics. The Rangers are likely looking for a big return for him. Where does he fit best?
Well, Trocheck is a 200-foot player. He's a two-way player. So similar with Kadri, you're looking at the Wild, the Avs, the Penguins, and possibly the Canadians for both these players, and they add that bite. Trocheck is actually better when the game's almost like a fight. 57% in faceoffs, over 60% offensive zone faceoffs, and he wins puck battles. He gets in that dirty area, very similar to Kadri, but defensively, he is a shutdown player, and you saw him on Team USA roll into a new defensive structure really quickly, so I think he'd be a nice add for any of those teams.
And he does have a good track record in the playoffs, 20 points in 16 playoff games. Both him and Kadri have produced when it matters most.
All right, thank you. Of course, Vinny Trocheck stays in New York. He'll be a Ranger at least for now. We'll see what happens in the summer there. On our trade bait list, I think the last time we checked in with Frankie and Lindsay, only one person, Braden Shen, on our trade bait list had been dealt, but we're up to 5 or 6 now. We have movement, guys.
Look at us.
Wow, 5 or 6. James, all the things happening. You'd wish. You'd wish. Well, back when Frankie and I talked at 8 a.m. about what Canadian teams could be up to today, which I have to admit feels like a lifetime ago, we had our eyes on teams that we thought would potentially be sellers. As we know, that did not happen. But let's talk about the 2 Canadian teams that are currently in a playoff spot, beginning with the Edmonton Oilers. Not a huge surprise, Frankie, because earlier this week, Stan Bowman did make it seem as though his work was done. But put yourself into the shoes of one Connor McDavid. If you're looking at the current roster, how content are you that this team is chasing Lord Stanley yet again?
It's a good question. More than the roster and how it looks right here, it comes down to how are these guys going to play? They've been there the last 2 seasons. They haven't found a way to get it done. That tells me that the main guys, Hyman, McDavid, Nugent-Hopkins, Draisaitl, Bouchard, Ekholm, Wallman, like those are the guys that are going to have to do it. Have you added some different elements? Sure. Get a defensive centerman, get a physical player, you get some defensive help. Like, there is some help. Is it blockbuster type stuff? No. But Connor McDavid can look at that and say, there's some help. We need better out of the goaltending, but we need better details out of this group. We have to play winning hockey. That's what the Edmonton Oilers need to find a way to do. You can't say that they've done that consistently enough so far.
And you mentioned the moves they've made. You could argue the biggest move was nearly 3 months ago, shipping out Stuart Skinner, bringing in Tristan Jarry.
And you would have hoped had a better effect at this point.
Yes, exactly. Okay, let's stick with teams in Canada's markets who are in the hunt. That, of course, also being the Montreal Canadiens holding on to that top wildcard spot as of right now. Are you surprised at what they didn't do?
Yes, I'm surprised that they did nothing, essentially. Now, we'll see what trickles through here. Maybe something will come through. But they didn't have to do something that's a big splash. They didn't have to expedite their timeline, right? Like, you have a lot of skilled young players, and they're in a good spot. They've been, top 3 in the division for a lot of time this season. But to maybe just say, we're willing to do something. We're willing to just add a little extra sprinkle into this group. That would have been the priority today, whether it was on the back end, maybe something that could get Caden Gooley playing his strong side, maybe down the middle of the ice, although, you have a lot of players there, but there's not that, extra gear there outside of Nick Suzuki, even though Oliver Kapanen's a good young player. He's growing into his own. So, yes, little surprised the Montreal Canadiens didn't do something to just enhance their playoff hopes. Didn't have to be a splash, but as of right now, not something that happened.
All right, even the Canadian teams in the mix, relatively quiet. James, back to you.
All right, thank you. We heard from Steve Sayos in Ottawa. We hope to hear from some of the other Canadian general managers over our last hour and 10 minutes here on Trade Center. We'll take another break and be right back with you.
hearing anything? What are your expectations from Brad Treliving over the next hour?
Yeah, I'm hearing a lot of chatter in the press box behind me. A lot of reporters here awaiting some news, and we're still expecting that something's going to happen here.
Sources say you've got no sources.
Trade Center is brought to you by Golftown. Trade-in days are back. Upgrade your game with a 50% trade-in bonus on select 2026 clubs. Visit golftown.com to learn more.
The Montana's Brier on TSN continues today with the Page 3-4 qualifier live from St. John's as Canada's top men's teams battle for the chance to represent the nation at the World Curling Championship. It's been terrific so far. Catch the action from that one at 6 Eastern, 3 Pacific on TSN. One of our late-breaking trades on this day, Bobby McMahon, who's traded from the Toronto Maple Leafs to the Seattle Kraken. Bobby joins us on the line now. First time going through this after being with this organization your entire career. I'm sure it's been a whirlwind last few days. What has it been like for you?
Yeah, it's been wild. Tree called me a couple days ago, said taking you out of the lineup. Thought it'd probably happen a little sooner. Then it's just been the last 48 hours kind of waiting it out. Luckily, had a couple guys with me who have gone through it before in Lawton and OEL, which was nice to have them. But then it was just playing the waiting game. And it was 3:05, 3:06, got the call from my agent that I was going to Seattle. So pretty excited.
What is that like? And I mean, how many teams, I'm sure you'd heard from your agent about possibilities, but how many teams were playing around in your mind? And what is that like when it goes past 3 o'clock and you still don't know if you're going, where you're going?
Yeah, it's so hard because you hear try and stay off social media and you try and stay off your guys' insider takes. But
were you able to do that?
Inevitably, it finds you with guys around you or people around you scrolling Twitter. Hey, you going here? You going here? So you start to think about, okay, what would this team be like? What would a West Coast team, another team that you've played in your division many times, what would it be like to go there? So it's just the amount of times those scenarios are running through your head just kind of exhausts you. So definitely feel better about it now, knowing it's over with and there's a good spot ahead of me here.
Usually in a position like yourself, everybody wants to go to a cup contender. I don't know if Seattle's in the top tier there, but they are in a playoff position right now. How nice will it be to be back in a playoff race and be reunited with your old assistant coach in Lane Lambert out there?
Yeah, that'll be great. Lane definitely knows the game well. Coaches are very direct. It'll be nice to see him again. And then, just being in the playoff push, it'll be great. Every game matters so much more. Everything's makes that much more of an effort to win games, to make sure that you're doing the right things to contribute to winning hockey and building a good culture, because you never know how the playoffs are going to play out.
It's amazing what you've done going from the ECHL a few years ago to playing yourself into a position to get a big contract like this, to be desired by all these other teams. But you talked about the difficulty leaving the only organization you'd ever played with. Did you get close at all to potentially re-signing with Toronto, or was this just too big a gap there?
We kind of talked about it. I think there was mutual interest in trying to get it done. I think it just came down to where the team was at. And how things were going for the organization. I think Tree just wanted to take a bit of a different approach and try and rejig the team as much as he could. So I think it came down to that more than anything. I think it's a place that I've loved to play for a long time. I was super happy with the opportunity that everyone gave me in that organization, and I'm always going to be thankful for that. So definitely good memories there, but excited to move on to the next.
Yeah, two crazy parts of the career. One being traded at the deadline. You go through that for the first time. Now you're likely to go through unrestricted free agency for the first time, which might be equally as wild, but you've earned it. Appreciated watching you in Toronto and wish you the best of luck in Seattle, Bobby.
Thanks, James.
All right, that's Bobby McMahon, who is traded on this day to Seattle. Again, he's a UFA at the end of this season. The Kraken in the second wildcard position right now in the West, as we take another break here on Trade Center. to Trade Center, our annual celebration of how crazy we are for this game of hockey. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
We do actually have a trade. We're underway. Minnesota Wild are acquiring Bobby Brink from Philadelphia.
Minnesota has acquired Nick Foligno. Corey Perry has been traded from the LA Kings to the Tampa Bay Lightning.
Those aren't real insiders.
Got an hour and 10 minutes left, and we're still at an absolutely minute total of trades here. Braden Chen will be going to the New York Islanders.
Justin Falk goes to Detroit from St. Louis.
So McMahon goes right at the deadline to the Seattle Kraken.
And Scott Lawton is now a member of the Los Angeles Kings. Welcome to our final hour here of Trade Center. If you're just getting home from school, kids, you didn't miss a ton. If you're just coming home from work early, you didn't miss a ton. We've been on here for 8 hours. We have a total of 17 trades. The over-under Mystic Mike had at the beginning of the day was 18.5. Mike took the over. So only 2 more, and I think a pretty good chance we get there as they continue to trickle in after the deadline. We can add one more. 17 is that Winnipeg, a small deal, sends Tanner Pearson to Buffalo for a 7th rounder. But we have a significant one from Gord Miller and the Breakers.
And it's coming in hot, Dregs.
Yeah, Nazem Kadri has been traded by the Calgary Flames to the Colorado Avalanche. We're just waiting on word on what would be coming back the other way, but I mean, some credit here to the 2 general managers involved in Craig Conroy and Chris McFarland, because this one has been a spicy process between these 2 clubs that dates back through a lot of what I would say yesterday, and it does connect the Toronto Maple Leafs, because McFarland and Conroy, the Flames and the Avalanche, were in deep yesterday on a Nazem Kadri trade with, I'm told, a lot of the pieces that Toronto ended up getting for Nick Roy. So to be able to revisit this and then hammer it out just before the NHL trade deadline at 3 o'clock Eastern, I would suggest is good work by both clubs, because Nazem Kadri definitely will make Colorado better.
It's going to make the room happy, too. I know a bunch of players there who were left over from his time previously with the Avalanche when they won that Stanley Cup, wanted him back, and we're calling him this week. So there'll be a lot of people, including Nazem Kadri, pretty happy that this deal gets through under the wire.
And this was a deal that it looked like was not going to happen as a couple of days ago, Dregs, as you mentioned. That's where Kadri wanted to go most, right? This is what Kadri wanted most, and it didn't look like that was going to be able to happen.
That's fair. And, you know, I think that there was a fair bit of interest in Kadri. The problem that the majority of general managers had is a financial one, right? You know, he's got 3 years remaining on the deal after that. That's why we're getting, you know, I'm curious to see what the return is, whether or not Murray Edwards and the Calgary Flames retained any money, because, again, that was a big part of the clawback of why the Montreal Canadiens, right, Pierre, had interest in Nazem Kadri.
Yeah.
But, you know, Montreal needed a hefty chunk of salary retained. And some of the speculating that was done around the Colorado negotiations yesterday included the possibility of Calgary having to retain 15%. So we'll have to get some of the pieces put back in place here as to how it breaks.
Kadri, 3 years to go at $7 million a season is the actual numbers on it. So there's your 18th deal, James, and I think we'll get you to 19 in a couple minutes.
And it took 8 hours and 4 minutes to get a ooh out of Jeff O'Neill. We finally got a rise out of him.
Hey, that's what I like. You got the best team in the league. They're crushing everybody this year. It's been fantastic. And they said, we're going for it this year. They got Waugh, and they stepped up, and they got Kadri. Other teams, what are you doing? Why were you not involved in that? Nazem Kadri could have been a great fit in Carolina. What were you doing? Sleeping at the wheel. I don't get it.
Pretty thick down the middle now in Colorado with McKinnon, Nelson, Kadri, Nick Roy, Jack Drury was down there.
Jack Drury, but sometimes maybe those guys move. Nick Roy can play the wing too. And be a big, heavy winger, you know. But, like, there's going to be money going back to Calgary. There's going to be players going back to Calgary. You know, Mike and I were talking. I think Ross Colton is a good candidate to be going the other way. I don't want to start mentioning names. I'm just saying if I'm sitting here looking at it, Gavin Brindley could be a name. You know, I immediately wondered, could Nick Roy be going the other way?
Yeah.
Just as a place
You
stopper.
probably wouldn't pay it first. The guy who's going to flip right away.
Yeah.
Is this the move of the day, considering the team involved?
Absolutely.
The fact that he's won a cup there, the player involved?
There's no other winner today than the Colorado Avalanche.
Oh, so we don't have to do winners and losers?
Round the horn.
All 5
Round
of
the
us.
horn.
Winners, Colorado.
I just Troy and change my. When you look at Kadri, it's just the pedigree. He's won. Oz, you talked about pulling guys into the fight when the ice close up, having that physical, that edge to your game, and he's relentless that way, and he can produce. He's a big game player. He can do it, and he was at the top of the board for a reason. And so I love this move by Colorado.
Oh yeah, for sure.
He'd be a third-line center there. Like Brock Nelson's had an incredible year.
Yeah, oh yeah.
So I mean, talk about
that up the middle.
Deep down the middle.
Talk about being properly slotted. McKinnon, Nelson, and then Nazem Kadri, who was the first-line center in Calgary, and doing a decent job there. Yep. Now with that around you, matchups and everything else they're going to ask from him, it's very different. And yes, it's 3 more years at 7. But again, in 2 years, when the cap's 141, right? $7 million for a decent third-line center.
Bad.
It's not going to make or break you.
They win the cup this year.
And you worry about that. You cross that bridge when you get there.
So you have a team like Mini that's on sort of the fringe and sort of have them in your window, and now you're saying, oh, this is tough now. This is really, really tough when Colorado's made that kind of punch.
Well, not only that, but I mean, assuming they got a 6-point lead here, Mini and Dallas are going to go head-to-head and beat the heck out of each other, and Colorado's going to get likely one of those.
First has never been more important than that division this year.
Yeah, you're right.
Yep.
It's impossible to be second or third.
Right.
They're probably the 3 best teams in the league.
Yep.
Yeah.
And they're going to, 2 of them play in the first round.
Yep. Agreed.
Well, you could get battle tested if you win that first round, and if Colorado's sitting around and wins in 4 or something like that. But you never know what happens in the Stanley Cup playoffs. But I think that, I don't know, 3 or 4 of us had Colorado number 1 on our list of Cup contenders when the thing started.
Not going to change.
It sounds like it's going to be everybody by the end of the day.
The button barometer has had Colorado number 1.
Has the gap now increased?
Everybody's been chasing Colorado, and Colorado goes and gets Kulak, then they go and get Nikolai Waugh, now they go and get Kadri. The gap has widened, in my view.
Right.
I'd like to see Dallas with everyone healthy and what that looks like.
Yeah.
Rantanen, Bunting can be an effective player. I know Tyler Myers is not Kadri and the kind of impacts, but I just want to see
on paper they don't have the depth that Colorado has, Johnny.
No, well, they might have more depth. They might not have the stars.
Dallas?
Yeah.
One of the things that Dallas has a struggle with, they got some small forwards. And so the first battle, you look at what they just did in Minnesota, getting some bigger players. That's one of the challenges. And I think Dallas is a really good team. I think I'm not trying to say, but all of a sudden now you go through that battle in that first round, what kind of wear and tear do you get on you?
And from the Flames' perspective, again, we won't do a full evaluation until we know exactly what the return is in the Kadri deal, but whether it's more picks, and can Calgary even take? There's a certain point there
Colorado
where you have too many picks, don't you?
In this draft, or a first in next draft.
Okay.
So if you're looking for
more players prospect situation.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, James, you nailed it. There is a point in time when you go, these are too many picks, because number one, you can't sign them all.
Right.
Yeah.
So you got to start maneuvering. Talk to Kyle Davidson in Chicago. That's exactly what he's run into.
Kind of 9 rookies come in the same year, then their contracts all come up after 2 years. But the Colorado, and after 4 p.m. Eastern time, like we said, we had some late ones last year when Zetterlund went to Ottawa and Marchand was a few minutes after 3, but
that would have been
an hour over after the deadline.
Just compensation, because Naz was going to waive to go to Colorado.
Yeah.
Right.
That was not part of the discussion. That was probably the first place he wanted to go back to.
Easiest part.
So it was just about, you'd think, compensation and how to make it work financially, and then also with the picks and prospects.
And that trade bait sheet that had been so clean until about, 3 o'clock Eastern has now had some crossover lines in it, Lindsay.
You love to see that, James. Here we were complaining about how quiet things were. They wanted to give us a flurry of action after that 3 p.m. deadline just to keep things exciting and keep us on our toes. And Frankie, let's react to Nazem Kadri going back to Colorado. What do you think of it?
Okay. Right player, right team, fits perfectly. One thing that we haven't mentioned with the Colorado Avalanche, they are an unbelievable team who is playing average hockey since January 1st. They're 11-8-2. They're good for like 17th in the league since January 1st at this point. Their game has tailed off. What Nazem Kadri is, what Nicholas Waugh is, what Brett Kulak is to that team is a jolt. It's a little something, a spark to make sure that this team is not peaking in October, November, December, but playing their best hockey down the stretch when it matters the most in a very tightly contested Central Division.
Well, we mentioned, obviously, some movement post 3 p.m. that we saw, Kadri being the headliner, but who are you most surprised didn't move today? Is it, to state the obvious, Vincent Trocheck atop our board?
It has to be. Just, yes, he's number one on our board, like very highly sought after, respected player. But if you're the New York Rangers, like if you went through our trade bait board, you're going to see Vincent Trocheck and you're going to see Braden Schneider way lower on the list. So for a team that is in a situation not that much different than the Toronto Maple Leafs, where this is a lost season, you have to recoup assets, you don't have like these pending UFA rental types that are going out the door. This was your one opportunity to bring in something substantial. And hey, maybe they stuck to their price and they said, it's not worth it for us to lose Vincent Trocheck for what we feel is pennies on the dollar, but they have nothing back now. And so now that process of, turning things over and bringing back assets and, flipping the page, that gets kicked down the road a little bit for the Rangers.
Yeah, even though we saw that late afternoon movement for this, it felt like we were waiting for the other shoe to drop all day long. Perhaps the writing was on the wall, but instead, crickets. James?
Yeah, but 8 hours plus to get the most significant deal of the day as Colorado, already the Cup favorite, loads up and adds some more depth at center, and Nazem Kadri will roll along here until 5 o'clock Eastern time on Trade Center.
Trade Center is presented by Harvey's. Harvey's Pickle Poutine is back. And for a limited time, get deep fried pickles for only $3. Harvey's, it's a beautiful thing.
2. Welcome to hour 3 of Trade Center. Yes, James. We need you guys on set. Okay. Run around, run here. Just run this way. Yep. Through here, love. You just come right through. Come right through here, darling.
I was playing full goalie here, trying to just get one last.
Hey James, nice thanks for doing it. Here, come up just so we can make sure.
3, 2, 1. Big smiles.
Go ahead. But for me.
Yep, there she goes. Fire right up.
Toronto.
That doesn't look like me at all. No, I was like, who is this person?
See you next year.
See you next year.
See you at the World Juniors.
Yeah.
That's a view of an O-hug that none of us ever needed. That, of course, is our ever-popular annual tradition, the Ellen Cam. We call her Evil Ellen because she is anything but evil. She's our floor director, one of the many hardworking people behind the scenes. I always say when people say you guys work so hard on trade deadline, we have all these panels. There's Ellen. We love you, Ellen. We get breaks in the panels, but Ellen and Danielle and everybody up in the control room and all the camera operators down here, they don't get breaks. So the true heroes of trade deadline. Again, I know we had to delay because of the Kadri trade, and by the way, we're hoping to hear from Nazem Kadri at some point. More GM news conferences coming for you during this last hour. Let's first hear from Kevin Cheveldayoff, the GM of the Winnipeg Jets.
Kevin, I guess first off, let's just start with the deal that was made just recently. That come down at the last second?
So like again, with these things, you try to get a lay of the land and find out, who might be available and or who might be looking to do something or where different people's needs are, and then it comes down to timing and their timing and just kind of checking all the boxes. And what really takes some time is when you get the trade in, just making sure that the league's got it, in times like this, and then scheduling the trade call.
Just to clarify, is that 2026 for the seventh rounder?
Yeah, 26 seventh.
It's okay.
Yeah.
And then with respect to Logan Stanley, was that more a case of the team and the player moving on, or was it more a case of just didn't feel comfortable going into July 1st with what you discussed?
Yeah, so, again, the discussions that we have, with the agent and the player, that's, obviously going to remain, private and internal. But, again, I think we thank, Logan for obviously all those years of service with us. And kudos to him for, kind of what he's been able to accomplish, as a player this year. Everyone talks about, I want to do this, I want to do that, and when they get the opportunity, maybe it passes them by and they don't take advantage of it. Logan certainly took advantage of the situation that was in front of him, and he told him that he should be really proud of that. When we talked, I told him I certainly haven't closed any doors, and hope that he hadn't as well. And obviously he's going into a different situation there where they're fighting for something that's real and right in front of them. And I said that wished him good luck in those regards. For us, obviously making some tough decisions is always the critical thing at this time. I think the timeline of something like that, when Buffalo, when things started to go, maybe sands shifted for them in the trade deadline, they contacted me, yesterday, and was very aggressive, right from the beginning. And, Isak Rosen is someone that, we've had a lot of interest in. Obviously part of what you do in pro scouting is, you look at all the teams and you try to project where their lineups, their rosters, where things might become available. Sometimes, teams like those that have drafted high for a long period of time have lots of players that, get blocked a little bit. So we're real excited, to have him. Obviously, a younger player that will come right into our lineup. We've recalled him. He'll remain with the Jets for the remainder of of the season in that regard, and get a real good opportunity to find his levels as a young player and spread his wings.
Kevin Cheveldayoff, the general manager of the Winnipeg Jets. The biggest deal of the day happened very late in the day, just a few minutes ago. Nazem Kadri traded from Calgary back to Colorado, where he won a Stanley Cup, and Naz is joining us on the line right now. Boy, that was cutting it close to the deadline. What was that like for you over the last couple of hours before 3 o'clock, Naz?
An absolute sweat. I mean, that's what it was. But I didn't even realize it could happen that long after. But obviously super excited. A team at the very top of my list. So man, I can't wait.
Naz, was Colorado the only place you truly wanted to go?
For the most part, yeah. Of course, with the familiarity and a lot of guys that I've been in the battle with already. So it's hopefully a pretty seamless transition. Obviously, there was a few other teams in the mix, but ideally this was certainly number one.
I mean, I can't think of a trade deadline deal where a guy could go to a more perfect situation. First of all, you go to the #1 Stanley Cup contender in Colorado. You go to a place where you had the greatest moment of your career in Colorado. It doesn't seem like it could get better than this as far as having to be traded at the deadline.
I mean, is this real? It's, for me, it's a very exciting situation. I mean, first and foremost, I got to thank the Calgary Flames and how they handled business and how they, treated a veteran player and, found every way possible to try to make this connection for me. And without them, this couldn't be possible. And there's no doubt in my mind in a couple of years, the Calgary Flames is going to be a popular destination to play in. But, I just can't wait to get to Denver and get to work and see my buddies.
Well, you talked about the sweat. Like, just take me through, like, how many times during the day, the afternoon, did you think it wasn't going to happen? And then it was going to happen, and then it wasn't going to happen again?
I mean, really through the last few days, there's been, some communication and it's just been an absolute roller coaster of emotions. One minute you think you're out of the door, and next minute you think you're staying, and the next minute you think you're out and you're staying again. So it's a lot of flip-flopping, but of course, these deals aren't easy to come by. You got to have two working parties, but at the end of the day, found out pretty late, and I was excited to say the least.
Have the texts started from the Nathan McKinnons of the world or anyone yet?
Oh yeah. I've been speaking to him for a little bit. Gabe, Kale, all the guys I obviously have a reputation with. So, like I said, like I relayed to them, I just can't wait to get into town and see them again.
It's going to be fun to watch you. A lot of depth at center for the Colorado Avalanche. I'm still a little bitter that you and O-Dog beat me in the golf match last year, but I'm still really happy for you today, Naz.
A rematch, no problem.
All right, that is Nazem Kadri, who goes back to Colorado, where he won a Stanley Cup, traded from the Calgary Flames right at the deadline, in what he said was a very sweaty afternoon, as we wondered if this would go down or not. We continue to gather reaction from around the league. Let's go out to Vancouver and hear from General Manager Patrick Alvin.
You had some goals for this period of time. Just do you feel you achieved most of them?
Yeah, I mean, again, as I said before, the two big ones with Quinn Hughes and Kiefer Sherwood was done prior to this, and you never know when you're coming into this week what's going to happen, but our goal was to accumulate draft picks and potential players at 25 and younger, and we're pleased we're sitting here today with some extra picks moving forward. Not just this year. I thought it was important to spread them out over the next couple of years.
Last year, you didn't get the offers that you wanted for Brock and for Puce. Did it feel the same for Evander and Teddy today?
Again, look at the market today. It was very unpredictable. I didn't get any offers, so I was a little bit surprised. There have been those two guys have been playing really well for us, and Teddy has been here for a couple of years now, and is a good player on the ice and a good player off the ice for us as well. And Evander Kane is a veteran player in the league. So we all know that the roster spots and cap space flexibility plays in. So yeah,
With Teddy, will you now look at trying to keep him long term?
We know that he likes it here, and it's too early to tell where things going here. But I mean, again, Teddy has been playing really well for us, and is a good character guy.
When it comes to the Garland move, what were sort of the factors that came into that all happening last night?
Again, our intention last summer was to keep Connor here for long term. When things changed over the year here, for us looking into where we're heading, age-wise, where he was, and contract length, gives us a little bit more flexibility moving forward here.
How about Douglas and claiming him off waivers?
Yeah, we've been with our young guys in the lineup. I don't want to, I want the players to feel safe. I don't want them to get beaten up, and we've been looking for a player like this with more size, physicality. So when he was available here, our group felt that he. Over the years, they watched him coming through the American League and in Tampa this year. We felt that would be a good fit for us and a free look here to see what we have in Curtis. And he was excited for the opportunity to come to Vancouver as well.
Is there a chance he could play tonight, or?
He is in Toronto, so he will meet the team in Winnipeg tomorrow.
Patrick, I understand, trying to showcase, for lack of a better term, some of the guys that maybe you were trying to trade the veterans with expiring contracts. Philosophically now, with these final 21 games, do you have to get Aatu Räty and Max Sasson and those kinds of guys in on a regular basis?
Yeah, and even a couple other guys that we want to see up here too. So I would imagine there will be potentially a couple of guys that going to rotate in and out here. I think it's too early yet. I was just talking to Footer here on the phone prior to going down here. But as of today in Chicago, there are 12 forwards and 6 defensemen. And we'll see what we come out with after the game. Lekkerimäki having surgery, and then we'll see how Abbotsford are doing and how the players are performing. I know Kudratsev is scheduled to play down there tonight as well, so we'll see here over the next couple of days, but definitely want to see some younger players in the lineup, and for us to get a chance to continue to evaluate them and see what we have here. So far, we're very pleased with the young guys that we have, and the character and the growth in their games. So that's important for us.
Patrick Allvin, wasn't the busiest day, but a busy year for the Vancouver Canucks as they launch into rebuild. We have about a half an hour left and lots to get to here as we wrap up Trade Center 2026 here on TSN. Back after this.
Closed captioning is brought to you by the Bell Trade-In Deadline. Today is the day to get a minimum $500 trade-in value on any phone, only at a Bell store. Trade Center is presented by Harvey's. Harvey's Pickle Poutine is back. And for a limited time, get deep fried pickles for only $3. Harvey's, it's a beautiful thing.
Just under a half an hour left here on Trade Center, and still apparently a lineup at registry, so there still may be some more deals and clarifications that come down before we are off the air, but never too early. Well, I guess it would have been too early, like 2 o'clock or 1 o'clock or even 3 o'clock, but not early now to declare the General Manager of the Year award, that shiny trophy from Craig Button and Jennifer Hedger.
Absolutely, JD. And just to give a little more suspense, give us one moment before we hand that out. A scant 16 hours ago, Craig, we had your Buttons Barometer, which had your top 8 Stanley Cup contenders and personnel in, personnel out, plus their play on the ice is how you look at this ranking. It's good to be king. Colorado still at number 1, but there were 2 teams that switched places, and that was Carolina moving down to the 5-hole, and as they go down to the 5-hole, Tampa move up to the 4. But why do you have Carolina going down 1 notch?
They remain the same team they were now as they were 16 hours ago, as they were 36 hours ago, as they were last week.
Didn't do enough in your mind.
They didn't do anything nearly enough. And so Tampa Bay, who has been on a real roll, and they're a really well-balanced team. They have Vasilevsky, they have Kucherov. So I go right back with Tampa Bay. Carolina didn't do enough to hold their spot at 4, and Colorado widened. I think Colorado widened their position at 1. You talk about king of the mountain. Listen, the other team slid back a little bit.
Well, it's the rich get richer, I guess you could say, or the talented get more talented, as Colorado at the very end, adding Nazem Kadri. So Chris McFarland, GM of the Colorado Avalanche, you are awarding this trophy too?
I am awarding that to Chris McFarland for 2 reasons. The goal of this exercise as a GM is to position your team as best as possible to compete and win the Stanley Cup. And he did that. He's continued to do that. He never stopped doing it. He never rested on his laurels. And when I talk about widening the gap, it's exactly what he did.
Now, here's the thing. This is for trade deadline season, okay? It's not just today. And the Minnesota Wild fans are out there right now going, well, what about our team? All right, what about the Minnesota Wild? I don't want you to have recency bias on this because McFarland got Nazem Kadri at the buzzer. May I remind you that Bill Guerin signed Quinn Hughes, Michael McCarron, Bobby Brink, Jeff Petrie, Robbie Fabry, and has reunited the Foligno brothers, and still that wasn't enough for you to award him the trophy.
The goal is to position yourself to win the Stanley Cup. Not, hey, Quinn Hughes is a top defenseman. He's not better than Cale Makar. You know what Billy's doing? He's chasing Colorado. And Colorado, it's like the Coyote and the Roadrunner. And Billy's the Coyote, and he ain't catching the Roadrunner.
Will you give me this? So is Minnesota at least a cup contender?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Okay. But we've talked about it, too. That Central Division, arguably the 3 best teams, the 3 top contenders, and one of them's going to get knocked out in the first round, Minnesota or Dallas. So there's no question they're a contender, but I think they've moved further behind Colorado. And I know Billy was trying to get closer to Colorado. Chris McFarland just said, no, it's like Usain Bolt in the 200 closing.
First-time winner, Chris McFarland, congratulations. You are the first-time winner of the Trade Deadline Season GM Award.
All right, thank you. There's Cheryl Pounder, Jeff O'Neill, Frankie Corrado, and Mike Johnson. One of the exercises we do every year on Trade Center is at the beginning of the day, we identify our top 5 Stanley Cup contender picks, and then at the end of the day, see if anything's happened that have changed those selections. This year, all of us had the exact same 5 teams. Different this year. It was easier to identify. Usually there's 8 or 9, and there's some differences in there. So let's see if anything has changed. We'll start with you, Mike Johnson. We'll show your before and your after. You had Colorado number 1.
Sort of sums up the day in that my before, Colorado, Dallas, Tampa, mini, Carolina. And after a very busy day where a lot's going on, the team that made the most strides was, again, Colorado. So they couldn't have anywhere to go up from 1. They stay at 1. Everyone else sort of nibbled around the edges. Carolina didn't do very much, so I still have them at 5 and not falling out.
Boring.
Much like the trade deadline day. It was that kind of day.
You're right about that. Frankie Corrado, you were the only one, I think, who did not have Colorado number 1.
I had Colorado at number 4. Maybe that's a little low, but I'm kind of going by their recent stretch of play, and that's January 1st onward, where they're the 18th best team in the NHL. I was looking for something to re-energize that group. And they went out and they did that. They got Nazem Kadri. They brought in Brett Kulak recently, Nicholas Waugh from the Toronto Maple Leafs. So Colorado starting at 4, moving up to number 1. I feel like that reinvigorates this group to play their best hockey.
All right, Jeff O'Neill.
I'm very committed to my selections, and I have a belief who I pick and where I slot them that it's going to remain like that because of that conviction. I'm staying the same.
Oh, so Colorado, Tampa.
Colorado, Tampa, Dallas, Minnesota, and the Carolina Hurricanes.
Right.
I think that's exactly the same as Johnny, the well-respected NHL person that he is.
Commitment.
We are committed.
Boring.
Conviction.
I didn't have Tampa second, so it's not quite the same. But go ahead.
It was similar.
Similar in your convictions, Cheryl.
We're all similar right now, and I had Colorado to start and clearly going to have them to finish, given the fact that they were able to add Nazem Kadri, who's playoff built, and just down the middle with McKinnon and on the back end with Makar. I'm going with them. I've got Tampa second. They're staying. Dallas was nibbling around the edges with Bunting, but I'm going to drop Carolina. And the reason why I'm going to drop them is I think the East was a real opportunity, and they didn't seize that opportunity. So I'm going to drop them. Minnesota's not going to move the needle for me. I didn't think that they did enough today. I think the distance between them and Colorado is big right now, especially with the competition in the West.
Part of a host's responsibility in a segment like this is if it's going nowhere, you have to do something to make it a little more enlightening. And so I will be the only one of us to make a change. And it's not necessarily a change because I think the Buffalo Sabres, who I've now moved into my top 5, have done that much with Logan Stanley and Shen in the deadline. It is more of a protest move against the Carolina Hurricanes for not doing enough.
Our Sabres.
I believe the Hurricanes are still very good, but I needed to make a statement, a protest, and so I've dropped the Carolina Hurricanes out of the top 5 as a protest for not doing enough on the deadline day.
Feels like
Colorado,
they both did about
Dallas,
the same
Minnesota.
from the last time I saw your list in the last 4 hours.
Just move on, all right? Right? I had to take care of our Sabres, right? I believe in our Sabres, unlike the rest of you.
And we're playoff bound, baby.
Yeah.
Let's go.
By the way, we never check when the Stanley Cup's been won if we're ever right on these things. I think we rarely are, which doesn't bode well for Colorado. Let's take another break here on Trade Center. We are 20 minutes away from the end of the show. Again, if you're just getting home from work, we'll have lots more on Sports Center as well. After a day that started out really boring but got a little more interesting right around the deadline and an hour after when Kadri went to Colorado.
Trade Center is brought to you by Golf Town. Trade-in days are back. Upgrade your game with a 50% trade-in bonus on select 2026 clubs. Visit golftown.com to learn more.
Okay, here we are on Trade Center. More general managers to hear from. We're going to get to, okay, Brad Treliving is just starting to talk, the general manager of the Toronto Maple Leafs. Let's hear from him.
So I know there's been a lot reported out there on trades and whatnot that we made today. Officially, they're still in the queue, so I can't speak to a lot of it. We don't anticipate any problems. They just got to get through the sort of the batting order here. So, you know, in Bobby's case, subject to everything being okay, we've traded him to Seattle for 2 picks, and Scott was traded to LA for a pick here today, in addition to the move we made the other day with Nick.
Why do you think you ended up in a spot where you ended up being a trader on deadline day this season?
Well, today, listen, I'll answer all the questions and take responsibility for our season. I don't look at today as the autopsy day. We've got 19 games to go. But I think there's a whole host of reasons. I'll take responsibility. You know, we met earlier in the year through about the 20-game mark where we got off to a slow start. And again, the failures here start with me. And once we get through the end of the season, you know, there'll be all sorts of evaluation. But to start parsing through it right now, I think, Mark, we've got games to play. But it's, you know, there's a lot. You know, we got off to a poor start. You know, I look from my standpoint, some roster construction issues, lack of consistency, you know, the ability to you know, to maintain any kind of level. You know, there's been a whole bunch of factors, but you know, we'll get to that in due course.
Brad, how do you evaluate the day and maybe just the market today overall?
Yeah, it's not just today. I mean, it's leading up today. You know, we made a decision a while ago before the break that, you know, we were going to be as active as we could in terms of trying to recoup some assets. You know, whether that be picks or prospects. This team for a number of years has been adding at this time of the year, and today was a day, and leading up to today was a day to try to regain some assets. And again, I know there's lots of speculation and all sorts of things out there. The market speaks. You know, at the end of the day, we were trying to be as active as we could to obtain and acquire as many young assets as we could, and we were able to do what we were able to do.
Why do you think an Ekman-Larsson trade didn't materialize?
Why didn't an Ekman-Larsson trade didn't materialize? At the end of the day, there was some interest in Oliver to the level that I thought was required. You know, for us to move Oliver, I don't think it was something that we could just, you know, with term left on his contract, we required a return that I thought would be fair, and nobody met that level.
Why do you think it worked out this way for Scott Laughton, Brad? You paid a heavy price for Laughton last year. Like, why do you think it turned out this way for him in Toronto?
That's the market. I can't speak I can't speak highly enough about Scott Laughton. You know, not only, you know, his play, but he's as quality human as you're going to find. And yeah, I'll be the first one to say, last year at this time we paid a first and a young player in Grebby for him. This isn't a function of no teams knowing what we communicated with everybody, and ultimately the market dictates, right? And that's where it fell here for Scott today.
How different was this market this year with the playoff salary cap, with the no double retention, with the a lot of no move clauses, just in general? What have you seen? What have you heard?
Well, there's no excuse. Like, there's no the trade protection that's there every year. Obviously, there's a couple nuances. I feel this year there was a lot more players available. There was a lot more. You know, there was a lot more players on the market. You know, And the retention piece, I mean, that's another area for the first time in a long time we've had cap space. So we were very open to being, taking on money, taking on contracts. There wasn't a lot of teams other than one or two that had cap issues that you normally see, right? You normally see double retention and guys trying to slot guys in. That wasn't as big a factor as it had been in the past. And then, I think there's certainly a lot of talk of how the playoff salary cap's going to come into play this year, and I think there's a lot of planning for teams leading up to it. But the biggest probably change for me is just the amount of money in the system as opposed to the most recent years.
Why do you believe Craig is still the right coach for this team?
Well, like everything else, Luke, we all take responsibility for it, and I think Craig's a terrific coach. It hasn't worked, right? So when it doesn't work, we all share a blame, and we all share responsibility in it, right? So it starts with myself, it's the coaches, it's the players. We all are partners in this thing, and when it goes poorly, we all got responsibility for it. But again, to do a summation right now, I think is premature. But like everything else, we'll review at the end of the year.
No doubt.
Did you approach any of the no-move guys at all, so you could ask them to consider waiving or anything?
No, I think communication with those is more at this time of the year. Just being prepared if something comes up. But we weren't. We use Oliver for an example. I talked to him. He's got some trade protection, and just made him aware that, as we're going through this time of year, there may be a conversation to be had. So you're preparing them, but I didn't have any conversations. There was nothing to have conversations about.
Tell me the players, Brad, but just the idea of your group having.
All right. First of all, interesting that he said off the top. You don't often hear GMs at the deadline say that these deals are done. I can't talk about them much because they're still in the queue, and I don't anticipate any problems. Remember, deals have to get done. They have to have the email timestamp before 3 o'clock for deals to officially be done. But again, True Living says he doesn't anticipate any problems. But interesting comments there from the Leafs general manager. So what do we make of this day of ours? It was extraordinarily slow for a while. They usually are. But this one went right down to, it really almost, we could have gone on the air at 2:30 and this thing would have started. That's my message to our bosses there, but I don't think they'll ever listen to me. Disappointment in the numbers, but is it saved by the Shen and the Kadri deals?
I think so, James. And if you look at years past, there might have been 10 teams that were aggressive, thinking maybe this is our chance to win. And maybe Minnesota, Colorado, to a certain degree, those are the teams that are we have a big belief, and you didn't see a whole lot of movement today. And all we've been talking about is the teams that didn't really act on what they thought their team had a great opportunity, like teams in the East, Buffalo, Carolina. It's did you guys really step up and give your team the best chance? Who really knows? But I think it's a great opportunity lost by a bunch of different organizations.
I feel like, every year we know who are the teams that are generally going to be making moves at the trade deadline. This year in the Eastern Conference, there's some different teams there. There's the Islanders, there's the Penguins, there's, you look at the Atlantic, Buffalo, and Detroit. It's maybe this kind of caught some teams by surprise, where they said, we got here a little sooner than we thought. How does that change our plan? Now, a lot of teams would look at that and say the players warranted us doing something. Mind you, Buffalo did something with the 2 defensemen. Detroit brought in a defenseman. Shen goes to the Islanders, but maybe that's part of it as well. Just it kind of caught teams by surprise, where they're not planning this for months before.
Well, it's not often when we're doing our cup picks and they stay the same.
Right.
Same 5 teams.
That's what I mean. That's right. And so you're typically, and you gave a shout out to Buffalo, right? Because you were sending a message to Carolina, which we all felt didn't do enough with how wide open it is in the East. But there wasn't that blockbuster. I mean, Kadri, yes. But typically speaking, there's a really, really bold play earlier. And so it was interesting to watch. You usually get a Vegas coming in. Minnesota, did they do enough? There's all of these questions. But interesting for me that none of us really changed it because not enough was done outside of Colorado.
I think the landscape, as it sort of evolves, all the trade protections out there is an issue. More guys available with term you talked a lot about. I also wonder if these new rules, the no double retention, the playoff salary cap, if maybe teams that would have otherwise been more aggressive, saying, "Yeah, we can put anyone in the lineup in the playoffs." Maybe that doesn't work that way with a Bobrovsky or whoever. Just maybe, sadly, a sign of things to come.
Would they ever make a change to that and say it's just not good for
you could, but
the game?
It'd be a full CBA renegotiation, so we're not going down that road.
This was a weird year, like MJ kind of alluded to it there. Like our trade bait board was a lot of guys, 1, 2, 3, 4 years left on their deals. Like those are hard trades to make. Then you add in the retention. Then you add in that it's teams that weren't necessarily planning on being here, and that it felt like there was a lot of complexities around the trades that needed to get made.
And it's interesting when you're looking at coming up with sort of a winner. You're saying to yourself, okay, is it the Islanders because they pick up Shen, or is it Detroit because they went with Falk so singularly until the Kadri trade? So really interesting day.
To your point, about rules that make it less busy, less interesting. I don't think anybody cares about trades that are being busy except us. The GMs don't care, the teams don't care. I don't think the league necessarily cares, but we care. Let's send it to the trade breakers one more time.
Clean one.
So we are in a situation where the biggest deal of the day was the last deal of the day, or one of them, and it was the one that was talked about all week. Nazem Kadri does go from Calgary to the Colorado Avalanche, but it took some time and some maneuvering to get it done.
Yeah, again, this is a conversation, negotiation between Craig Conroy and Chris McFarland of the Colorado Avalanche that has been days in the making. I mean, a deal of this magnitude, when you look at the haul that Conroy and the Flames get back for Nazem Kadri, doesn't happen in mere minutes. Now, it went off the rails on Thursday, and then on Friday morning, it was revisited. And it took the majority of the day, as we can appreciate when you look at the return for Nazem Kadri, to get this all sorted through. You're looking at 2 conditional draft picks, a first and a second, a player in Victor Olofsson, prospect, I suppose, of Max Curran. And most importantly, perhaps, beyond the hockey pieces, is a 20% retention. And through much of the cycle of preparing for NHL trade deadline, we talked about reluctance by Murray Edwards and the Calgary Flames of retaining salary on Nazem Kadri. But they find a way to get the deal done. And, aside from Kadri, I can tell you that there were apparently amazing offers. That's the word, amazing offers made on Zach Whitecloud, good offers made on Blake Coleman. But because those 2 men are so important to the organization and the community, Craig Conroy pushed away.
I'm not sure what is passed all in, but Colorado is that. The Brock Nelson deal, the Nick Waugh deal, now this, no first in 26, 27, or 28, based on conditions. I mean, they're protected, but no first-round pick as it stands right now until 2029. Now, CJ, the Maple Leafs came in with no first or second this year, no first or third next year. They did their best to try to restock their cupboard.
Yeah, and it went right down to the wire. Really a process that started more than a month ago when the Leafs formally put their players out there, wanted to start figuring out what they were worth, decide what they're going to do. Went right down to the point that, Gord, when they were talking 90 minutes, Brad Treliving, to reporters in Toronto after the deadline, he said they were still in the trade queue getting these things processed. And that's a sign that they had to take things down to the wire, specifically with Bobby McMahon before trading him to Seattle and Scott Lawton to the Los Angeles Kings. At the end of it all, they got a first-round pick, a second-round pick, a third-round pick, a fourth-round pick, and a fifth-round pick, one of each. The Lawton pick can become a second-rounder, so perhaps it's 2 second-rounders. But the point is this. It's a start for the Leafs. It's the start of what's going to be a highly scrutinized process. A lot of work still to be done before next season, but they do start to restock the cupboards. Maybe didn't get quite as much as they wanted it on Lawton, but they got maybe a little bit more than we would have expected on Nicholas Waugh. When you balance that out, pretty good start for the Leafs.
So maybe the headline, Pierre, today is who didn't go?
Yeah, you got that right. Vincent Trocheck, #1 on the TSN trade bait board. He did not move. I think this is a mistake by the New York Rangers in the sense that his value had been replenished with a really good Olympics for Team USA. There was solid interest in him. But I think when the Minnesota Wild pulled out of it on Thursday, it probably hurt the process. Carolina, Boston had talks with the Rangers. At the end of the day, the Rangers feel they did not come close to having their asking price met. They're happy to revisit this in the offseason. We'll see. Sergei Bobrovsky, a fascinating name that the Florida Panthers absolutely phoned teams on, listened on. At the end of the day, they decided midway through deadline day to try to re-sign Sergei Bobrovsky. So that's an interesting decision. Obviously, he won them 2 cups, decided to keep him in the fold, and that's probably not shocking based on A, how they feel about him, and B, the market probably not being that robust for him. And finally, in Nashville, Ryan O'Reilly and Steven Stamkos stay put. And I think with Steven Stamkos with 2 more years at $8 million a year, maybe not shocking. That's to be revisited in the offseason. But Ryan O'Reilly, a lot of interest, but a very high price.
So normally at the end of the season, at the end of the playoffs, you look back at teams and say, yeah, we're glad we did that. You wonder this year if it's going to be a case of teams wondering, why didn't we do more at the trade deadline?
All right, thank you, guys. And so that is almost it here on Trade Center. MJ, I got the count as 19. Mystic Mike strikes again.
Thank you.
Unless anything changes, he beats the over-under by a half.
Mystic.
He sneaks it in. It takes a lot of people to put on a 9-hour show. How long were we on the air for? 8 to 12? 9-hour television program.
19 today.
Yeah, you showed up 2 hours late. You get no kudos.
Could have showed up at
But Danielle, our director, who does an amazing job, and Billy and Jeff, who run the show up in the control room, Mike Lane, who runs all of us down here, Steve Dryden. I can't name everybody, but everybody on the staff, all the camera operators, the sound people, everybody did an amazing. Rennie, I'm not clapping for you, all right, Rennie?
Rennie's been sending memes today.
Yeah, I know. Rennie and all the camera operators. There you go, Rennie. You only get, because you're the loudest one, you're the only one that ever gets mentioned. But we thank them all. And we thank you guys all for watching. Every year we say, why do we do this for 9 hours? And Mike Lane and the bosses say it's because Canadians watch this show. So thank all of you. You're nuts about hockey, and we love you for that. Thanks to you for watching Trade Center. Now we go back to focusing on the games and the run towards the Stanley Cup. See ya.
as Kadri rejoins the Avs where he won the Stanley Cup in 2022.
Boy, that was cutting it close to the deadline. What was that like for you over the last couple of hours before 3 o'clock, Naz?
An absolute
could get better than
I mean, first and foremost, I got to thank the Calgary Flames and how they handle business and how they, treated a veteran player and, found every way possible to try to make this connection for me.
Oh, another trade center done and dusted, and it's time now for Sports Center. Sarah Davis with you. So it was a long, slow day leading up to the NHL's 3 p.m. Eastern trade deadline. But hey, we did get a little flurry of action in the 11th hour, including that Nazem Kadri trade. And it was also John Carlson who got
Brought to you in part by Bell, proud to support the dreams of Canada's Paralympic athletes. Bell, connection is everything.
Come on into Montana's, where there is a deal every day. Why not try half-price wings Mondays, $5 tacos Tuesdays, all-you-can-eat ribs Wednesdays, $25.99 platters Thursdays. and drink deals every day. Only at Montana's, Canada's home for barbecue.
Hey, Sweaty. Sweetie, you good?
Someone stole my Old Spice antiperspirant. Now I'm smelling like perspirant.
I did. For its 24/7 sweat protection.
You did this to my pits.
Join 100,000 Canadians who choose the better way to sell their car. It's easy. Punch in your license plate at clutch.ca and get a real offer in seconds. No negotiating, just smart pricing technology. Then choose a pickup time and we'll be there as soon as the same day. We come to you and then you get paid on the spot. It's that easy. Go to clutch.ca to find out what your car is worth today. That's Clutch.
Oh, so you corporate types are rock stars?
Well, that's as ridiculous as rock stars being corporate types.
Workday's AI agents are making you all rock stars.
Yes. And now with Workday, we can manage our people and AI agents. I'm sorry. Who are they? Oh, interns.
We're interns. Good night!
I'll see you tomorrow.
Practice starts in 20. Let's get it. T-Mac.
Who saves for practice?
My game face doesn't take days off with Gillette Labs. Its green bar releases trapped hairs, so you can get virtually every hair in a single stroke.
That's smooth.
The best your game can get is Gillette Labs.
Domino's new Pick 3 deal. Get a small pizza for $10, a medium for $12, or a large for $14. Pick your size, classic crust, and 3 toppings. The choice is yours with Domino's Pick 3 deal, but it won't last forever, only at
Domino's.
An absolute sweat. I mean, that's what it was, but I didn't even realize it could happen that long after.
First of all, you go to the #1 Stanley Cup contender in Colorado. You go to a place where you had the greatest moment of your career in Colorado. It doesn't seem like it could get better than this as far as having to be traded at the deadline.
I mean, is this real? I mean, first and foremost, I got to thank the Calgary Flames and how they handle business and how they, treated a veteran player and, found every way possible to try to make this connection for me.
Well, another trade center done and dusted, and it's time now. Trade. While it was John Carlson who got the most emotional reaction from teammates after he was traded from Washington to Anaheim. We also saw the Foligno brothers reunite and the Maple Leafs make a couple deals. Angeles makes the playoffs, and like McMahon, Lawton is set to become an unrestricted free agent at the end of this Pretty convenient, hey? And the Blues stayed busy, sending Justin Faulk to the Red Wings for a package that includes a first-round pick. The 33-year-old defenseman has 11 goals and 32 points this season. Some other notable deals, Corey Perry, he's headed back to the Lightning in exchange for a future second-round pick. Perry has 11 goals, 28 points this season. And finally, the Wild have acquired Nick Foligno from the Blackhawks. The 38-year-old will play alongside his brother Marcus for the first time in their NHL careers.
I'm excited to go join this team that I've obviously watched from afar, know a little bit about, and join my brother. It feels like my mom's looking down on us smiling today. I called Marcus, which is probably a mistake because then he blew up my family group chat. My wife didn't even know yet. So
now you're in trouble.
So now I'm in trouble.
A wild day for some players, but not as many trades as expected for this deadline, despite all the speculation leading into today. So what were front offices across the league doing behind the scenes for deals to happen and not happen? Let's start with Gord Miller and the insiders.
So we are in a situation where the biggest deal of the day was the last deal of the day, or one of them, and it was the one that was talked about all week. Nazem Kadri does go from Calgary to the Colorado Avalanche, but it took some time and some
of the Colorado Avalanche that has been days in the making. I mean, a deal of this magnitude, when you look at the haul that Conroy and the Flames get back for Nazem Kadri, doesn't happen in mere minutes. Now, went off the rails on Thursday, and then on Friday morning it was revisited, and it took the majority of the day, as we can appreciate when you look at the return for Nazem Kadri, to get this all sorted through. You're looking at 2 conditional draft picks, a first and a second, a player in Victor Olofsson, a prospect, I suppose, of Max Curran, and most importantly, perhaps, beyond the hockey retaining salary on Nazem Kadri. But they find a way to get the deal done. And, you know, aside from Kadri, I can tell you that there were apparently amazing offers. That's the word. Amazing offers made on Zach Whitecloud, good offers made on Blake Coleman. But because those 2 men are so important to the organization and the community, Craig Conroy pushed away.
I'm not sure what is past all in, but Colorado is that. The Brock Nelson deal, the Nick Waugh deal, now this, no first in 26, 27, or 28, based on conditions. I mean, they're protected, but no first-round pick as it stands right now until 2029. Now, CJ, the Maple Leafs came in with no first or second this year, no first or third next year. They did their best to try to restock their cupboard.
Yeah, and it went right down to the wire. Really a process that started more than a month ago when the Leafs formally put their players out there, wanted to start figuring out what they were worth, decide what they're going to do, went right down to the point that, Gord, when they were talking 90 minutes, Brad Treliving, to reporters in Toronto after the deadline, he said they were still in the trade queue getting these things processed. And that's a sign that they had to take things down to the wire. They get a first-round pick, a second-round pick, a third-round pick, a fourth-round pick, and a fifth-round pick, one of each. The lot pick can become a second-rounder, so perhaps it's 2 second-rounders. But the point is this. It's a start for the Leafs. It's
Go.
Yeah, you got that right. Vincent Trocheck, number 1 on the TSN trade bait board. He did not move. I think this is a mistake by the New York Rangers in the sense that his value had been replenished with a really good Olympics for Team USA. There was solid interest in him. But I think when the Minnesota Wild pulled out of it on Thursday, it probably hurt the process. Carolina, Boston had talks with the Rangers. At the end of the day, the Rangers feel they did not come close to having their asking price met. They're happy to revisit this in the offseason. We'll see. Sergei Bobrovsky, a fascinating name that the Florida Panthers absolutely phoned teams on, listened on. At the end of the day, they decided midway through deadline day to try to re-sign Sergei Bobrovsky. So that's an interesting decision. Obviously, he won them 2 cups, decided to keep him in the fold, and that's probably not shocking based on A, how they feel about him, and B, the market probably not being that robust for him. And finally, in Nashville, Ryan O'Reilly and Steven Stamkos stay put. And I think with Steven Stamkos with 2 more years at $8 million a year, maybe not shocking. That's to be revisited in the offseason. But Ryan O'Reilly, a lot of interest, but a very high price.
So normally at the end of the season, at the end of the playoffs, you look back at teams and say, yeah, we're glad we did that. You wonder this year if it's going to be a case of teams wondering, why didn't we do more at the trade deadline?
Yeah, okay, so no surprise after hearing all that the Avalanche remain the clear favorite to win the Cup this season. They're followed by the Lightning, Hurricanes, and Golden Knights. But what about our panel? Do they agree with these odds? Let's see who their favorites are to win the Cup this season. And here is James.
All right, thank you. There's Cheryl Pounder, Jeff O'Neill, Frankie Corrado, and Mike Johnson. One of the exercises we do every year on Trade Center is at the beginning of the day, we identify our top 5 Stanley Cup contender picks, and then at the end of the day, see if anything's happened that have changed those selections. This year, all of us had the exact same 5 teams. Different this year. It was easier to identify. Usually there's 8 or 9, and there's some differences in there. So let's see if anything has changed. We'll start with you, Mike Johnson. We'll show your before and your after. You had Colorado number 1.
Sort of sums up the day in that my before, Colorado, Dallas, Tampa, mini, Carolina. And after a very busy day where a lot's going on, the team that made the most strides was, again, Colorado. So they couldn't have anywhere to go up from 1. They stay at 1. Everyone else sort of nibbled around the edges. Carolina didn't do very much, so I still have them at 5 and not falling out.
Boring.
Much like the trade deadline day. It was that kind of day.
You're right about that. Frankie Corrado, you were the only one, I think, who did not have Colorado number 1.
I had Colorado at number 4. Maybe that's a little low, but I'm kind of going by their recent stretch of play, and that's January 1st onward, where they're the 18th best team in the NHL. I was looking for something to re-energize that group. And they went out and they did that. They got Nazem Kadri. They brought in Brett Kulak recently, Nicholas Waugh from the Toronto Maple Leafs. So Colorado starting at 4, moving up to number 1. I feel like that reinvigorates this group to play their best hockey.
All right, Jeff O'Neill.
I'm very committed to my selections, and I have a belief who I pick and where I slot them that it's going to remain like that because of that conviction. I'm staying the same.
Oh, so Colorado, Tampa,
Dallas, Minnesota, and the Carolina Hurricanes. Right. I think that's exactly the same as Johnny, the well-respected NHL person that he is.
Commitment.
We are committed.
Boring.
Conviction.
I didn't have Tampa second, so it's not quite the same. But go ahead.
It was similar.
Similar in your convictions, Cheryl.
We're all similar right now, and I had Colorado to start and clearly going to have them to finish, given the fact that they were able to add Nazem Kadri, who's playoff built, and just down the middle with McKinnon and on the back end with Makara. I'm going with them. I've got Tampa second. They're staying. Dallas was nibbling around the edges with Bunting, but I'm going to drop Carolina. And the reason why I'm going to drop them is I think the East was a real opportunity, and they didn't seize that opportunity. So I'm going to drop them. Minnesota's not going to move the needle for me. I didn't think that they did enough today. I think the distance between them and Colorado is big right now, especially with the competition in the West.
Part of a host's responsibility in a segment like this is if it's going nowhere, you have to do something to make it a little more enlightening. And so I will be the only one of us to make a change. And it's not necessarily a change because I think the Buffalo Sabres, who I've now moved into my top 5, have done that much with Logan Stanley and Shannon the Deadline. It is more of a protest move against the Carolina Hurricanes for not doing enough.
Our Sabres.
I believe the Hurricanes are still very good, but I needed to make a statement, a protest. And so I've dropped the Carolina Hurricanes out of the top 5 as a protest for not doing enough on the deadline day.
Like
Colorado,
about
Dallas,
the same
Minnesota.
from the last time I saw your list in the last 4 hours.
Just move on, all right? I had to take care of our Sabres, right? I believe in our Sabres, unlike the rest of you.
And we're playoff bound, baby.
Yeah.
Let's go.
By the way, we never check when the Stanley Cup's been won if we're ever right on these things. I think we rarely are, which doesn't bode well for Colorado.
Gotta love the chirping in the background. Okay, so the Leafs ended up making some moves right at the deadline. They traded Scott Laughton and Bobby McMahon, but Oliver Ekman-Larsson stayed put after being scratched for roster management reasons, and Brad Treliving spoke on the deadline.
Why didn't an Ekman-Larsson trade didn't materialize? At the end of the day, there was some interest in Oliver to the level that I thought was required. For us to move Oliver, I don't think it was something that we could just, with term left on his contract, we required a return that I thought would be fair, and nobody met that level. Well, today, listen, I'll answer all the questions and take responsibility for our season. I don't look at today as the autopsy day. We've got 19 games to go, but I think there's a whole host of reasons. I'll take responsibility. You know, we met earlier in the year through about the 20-game mark where we got off to a slow start. And again, the failures here start with me. Yeah, we weren't leaving anything. We were trying to, like I said, there was lots of activity of outbound calls and not a ton inbound. But it went down to the witching hour.
The Montreal Canadiens, they had a quiet deadline as the Habs decided to stay pat. Montreal making 0 moves despite being in a wild card position while sitting just 5 points back in the top spot in the Atlantic.
It's not like we've tried to build this team uniquely through the draft. And when we look at a number of picks that we've traded away to this point, I think we've traded 3 first-round picks. 4, I guess, if you include Romanov's being traded for a pick that was then traded for Kirby. We've traded, I think, 3 second-round picks so far. So we're not afraid to do that. I don't want to leave the impression to our fan base that we're just going to keep drafting and drafting and drafting. We're going to do what we need to do to keep moving the needle forward. And if we find those deals, but by the same token, we're not going to transact for the sake of transacting, so that everybody's happy in the moment, and then next year comes around and we're all scratching our head as to why we did it.
Yeah, you don't want to give in to FOMO and just transact for the sake of transacting, right? Now, the Habs, they are on the West Coast. They have not lost consecutive road games in regulation all season, but they've won just one of their last 9 trips to Anaheim. Coverage for this game is going to kick off at 9 p.m. Eastern for those in the Habs viewing region. We are now joined by Cameron Gauntz. And Cameron, we saw 4 goalies on TSN's trade bait board: Bobrovsky, Binnington, Wallstead, Skinner. None of them got moved. Are you surprised at all?
I'm not surprised. Again, the insiders are very well in tune.
Yes, they are.
But at the same time, a lot of teams must have been very apprehensive about the fact that goaltenders typically struggle when traded post-deadline. Earlier today on 1050, Corey Schneider was interviewed, and when I asked him about that exact problem, what he explained was that when you go to a new system as a goaltender, you're facing shots from different angles than you were before. The players in front of you are defending different than you were with the team previous. So even if you're playing well, even if you're a goalie that stops a lot of pucks, things are going to be coming differently at you. So it's very hard for a goalie to jump into a system, play well, and assimilate that quickly before the playoffs. So my assumption is a lot of these teams would have liked to make these trades earlier, but when that didn't happen, they decided to just wait, let their situation play out as it is.
Now, the Oilers tried to work on their goalie situation earlier this season in December, picking up Tristan Jarry, and they're sticking with Tristan Jarry. Okay with them riding him?
I'm understanding of the situation, but I'm not fully okay with it. They haven't shown lately that they are a team capable of repeating the success they've had recently with the goaltending they have. But I can understand it because, again, it's hard to bring in a goalie right now, and it's hard for a team to play in front of another new goaltender. If they brought in another new goaltender, that'd be the 5th goalie playing for them this year. That's a lot of goaltenders to get used to behind you. And for Tristan Jarry, they want to give him a bit more runway. Yes, he's had 11 games for them, and he hasn't played great. But if you can give him a bit more space, they clearly thought he was the goalie they wanted. Yeah. So they want to prove themselves right. They want to prove their scouting department right. And they want to give their goaltending coach a bit more time to work with him. And hopefully they can tighten things up in front of him to give him a better opportunity to succeed.
Okay, now some of us were hoping we'd see veteran goaltender Sergei Bobrovsky move up to Montreal. Of course, that's not the case. Montreal sticking with their goalie situation. Do you like that?
I would have loved to see Bobrovsky there as well. Yes. One, for the intrigue, but also because I think he would have helped. At the same time, I understand why the trade wasn't made. Yes, we talk about how hard it is for goaltending, but also when you have the goaltenders you have in Montreal, a couple of young guys, you want to see how they're going to play in high leverage situations. So as the season progresses, as the games get more important, and even as the playoffs come, you need to see what you have in these goaltenders before making a decision on their futures. Canadians have also expressed that they They know that this season might not be their best to win. They're a very good team, but their team is only improving. They're on an upward trajectory. So the deals for Bobrovsky might have cost them too much, or might have cost one of their prospects that they so highly covet. So there's a lot there for the Montreal Canadiens to try to figure out if they want to bring him in. And I think that they made the decision that was best for them in the future and for now.
Well, the future, the postseason is fast approaching. So time will tell if any teams regret not picking up any goalies.